rather like refusing to teach Dutiful about the skill. I pushed that thought aside and said nothing as Hap swung the blade at the air. In a few moments he had tired himself. The hard muscles of a farming hand were not what a man used to swing a blade. The endurance to wield such a weapon demanded both training and constant practice. He set it down and looked at me without speaking. "I'll be leaving for Buckkeep tomorrow morning at dawn. I still need to clean this blade, grease my boots, pack some clothing and food." "And cut your hair?" Hap interjected quietly. I crossed the room and took out our small looking-glass. Usually, when Starling came to visit me, she cut my hair for me. For a moment I stared at how long it had grown. Then, as I had not in years, I pulled it to the back of my head and fastened it into a warrior's tail. Hap looked at me with his brows raised, but said nothing about my martial aspect. Long before dusk I was ready to travel. I turned my attention to my smallholding. I busied myself and the boy with making sure all would go well for him while I was gone. By the time we sat down to our evening meal, we were ahead on every chore I could think of. He promised he would keep the garden watered and harvest the rest of the peas. He would split the last of the firewood and stack it. I caught myself telling him things he knew, things he had known for years, and finally stopped my tongue. He smiled at my concerns. "I've survived on my own out on the roads, Tom. I'll be fine here at home. I only wish I were going with you. If all works out, when I return, we will make a trip to Buckkeep together." Nighteyes sat up abruptly, pricking his ears. "Horses." I went to the door with the wolf at my side. A few moments later the hoofbeats reached my ears. The animals were coming at a steady trot. I stepped to where I could see around the bend in our narrow lane and glimpsed the horseman. It was not, as I had hoped, the fool. This was a stranger. He rode a rangy roan horse and led another. Dust mottled the sweat streaks on his horse's withers. As I watched them come, a sense of foreboding rose in me. The wolf shared my trepidation. His hackles bristled down his spine, and the deep growl that rose from him brought Hap to the door as well. "What is it?" "I'm not sure, but it's no random wanderer or peddler." At the sight of me, the stranger reined in his horse. He lifted a hand in greeting, then came forwards more slowly. I saw both horses prick their ears at the scent of the wolf, and felt their anxiety as well as their eagerness for the water they could also smell. "Are you lost, stranger?" I greeted the man from a safe distance. He made no reply, but rode closer to us. The wolf's growl reached a crescendo. The rider seemed unaware of the rising warning. "Wait," I bade him. We stood our ground as the man rode closer. The horse he led was saddled and bridled. I wondered if he had lost a companion or stolen it from someone. "That's close enough," I warned him suddenly. "What do you seek here?" He had been watching me intently. He did not pause at my words, but made a gesture at first his ears and then his mouth as he rode closer. I held out a hand. "Stop there," I warned him, and he understood my motion and obeyed it. Without dismounting, he reached into a messenger's pouch that was slung across his chest. He drew out a scroll and proffered it to me. "Stay ready," I warned Nighteyes as I stepped forward to take it. Then I recognized the seal on it. In thick red wax, my own charging buck was imprinted. A different sort of trepidation swept through me. I stared at the missive in my hand, then, with a gesture, gave the deaf-mute permission to dismount. I took a breath and spoke to Hap with a steady voice. "Take him inside and provide him food and drink, the same for his horses, please." And to Nighteyes, "Keep an eye on him, my brother, while I see what this scroll says." Nighteyes ceased his rumbling growl at my thought, but followed the messenger very closely as a puzzled Hap gestured him towards our cabin. The weary horses stood where he had left them. A few moments later Hap emerged to lead them off to water. Alone I stood in the dooryard and stared at the coiled scroll in my hand. I broke the seal at last and studied Chade's slanting letters in the fading daylight. "Dear cousin, family matters at home require your attention. Do not delay your return. You know I would not summon you thus unless the need was urgent." The signature that followed this brief missive was indecipherable. It was not Chade's name. The real message had been in the seal itself. He never would have used it unless the need was urgent. I re-rolled the scroll and looked up towards the sinking sun. When I entered the house, the messenger stood up immediately. Still chewing, he wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and indicated that he was ready to leave at once. I suspected his orders from Chade had been very specific. There was no time to lose in sleep or rest for man or beast. I gestured him back to his food. I was glad my rucksack was already packed. "I unsaddled the horses and wiped them down a bit," Hap told me as he came in the door. "They look as if they've come a long way today." I took a breath. "Put their saddles back on. As soon as our friend has eaten, we'll be leaving." For a moment the boy was thunderstruck. Then he asked in a small voice, "Where are you going?" I tried to make my smile convincing. "Buckkeep, lad, and faster than I expected." I considered the matter. There was no way to estimate when I might be back, or even if I would come back. A missive like this from Chade would definitely mean danger of some kind. I was amazed at how easily I decided. "I want you and the wolf to follow at first light. Use the pony and cart, so if he gets weary, he can ride." Haps stared at me as if I had gone mad. "What about the chickens? And the chores I was to do while you were gone?" "The chickens will have to fend for themselves. No, they wouldn't last a week before a weasel had them. Take them to Baylor. He'll feed and watch them for the sake of their eggs. Take a day or so and close the house up tight. We may both be gone a while." I turned away from the incomprehension on Hap's face. "But—" The fear in his voice made me turn back to him. He stared at me as if I was suddenly a stranger. "Where should I go when I get to Buckkeep town? Will you meet me there?" I heard an echo of the abandoned boy in his voice. I reached back in my memory 15 years and tried to summon up the name of a decent inn. Before I could dredge out one, he hopefully put in, "I know where Jinna's niece lives. Jinna said I could find her there when I next came to Buckkeep. Her house has a hedge witch sign on it, a hand with lines on the palm. I could meet you there." "That will be it, then." Relief showed on his face. He knew where he was going. I was glad he had that security. I myself did not. But despite all my uneasiness, a strange elation filled me. Chade's old spell fell over me again. Secrets and adventures. I felt the wolf nudge against me. "A time of change." Then, gruffly, "I could try to keep pace with the horses. Buckkeep is not so far." I do not know what this means, my brother, and until I do, I would just as soon that you stayed by Hap's side.
"Is that supposed to salve my pride?"
"No, it's supposed to ease my fears."
"I will bring him safely to Buckkeep town, then. But after that, I am at your side."
"Of course, always." Before the sun kissed the horizon goodnight, I was mounted on the nondescript grey horse. Verity's disguised sword hung at my hip, and my pack was fastened tightly to the back of my saddle. I followed my silent companion as he hastened us down the road to Buckkeep. Chapter 11. Chade's Tower. Between the 6 duchies and the Out Islands, as much blood has been shared as has been shed. Despite the enmity of the Red Ship War and the years of sporadic raiding that preceded it, almost every family in the coastal duchies will acknowledge having a cousin in the Out Islands. All acknowledge that the folk of the coastal duchies are of those mingled bloodlines. It is well documented that the first rulers of the Farseer line were likely raiders from the Out Islands, who came to raid and settled instead. Just as the history of the 6 duchies has been shaped by geography, so too has the chronicle of the Out Islands. Theirs is a harsher land than ours. Ice rules their mountainous islands year-round. Deep fjords slash their islands and rough water divides them. We consider their islands immense, yet the domination of glacier grants men only the edges of those islands as dwelling places. What arable land they have along the coasts of their islands is stingy and thin in its yield. Thus no large cities can be supported there, and few towns. Barriers and isolation are the hallmark of that land, and so the folk dwell in fiercely independent villages and town-states. In times past they were raiders by necessity as well as by inclination, and robbed one another as often as they ventured across the seas to harry the 6 duchies' coastline. It is true that during the Red Ship War,
Keble Rawbread was able to force a brief alliance among the island folk, and from that alliance he hammered together a powerful raiding fleet. Only the devastation of the Six Duchies' dragons was sufficient to shatter his merciless hold over his own people. Having once seen the strength of such an alliance, the individual headmen of the out-island villages realized that such power could be used for more than war. In the years of recovery that followed the end of the Red Ship War, the Hetgird was formed. This alliance of out-island headmen was an uneasy one. At first they sought only to replace inter-island raiding with trading treaties between individual headmen. Archon Bloodblade was the first headman to point out to the others that the Hetgird could use its unified strength to normalize trade relations with the Six Duchies. Braun Kenner's The Out-Island Chronicles. As always, Chade had planned well. His silent messenger seemed very familiar with his ways. Before noon the next day we had changed our exhausted horses for 2 others at a decrepit farmhouse. We travelled across brown hillsides seared by summer, and left those 2 horses at a fisherman's hut. A small boat was waiting, and the surly crew took us swiftly up the coast. We put in at a landing at a tiny trading port, where 2 more horses awaited us at a run-down inn. I stayed as silent as my guide, and no one questioned me about anything. If coin was exchanged, I never saw it. It is always best not to see what is meant to be concealed. The horses carried us to yet another waiting boat, this one with a scaly deck that smelled much of fish. It struck me that we were approaching Buckkeep not by the swiftest possible path, but by the least likely one. If anyone watched the roads into Buckkeep for us, they were doomed to disappointment. Buckkeep Castle is built on an inhospitable strip of coast. It stands tall and black on top of the cliffs, but it commands a fine view of the Buck River mouth. Whoever controls that castle controls trade on the Buck River. For that reason was it built there. The vagaries of history have made it the ruling seat of the Farseer family. Buckkeep town clings to the cliffs below the castle like lichens to rock. Half of it is built out on the docks and piers. As a boy, I had thought the town had grown as large as it could, given its geography. But on the afternoon that we sailed into it, I saw that I had been wrong. Human ingenuity had prevailed over nature's harshness. Suspended pathways now vined across the face of the cliffs, and tiny houses and shops found perches to cling there. The houses reminded me of mud swallows' nests, and I wondered what pounding they took during the winter storms. Pilings had been driven into the black sand and rock of the beaches where I had once run and played with Molly and the other children. Warehouses and inns squatted on these perches, and at high tide one could tie up right at their doorsteps. This our fishing boat did, and I followed my mute guide ashore onto a wooden walkway. As the small boat cast off and left us there, I gawked about us. A country farmer come to town. The increase in structures and the lively boat commerce indicated that Buckkeep prospered, yet I could take no joy in it. Here was the final evidence of my childhood, erased. The place I had both dreaded and longed to return to was gone, swallowed by this thriving port. When I glanced about for my mute guide, he had vanished. I loitered where he had left me a bit longer, already suspecting he would not return. He had brought me back to Buckkeep town. From here, I needed no guide. Chade never liked any of his contacts to know every link of the convoluted paths that led to him. I shouldered my small rucksack and headed towards home. Perhaps, I thought as I wended my way through Buckkeep's steep and narrow streets, Chade had even known that I would prefer to make this part of my journey alone. I did not hurry. I knew I could not contact Chade until after nightfall. As I explored the once familiar streets and byways, I found nothing that was completely familiar. It seemed that every structure that could sprout a second story had, and on some of the narrower streets the balconies almost met overhead, so that one walked in a perpetual twilight. I found inns I had frequented and stores where I had traded, and even glimpsed the faces of old acquaintances overlaid with 15 years of experience. Yet no one exclaimed with surprise or delight to see me. As a stranger I was visible only to the boys hawking hot pies in the street. I bought one for a copper, and ate it as I walked. The taste of the peppery gravy and the chunks of river fish in it were the taste of Buckkeep town itself. The chandlery that had once belonged to Molly's father was now a tailor's shop. I did not go inside. I went instead to the tavern we had once frequented. It was as dark, as smoky, and as crowded as I recalled. The heavy table in the corner still bore the marks of Kerry's idle whittling. The boy who brought my beer was too young ever to have known me, but I knew who had fathered him by the line of his brow, and was glad the business had remained in the same family. One beer became 2, and then 3, and the 4th was gone before twilight began to creep through the streets of the town. No one had uttered a word to the dour-faced stranger drinking alone, but I listened all the same. But whatever desperate business had led Chade to call on me, it was not common knowledge. I heard only gossip of the prince's betrothal, complaints about Bingtown's war with Chaucer disrupting trade, and the local mutterings about the very strange weather. Out of a clear and peaceful night sky, lightning had struck an unused storage hut in the outer keep of the castle, and blown the roof right off. I shook my head at that tale. I left an extra copper for the boy, and shouldered my pack once more. The last time I had left Buckkeep, it had been as a dead man in a coffin. I could scarcely re-enter the same way, and yet I feared to approach the main gate. Once I had been a familiar face in the guard-room. Changed I might be, but I would not take the chance of being recognized. Instead, I went to a place both Chade and I knew, a secret exit from the castle grounds that Nighteyes had discovered when he was just a cub. Through that small gap in Buckkeep's defences, Queen Catrican and the fool had once fled Prince Regal's plot. Tonight, I would return by that route. But when I got there, I found that the fault in the walls that guarded Buckkeep had been repaired a long time ago. A heavy growth of thistles cloaked where it had been. A short distance from the thistles, sitting cross-legged on a large embroidered cushion, a golden-haired youth of obvious nobility played a penny whistle with consummate skill. As I approached, he ended his tune with a final scattering of notes and set his instrument aside. "Fool," I greeted him fondly, and with no great surprise. He cocked his head and made a mouth at me. "Beloved," he drawled in response. Then he grinned, sprang to his feet, and slipped his whistle inside his ribboned shirt. He indicated his cushion. "I'm glad I brought that. I had a feeling you might linger a time in Buckkeep town, but I didn't expect to wait this long." "It's changed," I said, lamely. "Haven't we all?" he replied, and for a moment there was an echo of pathos in his voice. But in an instant it was gone. He tidied his gleaming hair fussily and picked a leaf from his stocking. He pointed at his cushion again. "Pick that up and follow me. Hurry along, we are expected." His air of petulant command mimed perfectly that of a foppish dandy of the noble class. He plucked a handkerchief from his sleeve and patted at his upper lip, erasing imaginary perspiration. I had to smile. He assumed the role so deftly and effortlessly. "How are we going in?" "By the front gate, of course. Have no fear, I've put word about that Lord Golden is very dissatisfied with the quality of servants he has found in Buckkeep town. None have suited me, and so today I went to meet a ship bringing to me a fine fellow, if a bit rustic, recommended to me by my second cousin's first valet. By name one Tom Badgerlock." He proceeded ahead of me. I picked up his cushion and followed. "So, I'm to be your servant?" I asked in wry amusement. "Of course. It's the perfect guise. You'll be virtually invisible to all the nobility of Buckkeep. Only the other servants will speak to you, and as I intend that you will be a downtrodden, overworked, poorly dressed lackey of a supercilious, overbearing, and insufferable young lord, you will have little time to socialize at all." He halted suddenly and looked back. One slender, long-fingered hand clasped his chin as he looked down his nose at me. His fair brows knit, and his amber eyes narrowed as he snapped. "And do not dare to meet my eyes, sirrah. I will tolerate no impertinence. Stand up straight, keep your place, and speak no word without my leave. Are you clear on these instructions?" "Perfectly," I grinned at him. He continued to glare at me. Then, suddenly, the glare was replaced by a look of exasperation. "Fitz, chivalry, the game is up if you cannot play this role and play it to the hilt. Not just when we stand in the great hall of Buckkeep, but every moment of every day when there is the remotest chance that we might be seen. I have been Lord Golden since I arrived, but I am still a newcomer to the Queen's court, and folk will stare. Chade and Queen Catrican have done all they could to help me in this ruse. Chade because he perceived how useful I might be, and the Queen because she feels I truly deserve to be treated as a lord. And no one recognized you? I broke in, incredulously. He cocked his head. What would they recognize, Fitz? My dead white skin and colourless eyes? My jester's motley and painted face? My capers and cavorting and daring witticisms? I knew you the moment I saw you, I reminded him. He smiled warmly, just as I knew you, and would know you when first I met you a dozen lives hence. But few others do. Chade with his assassin's eyes picked me out and arranged a private audience at which I made myself known to the Queen. A few others have given me curious glances from time to time, but no one would dare to accost Lord Golden and ask him if 15 years ago he had been King Shrewd's jester at this self-same court. My age appears wrong to them, as does my colouring, as does my demeanour, as does my wealth. How can they be so blind? He shook his head and smiled at my ignorance. Fitz, they never even saw me in the first place. They saw only a jester and a freak. I deliberately took no name when I first arrived here. To most of the lords and ladies of Buckkeep, I was just the fool. They heard my jokes and saw my capers, but they never really saw me. He gave a small sigh. Then he gave me a considering look. You made it a name. The Fool. And you saw me. You met my eyes when others looked aside, disconcerted. I saw the tip of his tongue for a second. Did you never guess how you frightened me? That all my ruses were useless against the eyes of a small boy? You were just a child yourself, I pointed out uneasily. He hesitated. I noticed he did not agree or disagree with me when he went on. Become my faithful servant, Fitz. Be Tom Badgerlock every second of every day that you are at Buckkeep. It is the only way you can protect both of us, and the only guise in which you can aid Chade. What exactly does Chade need of me? That would be better heard from his lips than mine. Come, it grows dark. Buckkeep town has grown and changed, as has Buckkeep itself. If we try to enter after dark, we may well be turned away. It had grown later as we talked, and the long summer day was fading around us. He led and I followed, as he took me round about the steep road that led to Buckkeep Castle's main gate. He lingered in the trees to let a wine merchant round a bend before we ourselves stepped out onto the road. Then Lord Golden led, and his humble servant Tom Badgerlock trudged behind him, bearing his embroidered cushion. At the gate he was admitted without question, and I followed at his heels unnoticed. The guard on the gate wore Buckkeep's blue, and their jerkins were embroidered with the Farseer leaping buck. Small things like that twisted my heart unexpectedly. I blinked, and then coughed and rubbed my eyes. The fool had the kindness not to look back at me. Buckkeep had changed as much as the town that clung to the cliffs below it. Overall, the changes were ones I approved. We passed a new and larger stable. Paving stones had been laid where once muddy tracks had run. Although more folk thronged the castle than I recalled, it seemed cleaner and better maintained. I wondered if this was Catrican's mountain discipline applied to the keep, or simply the result of peace in the land. All the years that I had lived in Buckkeep had been years of the Outislander raids, and eventually outright war. Relative peace had brought a resumption of trade, and not just with the countries to the south of the Six Duchies. Our history of trading with the Out-Islands was as long as our history of fighting with them. I had seen the Out-Islander ships both oared and sailed, in Buckkeep's harbour when I arrived. We entered through the great hall, Lord Golden striding imperiously along while I hastened, eyes down at his heels. Two ladies detained him briefly with greetings. I think it was hardest then for me to keep my guise of serving man in place. Where once the fool had inspired unease or outright distaste, Lord Golden was greeted with fluttering fans and eyelashes. He charmed them both with a score of elegantly woven compliments on their dresses, their hair, and the scents they wore. They parted with him reluctantly, and he assured them he was as loath to leave, but he had a servant to be shown his duties, and certainly they knew the drudgery of that. One simply could not get good servants any more, and although this one came with a high recommendation, he had already proven to be a bit slow-witted and woefully countrified. Well, one had to make do with what one could get these days, and he hoped to enjoy their company on the morrow. He planned to stroll through the thyme gardens after breakfast if they cared to join him. They would, of course, with great delight, and after several more rounds of exchanged pleasantries, we were allowed to go our way. Lord Golden had been given apartments on the west side of the keep. In King Shrewd's day these had been considered the less desirable rooms, for they faced the hills behind the keep and the sunset, rather than the water and the sunrise. In those days they had been furnished more simply, and were considered suitable for lesser nobility. Either the status of the rooms had improved, or the fool had been very lavish with his own money. I opened a heavy oak door for him at his gesture, and then followed him into the chambers where both taste and quality had been indulged in equal measure. Deep greens and rich browns predominated in the thick rugs underfoot, and the opulently cushioned chairs. Through a door I glimpsed an immense bed, fat with pillows and feather-bed, and so heavily draped that even in Buck's coldest winter no draught would find the occupant. For the summer weather, the heavy curtains had been roped back with tasselled cords, and a fall of lace sufficed to keep all flying insects at bay. Carved chests and wardrobes stood casually ajar, the volume of garments within threatening to cascade out into the room. There was an air of rich and pleasant disorder, completely unlike the fool's ascetic tower room that I recalled of old. Lord Golden flung himself into a chair as I closed the door quietly behind us. A last slice of sunlight from the westering sun came in the tall window and fell across him as if by accident. He steepled his graceful hands before him and lolled his head back against the cushions, and suddenly I perceived the deliberate artifice of the chair's position and his pose. This entire rich room was a setting for his golden beauty. Every colour chosen, every placement of furniture was done to achieve this end. In this place and time he glowed in the honey light of the sunset. I lifted my eyes to consider the arrangement of the candles, the angles of the chairs. "You take your place like a figure stepping into a carefully composed portrait," I observed quietly. He smiled, his obvious pleasure in the compliment a confirmation of my words. Then he came to his feet as effortlessly as a cat. His arm and hand twined through a motion to point at each door of the room. "My bedchamber, the privy room, my private room." This door was closed, as was the last one. "And your chamber, Tom Badgerlock." I did not ask him about his private room. I knew his need for solitude of old. I crossed the room and tugged open the door to my quarters. I peered inside the small, dark room. It had no window. As my eye adjusted, I could make out a narrow cot in the corner, a washstand, and a small chest. There was a single candle in a holder on the washstand. That was all. I turned back to the fool with a quizzical look. "Lord Golden," he said with a wry smile, "is a shallow, venal fellow. He is witty and quick-tongued and very charming to his fellows and completely unaware of those of lesser stations. So, your chamber reflects that. No window? No fireplace? No different from most of the servants' chambers on this floor. It has, however, one singularly remarkable advantage that most of the others lack." I glanced back into the room. "Whatever it is, I don't see it. And that is exactly what is intended. Come." Taking my arm, he accompanied me into the dark little room. He shut the door firmly behind us. We were instantly plunged into complete darkness. Speaking quietly next to me, he observed, "Always remember that the door must be shut for this to work. Over here. Give me your hand." I complied, and he guided my hand over the rough stone of the outer wall adjacent to the door. "Why must we do this in the dark?" I demanded. "It was faster than kindling candles. Besides, what I am showing you cannot be seen, only felt. There. Feel that?" "I think so." It was a very slight unevenness in the stone. "Measure it off with your hand, or whatever you want to do to learn where it is." I obliged him, discovering that it was about 6 of my handspans from the corner of the room, and at the height of my chin. "Now what?" Push. Gently. It does not take much. I obeyed, and felt the stone shift very slightly beneath my hand. A small click sounded, but not from the wall before me. Instead, it came from behind me. "This way," the fool told me, and in the darkness led me to the opposite wall of the small chamber. Again he set my hand to the wall and told me to push. The darkness gave way on oiled hinges, the seeming stone no more than a facade that swung away at my touch. "Very quiet," the fool observed approvingly. "He must have greased it." I blinked as my eyes adjusted to a subtle light leaking down from high above. In a moment I could see a very narrow staircase leading up. It paralleled the wall of the room. A corridor, equally narrow, snaked away into darkness following the wall. "I believe you are expected," the fool told me in his aristocratic sneer, "as is Lord Golden, but in far different company. I will excuse you from your duties as my valet, at least for tonight. You are dismissed, Tom Badgerlock." "Thank you, master," I replied snidely. I craned my neck to peer up the stairs. They were stone, obviously built into the wall when the castle was first constructed. The grey quality of the light that seeped down suggested daylight rather than lamplight. The fool's hand settled briefly on my shoulder, delaying me. In a far different voice he said, "I'll leave a candle burning in the room for you." The hand squeezed affectionately. "And welcome home, Fitz chivalry Farseer." I turned to look back at him. "Thank you, fool." We nodded to one another, an oddly formal farewell, and I began to climb the stair. On the third stair I heard a snick behind me and looked back. The door had closed. I climbed for quite a distance. Then the staircase turned, and I perceived the source of the light. Narrow openings, not even as wide as arrow slits, permitted the setting sun to finger in. The light was growing dimmer, and I suddenly perceived that when the sun set I would be plunged into absolute darkness. I came to a junction in the corridor at that time. Truly, Chade's rat warren of tunnels, stairs, and corridors within Buckkeep Castle were far more extensive than I had ever imagined. I closed my eyes for a moment and imagined the layout of the castle. After a brief hesitation I chose a path and went on. As I travelled, from time to time I became aware of voices. Tiny peepholes gave me access to bedchambers and parlours, as well as providing slivers of light in long, dark stretches of corridor. A wooden stool, dusty with disuse, sat in one alcove. I sat down on it and peered through a slit into a private audience chamber that I recognised from my service with King Shrewd. Evidently the magnificent woodwork that framed the hearth furnished this spy post. Having taken my bearings from this, I hastened on. At last I saw a yellowish glow in the secret passageway far ahead of me. Hurrying towards it, I found a bend in the corridor and a fat candle burning in a glass. Far down another stretch I glimpsed a second candle. From that point on, the tiny lights led me on, until I climbed a very steep stair and suddenly found myself standing in a small stone room with a narrow door. The door swung open at my touch, and I found myself stepping out from behind the wine rack into Chade's tower room. I looked about the chamber with new eyes. It was uninhabited at the moment, but a small fire crackling on the hearth and a laden table told me I was indeed expected. The great bedstead was overladen with comforters, cushions, and furs, as it had always been, yet an elaborate spider-web constructed amidst the dusty hangings spoke of disuse. Chade used this room still, but he no longer slept here. I ventured down to the workroom end of the chamber, past the scroll-laden racks and the shelves of arcane equipment. Sometimes when one goes back to the scene of one's childhood, things seem smaller. What was mysterious and the sole province of adults suddenly seems commonplace and mundane when viewed with mature eyes. Such was not the case with Chade's workroom. The little pots carefully labelled in his decisive hand, the blackened kettles and stained pestles, the spilled herbs and the lingering odours still worked their spell on me. The wit and the skill were mine, but the strange chemistries that Chade practised here were a magic I had never mastered. Here I was still an apprentice, knowing only the basics of my master's sophisticated lore. My travels had taught me a bit. A shallow, gleaming bowl draped with a cloth was a scrying basin. I'd seen them used by fortune-tellers in Chalcedian towns. I thought of the night that Chade had wakened me from a drunken stupor to tell me that Neat Bay was under attack from Red Ship raiders. There had been no time that night to demand how he knew. I had always assumed it had been a messenger bird. Now I wondered. The work hearth was cold, but tidier than I recalled. I wondered who his new apprentice was, and if I would meet the lad. Then my musings were cut short by the sound of a door closing softly. I turned to see Chade Falstar standing near a scroll rack. For the first time I realized that there were no obvious doors in the chamber. Even here, all was still deception. He greeted me with a warm, if weary, smile. "And here you are at last. When I saw Lord Golden enter the great hall smiling, I knew you would be awaiting me. Oh, Fitz, you have no idea how relieved I am to see you." I grinned at him. In all our years together, I can't recall a more ominous greeting from you. It's an ominous time, my boy. Come, sit down, eat. We've always reasoned best over food. I've so much to tell you, and you may as well hear it with a full belly. Your messenger did not tell me much, I admitted, taking a place at the small, lavishly spread table. There were cheeses, pastries, cold meats, fruit that was fragrantly ripe, and spicy breads. There was both wine and brandy, but Chade began with tea from an earthenware pot warm at the edge of the fire. When I reached for the pot, a gesture of his hand warded me off. "I'll put on more water," he offered, and hung a kettle to boil. I watched the set of his mouth as he sipped the dark brew in his cup. He did not seem to relish it, yet he sank back in his chair with a sigh. I kept my thoughts to myself. As I began to heap my plate, Chade noted, "My messenger told you as much as he knew, which was nothing. One of my greatest tasks has been to keep this private. Where do I begin? It's hard to decide, for I don't know what precipitated this crisis." I swallowed a mouthful of bread and ham. "Tell me the heart of it, and we can work backwards from there." His green eyes were troubled. "Very well." He took breath, then hesitated. He poured us both brandy. As he set mine before me, he said, "Prince Dutiful is missing. We think he might have run off on his own. If he did, he likely had help. It is possible that he was taken against his will, but neither the Queen nor I think that likely. There." He sat back in his chair and watched for my reaction. It took me a moment to marshal my thoughts. How could it happen? Who do you suspect? How long has he been gone? He held up a hand to halt my flow of questions. 6 days and 7 nights, counting tonight. I doubt he will reappear before morning, though nothing could please me better. How did it happen? Well, I do not criticize my queen, but her mountain ways are often difficult for me to accept. The prince has come and gone as he pleased from both castle and keep since he was 13. She seemed to think it best that he get to know his people on a common footing. There have been times when I thought that was wise, for it has made the folk fond of him. I myself have felt that it was time he had a guard of his own to accompany him, or at least a tutor of the well-muscled sort. But Catrican, as you may recall, can be as unbending as stone. In that she has had her way. He came and went as he wished, and the guards had their orders to let him do so. The water was boiling. Chade still kept teas where he always had, and he made no comment as I rose to make my tea. He seemed to be gathering his thoughts, and I let him, for my own thoughts were milling in every direction like a panicky flock of sheep. He could already be dead, I heard myself say aloud, and then could have bitten my tongue out at the stricken look on Chade's face. "He could," the old man admitted. "He is a hearty, healthy boy, unlikely to turn away from a challenge. This absence need not be a plot. An ordinary accident could be at the base of it. I thought of that. I've a discreet man or two at my beck, and they've searched the base of the sea cliffs and the more dangerous ravines where he likes to hunt. Still, I think that if he were injured, his little hunting cat might still have come back to the castle. Though it is hard to say with cats. A dog would, I think, but a cat might just revert to being wild. In any case, unpleasant as the idea is, I have thought to look for a body. None has been discovered. A hunting cat? I ignored my jabbing thought to ask, "You said run away, or possibly taken. What would make you think either one likely?" "The first, because he's a boy trying to learn to be a man in a court that makes neither easy for him. The second, because he's a prince, newly betrothed to a foreign princess and rumoured to be possessed of the wit. That gives several factions any number of reasons to either control him or destroy him." He gave me several silent minutes to digest that. Several days would not have been enough. I must have looked as sick as I felt, for Chade finally said softly, "We think that even if he has been taken, he is most valuable to his kidnappers alive." I found a breath and spoke through a dry mouth. "Has anyone claimed to have him? Demanded ransom?" "No." I cursed myself for not staying abreast of politics in the 6 duchies, but had not I sworn never to become involved in them again? It suddenly seemed a child's foolish resolve never to get caught in the rain again. I spoke quietly, for I felt ashamed. "You're going to have to educate me, Chade, and swiftly. What factions? How does it benefit their interests to have control of the prince? What foreign princess? And this last question near choked me. Why would anyone think Prince Dutiful was witted?" "Because you were," Chade said shortly. He reached again for his teapot and replenished his cup. It poured even blacker this time, and I caught a whiff of a treacly yet bitter-edged aroma. He gulped down a mouthful and swiftly followed it with a toss of brandy. He swallowed. His green eyes met mine, and he waited. I said nothing. Some secrets still belonged to me alone. At least, I hoped they did. "You were witted," he resumed. "Some say it must have come from your mother, whoever she was. And Ada, forgive me, I have encouraged that thinking. But others point back a time to the piebald prince and several other oddlings in the Farseer line to say, no, the taint is there, down in the roots, and Prince Dutiful is a shoot from that line." "But the piebald prince died without issue. Dutiful is not of his line. What made folk think that the prince might be witted?" Chade narrowed his eyes at me. "Do you play cat and mouse with me, boy?" He set his hands on the edge of the table. Veins and tendons stood up ropily on their backs as he leaned towards me to demand, "Do you think I'm losing my faculties, Fitz? Because I can assure you I'm not. I may be getting old, boy, but I'm as acute as ever, I promise you that." Until that moment I had not doubted it. This outburst was so uncharacteristic of Chade that I found myself leaning back in my chair and regarding him with apprehension. He must have interpreted the look in my eyes, for he sat back in his chair and dropped his hands into his lap. When he spoke again, it was my mentor of old that I heard. "Starling told you of the minstrel at Springfest. You know of the unrest in the land among the witted, yes? And you know of those who call themselves the piebalds. There is an unkinder name for them. The cult of the bastard." He gave me a baleful look, but gave me no time to absorb that information. He waved a hand, dismissing my shock. "Whatever they call themselves, they have recently taken up a new weapon. They expose families tainted by the wit. I do not know if they seek to prove how widespread the wit is, or if their aim is the destruction of their fellows who will not ally with them. Posts appear in public places. Gerry, the tanner's son, is witted. His beast is a yellow hound. Lady Winsome is witted. Her beast is her Merlin. Each post is signed with their emblem, a piebald horse. Who is witted and who is not has become court gossip these days. Some deny the rumours, others flee to country estates if they are landed, to a distant village and a new name if they are not. If those posts are true, there are far more who possess the beast magic than even you might suppose, or—" And he cocked his head at me. "Do you know far more of all this than I do?" "No," I replied mildly. I do not. I cleared my throat. Nor was I aware how completely Starling reported to you. He steepled his hands under his chin. I've offended you. No, I lied. It's not that. It's that, damn me, I've become a testy old man despite all I've done to avoid it, and I offend you, and you lie to me about it, and when only you can aid me, I drive you away from me. My judgment fails me just when I need it most. His eyes suddenly met mine, and horror stood in his gaze. Before my eyes the old man dwindled. His voice became an uncertain whisper. Fitz, I am terrified for the boy, terrified. The accusation was not posted publicly. It was sent in a sealed note. It was not signed at all, not even with the piebald sigil. Do what is right, it said. And no one else ever need know. Ignore this warning, and we will take action of our own. But they didn't say what they wanted of us, not specifically, so what could we do? We didn't ignore it, we simply waited to hear more, and then he's gone. The Queen fears too many things to list. She fears most that they will kill him, but what I fear is worse than that. Not just that they will kill him, but that they will reduce him to what you were when Burrick and I first pulled you from that false grave. A beast in a man's body. He rose, suddenly, and walked away from the table. I do not know if he felt shamed that his love for the boy could reduce him to such terror, or if he sought to spare me the recollection of what I had been. He need not have bothered. I had become adept at refusing those memories. He stared unseeing at a tapestry for a time, and then cleared his throat. When he went on, it was the Queen's adviser who spoke. The Farseer throne would not stand before that Fitzchivalry. We have needed a king for too long. If the boy were proven witted, even that I think I could manage to set in a different light. But if he were shown to his dukes as a beast, all would come undone, and the 6 duchies will never become the 7 duchies, but will instead be reduced to squabbling city-states and lands between that know no rule. Catrican and I have come such a long and weary road, my boy, in the years that you have been gone. Neither she nor I can really muster the unquestionable authority that a true Farseer-born king could wield. Through the years we have sailed a shifting sea of alliances with first these dukes, then those ones, always netting a majority that allowed us to survive another season. We are so close now, so close. In 2 more years he will be prince no more, but take the title of king in waiting. 1 year of that, and I think I could persuade the dukes to recognize him as a full king. Then I think we might feel secure for a time. When King Aod of the mountains dies, Dutiful inherits his mantle as well. We will have the mountains at our back, and if this marriage alliance Catrican has negotiated with the Out Islands Hetgerd prospers, we will have friendship in the seas to the north. Hetgerd? An alliance of nobles. They have no king there, no high ruler. The Kebble Rawbread was an anomaly for them, but this Hetgerd has a number of powerful men in it, and one of them, Archon Bloodblade, has a daughter. Messages have gone back and forth. His daughter and Dutiful seem to be suitable for one another. The Hetgerd has sent a delegation to formally recognize their betrothal. It will be here soon. If Prince Dutiful meets their expectations, the affiancing will be recognized at a ceremony at the next new moon. He turned back to me, shaking his head. I fear it is too soon for such an alliance. Bayerns does not like it, nor Ripon. They would probably profit from the renewed trade, but the wounds are still too fresh. Better, I would think, to wait another 5 years. Let the trade swell slowly between the countries, let Dutiful take up the reins of the 6 duchies, and then propose an alliance, not with my prince, but with a lesser offering. A daughter of one of the dukes, perhaps a younger son. But that is only my advice. I am not the Queen, and the Queen has made her will known. She will have peace in her lifetime, she proclaims. I think she attempts too much, to meld the Mountain Kingdom into the Six Duchies as a seventh, and to put an Outislander woman on our throne as queen. It is too much. Too soon. It was almost as if he had forgotten I was there. He thought aloud before me with a carelessness that he had never displayed in the years when Shrewd was on the throne. In those years he would never have spoken a word of doubt on any of the king's decisions. I wondered if he regarded our foreign-born queen as more fallible, or if he deemed me now mature enough to hear his misgivings. He took his chair across from me, and again our eyes met. In that moment, cold walked up my spine as I realized what I confronted. Chade was not the man he had been. He had aged, and despite his denials, the keen mind fought to shine past the fluttering curtains of his years. Only the structure of his spyweb, built so painstakingly through the years, sustained his power now. Whatever drugs he brewed in his teapot were not quite enough to firm the facade. To realize that was like missing a step on a dark, steep stair. I suddenly grasped just how far and how swiftly we all could fall. I reached across the table to set my hand upon his. I swear I strove to will strength into him. I gripped his eyes with mine and sought to give him confidence. "Begin the night before he disappeared," I suggested quietly, "and tell me all that you know. After all these years, I should report to you and let you draw the conclusions." I thought I had affronted him, but then his smile dawned. "Ah, Fitz, thank you. Thank you, boy. After all these years, it is so good to have you back at my side. So good to have someone I can trust. The night before Prince Dutiful vanished, well, let me see then." For a time those green eyes looked far afield. I feared for a moment that I had sent his mind wandering, but then he suddenly looked back at me, and his glance was keen. "I'll go back a bit further than that. We had quarrelled that morning, the Prince and I. Well, not quarrelled exactly. Dutiful is too mannered to quarrel with an elder, but I had lectured him, and he had sulked, much as you used to. I declare, sometimes it is a wonder to me how much that boy can put me in mind of you." He huffed out a brief sigh. "Anyway, we had had a little confrontation. He came to me for his morning skill lesson, but he could not keep his mind on it. There were circles under his eyes, and I knew he had been out late again with that hunting cat of his. And I warned him sharply that if he could not regulate himself so as to arrive refreshed and ready for lessons, it could be done for him. The cat could be put out in the stables with the other coursing beasts to assure that my prince would get a good sleep every night. That, of course, ill-suited him. He and that cat have been inseparable ever since that beast was given to him. But he did not speak of the cat or his late-night excursions, possibly because he thinks I am less well informed of them than I truly am. Instead, he attacked the lessons, and his tutor, as being at fault. He told me that he had no head for the skill, and never would, no matter how much sleep he got. I told him not to be ridiculous, that he was a Farseer, and the skill was in his blood. He had the nerve to tell me that I was the one being ridiculous, for I had but to look in the mirror to see a Farseer who had no skill. Chade cleared his throat and sat back in his chair. It took me a moment to realize that he was amused, not annoyed. "He can be an insolent pup," he growled, but in his complaint I heard a fondness and a pride in the boy's spirit. It amused me in a different way. A much milder remark from me at that age would have earned me a good rap on the head. The old man had mellowed. I hoped his tolerance for the boy's insolence would not ruin him. Princes, I thought, needed more discipline than other boys, not less. I offered a distraction of my own. "Then you've begun teaching him the skill?" I put no judgment in my voice. "I've begun trying," Chade growled, and there was concession in his. "I feel like a mole telling an owl about the sun. I've read the scrolls, Fitz, and I've attempted the meditations and the exercises they suggest, and sometimes I almost feel something. But I don't know if it's what I'm meant to feel or only an old man's wistful imagining. I told you, I said, and I kept my voice gentle. It can't be learned, nor taught from a scroll. The meditation can ready you for it, but then someone has to show it to you. That's why I sent for you, he replied, too quickly, because you are not only the only one who can properly teach the skill to the prince, you are also the only one who can use it to find him. I sighed. Chade, the skill doesn't work that way. Say, rather, that you were never taught to use the skill that way. It's in the scrolls, Fitz. It says that two who have been joined by the skill can find one another with it, if they need to. All my other efforts to find the prince have failed. Dogs put on his scent, ran well for half the morning, and then raced in circles, whimpering in confusion. My best spies have nothing to tell me. Bribes have bought me nothing. The skill is all that is left, I tell you. I thrust aside my piqued curiosity. I did not want to see the scrolls. Even if the scrolls claim it can be done, you say it happens between two who have been joined by the skill. The prince and I have no such. I think you do. There is a certain tone of voice Chade has that stops one from speaking. It warns that he knows far more than you think he does, and cautions you against telling him lies. It was extremely effective when I was a small boy. It was a bit of a shock to find it was no less effective now that I was a man. I slowly drew breath into my lungs, but before I could ask, he answered me. Certain dreams the prince has recounted to me first woke my suspicions. They started with occasional dreams when he was very small. He dreamed of a wolf bringing down a doe and a man rushing up to cut her throat. In the dream he was the man, yet he could also see the man. That first dream excited him. For a day and a half he spoke of little else. He told it as if it were something he had done himself. He paused. Dutiful was only 5 at the time. The detail of his dream far exceeded his own experience. I still said nothing. It was years before he had another such dream. Or perhaps I should say it was years before he spoke to me of one. He dreamed of a man fording a river. The water threatened to sweep him away, but at the last he managed to cross it. He was too wet and too cold to build a fire to warm himself, but he lay down in the shelter of a fallen tree. A wolf came to lie beside him and warm him, and again the prince told me this dream as something that he himself had done. I love it, he told me. It is almost as if there is another life that belongs to me, one that is far away and free of being a prince, a life that belongs to me alone, where I have a friend who is as close as my own skin. It was then that I suspected he had had other such skill dreams, but had not shared them with me. He waited, and this time I had to break my silence. I took a breath. If I shared those moments of my life with the prince, I was unaware of it. But yes, those are true events. I halted, suddenly wondering what else he had shared. I recalled Verity's complaint that I did not guard my thoughts well, and that my dreams and experiences sometimes intruded on his. I thought of my trysts with Starling and prayed I would not blush. It had been a very long time since I had bothered to set skill walls round myself. Obviously I must do so again. Another thought came in the wake of that. Obviously my skill talent had not degraded as much as I believed. A surge of exhilaration came with that thought. It was probably, I told myself viciously, much the same as what a drunk felt on discovering a forgotten bottle beneath the bed. And you have shared moments of the prince's life? Chade pressed me. Perhaps. I suspect so. I often have vivid dreams, and to dream of being a boy in Buckkeep is not so foreign from my own experience, but I took a breath and forced myself on. The important thing here is the cat, Chade. How long has he had it? Do you think he's witted? Is he bonded to the cat? I felt like a liar, asking questions when I already knew the answers. My mind was rapidly shuffling through my dreams of the last 15 years, sorting out those that came with the peculiar clarity that lingered after waking. Some could have been episodes from the prince's life. Others... I halted at the recollection of my fever dream of Burrick. Nettle, too? Dream-sharing with Nettle? This new insight reordered my memory of the dream. I had not just witnessed those events from Nettle's perspective. I had been skill-sharing her life. It was possible that, as with Dutiful, the flow of skill-sharing had gone both ways. What had seemed a cherished glimpse into her life, a tiny window on Molly and Burrick, was now revealed as her vulnerability before my carelessness. I winced away from the thought, and resolved a stronger wall about my thoughts. How could I have been so incautious? How many of my secrets had I spilled before those most vulnerable to them? How would I know if the boy was witted? Chade replied testily. I never knew you were until you told me. Even then, I didn't know what you were telling me at first. I was suddenly weary, too tired to lie. Who was I trying to protect with deceit? I knew too well that lies did not shield for long, that in the end they became the largest chinks in any man's armour. I suspect he is, and bonded to the cat, from dreams I've had. Before my eyes, the man aged. He shook his head wordlessly, and poured more brandy for both of us. I drank mine off while he drank his in long, considering sips. When he finally spoke, he said, I hate irony. It is a manacle that ties our dreams to our fears. I had hoped you had a dream bond with the boy, a tie that would let you use the skill to find him, and indeed you do. But with it you reveal my greatest fear for Dutiful is real. The wit. Oh, Fitz. I wish I could go back and make my fears foolish instead of real. Who gave him the cat? One of the nobles. It was a gift. He receives far too many gifts. All try to curry favour with him. Catrican tries to turn aside those of the more valuable sort. She worries it will spoil the boy, but it was only a little hunting cat. Yet it may be the gift that spoils him for his life. Who gave it to him? I pressed. I will have to look back in my journals, Chade confessed. He gave me a dark look. You can't expect an old man to have a young man's memory. I do the best I can, Fitz. His reproachful look spoke volumes. If I had returned to Buckkeep, resumed my tasks at his side, I would know these vital answers. The thought brought a new question to my mind. Where is your new apprentice in all of this? He met my gaze speculatively. After a moment he said, Not ready for tasks such as these. I met his gaze squarely. Is he perhaps recovering from a lightning strike from a clear sky? One that exploded an unused storage shed? He blinked, but kept control of his face. Even his voice remained steady as he ignored my thrust. No, Fitzchivalry, this task belongs to you. Only you have the unique abilities needed. What exactly do you want of me? The question was as good as surrender. I had already hastened to his side at his call. He knew I was still his. So did I. Find the prince. Return him to us discreetly, and Ada save us unharmed. And do it while my excuses for his absence are still believable. Get him home safely to us before the Outislander delegation arrives to formalize the betrothal to their princess. How soon is that? He shrugged helplessly. It depends on the winds and the waves and the strength of their oarsmen. They have already departed, the Out Islands. We had a bird to tell us so. The formality is scheduled for the new moon. If they arrive before that, and the prince is not here, I could, perhaps, fabricate something about his meditating alone before such a serious event in his life. But it would be a thin facade, one that would crumble if he did not appear for the ceremony. I reckoned it quickly in my head. That's more than a fortnight away. Plenty of time for a recalcitrant boy to change his mind and run home again. Chade looked at me somberly. Yet if the prince has been taken, and we do not yet know by whom or why, let alone how we will recover him, then 16 days seems but a pittance of time. I put my head in my hands for a moment. When I looked up, my old mentor was still regarding me hopefully, trusting me to see a solution that eluded him. I wanted to flee. I wanted never to have known any of this. I took a steadying breath. Then I ordered his mind as he had once disciplined mine. "I need information," I announced. "Don't assume I know anything about the situation, because it is likely I don't. I need to know, first of all, who gave him the cat, and how does that person feel about the wit and the prince's betrothal? Expand the circle from there. Who rivals the gift-giver? Who allies with him? Who at court most strongly persecutes those with the wit? Who most directly opposes the prince's betrothal? Who supports it? Which nobles have most recently been accused of having the wit in their families? Who could have helped Dutiful run, if run he did? And if he was taken, who had the opportunity? Who knew his midnight habits?" Each question I formulated seemed to beget another, yet in the face of that volley Chade seemed to grow steadier. These were questions he could answer, and his ability to answer them strengthened his belief that together we might prevail. I paused for breath. "And I still need to report to you the events of those days. However, you seem to be forgetting that the skill might save us hours of talk. Let me show you the scrolls and see if they make more sense to you than they do to me." I looked around me, but he shook his head. "I do not bring the prince here. This part of the castle remains a secret from him. I keep the skill scrolls in Verity's old tower, and it is there that the boy has his lessons. I keep the tower room well secured, and a trusted guard is always before the door." "Then how am I to have access to them?" He cocked his head at me. "There is a way to them from here to Verity's tower. It's a winding and narrow way with many steps, but you're a young man. You can manage them. Finish eating, then I will show you the way." Chapter 12. Charms. Catricon of the Mountains was wed to King-in-Waiting Verity of the 6 duchies before she had reached her 20th year. Their marriage was a political expedient, part of a larger negotiation to cement an alliance of trade and protection between the 6 duchies and the Mountain Kingdom. The death of her elder brother on the eve of her wedding bestowed an unexpected benefit to the 6 duchies. Any heir she now bore would inherit the mountain crown as well as that of the 6 duchies. Her transition from mountain princess to 6 duchies queen was not an easy one, yet she faced it with the acceptance of duty that is the stamp of the mountain rulers. She came to Buckkeep alone, without so much as a lady's maid to sustain her. She brought to Buckkeep her personal standards that required her to be ever ready to sacrifice herself in any way that her new station might demand of her. For in the mountains, that is the accepted role of the ruler, that the king is sacrifice for his people. Bedell's Mountain Queen. Night was ebbing towards morning before I made my way down the hidden stairs to seek my own bed. My head was stuffed full of facts, few of which seemed useful to my puzzle. I'd go to sleep, I decided. Somehow, when I awoke, my mind would have sorted it all out. I reached the panel that would lead back into my bedchamber, and paused. Chade had already taught me all his cautions for using these passages. Breath pent, I peered through the tiny slit in the stone. It afforded me a very narrow view of the room. I could see a candle guttering on a small table set in the centre of the room. That was all. I listened, but heard nothing. Silently I eased a lever that set unseen counterweights into motion. The door swung open, and I slipped back into my room. A nudge from me sent the door back into place. I stared at the wall. The portal was as invisible as ever. Lord Golden had thoughtfully provided a couple of scratchy wool blankets for the narrow cot in the stuffy little room. Tired as I was, it still looked remarkably uninviting. I could, I reminded myself, return to the tower room and sleep in Chade's magnificent bed. He no longer used it. But that prospect was uninviting in a different way. Recently used or not, that bed was Chade's bed. The tower room, the maps and the scroll racks, the arcane laboratory and the 2 hearths, all of that was Chade's, and I had no desire to make it mine by using it. This was better. The hard bed and the stuffy room were comforting reminders that my stay here was to be very brief. After a single evening of secrets and machinations, I was already weary of Buckkeep politics. My pack and Verity's sword were on the bed. I threw the pack to the floor, leaned Verity's sword in a corner, kicked my discarded clothing under the table, blew out the candle, and groped my way to bed. I thrust Dutiful and the Wit and all the attendant threads resolutely aside. I expected to fall asleep immediately. Instead, I stared, open-eyed, into the dark room. More personal worries found me and chewed on me. My boy and my wolf would be on the road to Buckkeep tonight. It was unsettling to realize I was now counting on Hap to care for the old wolf that had always been his protector. He had his bow, and he was good with it. They'd be fine. Unless they were set on by highwaymen. Even then, Hap would probably eliminate 1 or 2 before they were captured, which would probably anger the rest of them. Nighteyes would fight to the death before he'd let Hap be taken, which left me with the pleasant image of my wolf dead in the road and my son captured by angered highwaymen, and I'd be too far away to do anything for them. Wool blankets itch even more when you sweat. I rolled over to stare at a different patch of darkness. I wouldn't think about Hap just now. There was no point to worrying about disasters that hadn't happened yet. Unwillingly, I let my mind wander back to Chade's skill scrolls and the present crisis. I had expected 3 or 4 scrolls. What he had shown me were several chests of scrolls, in various degrees of preservation. Even he had not been through all of them, though he thought he had them somewhat sorted into topics and levels of difficulty. He had presented me with a large table with 3 scrolls unrolled on it. My heart sank. The lettering on 2 of the scrolls was so archaic I could barely decipher it. The other seemed more recent, but almost immediately I encountered words and phrases that made no sense to me. It recommended an anticular trance and suggested a helpful infusion made from a herb called shepherd's wort. I'd never heard of it. The scroll further cautioned me to beware of dividing my partner's self-barrier, as I might then diffuse his anma. I looked up at Chade in bewilderment. He divined my problem instantly. "I thought you would know what it meant," he said, defeatedly. I shook my head. If Galen ever knew what these words and terms mean, he never divulged them to me. Chade gave a snort of contempt. "I doubt our skill master could even read these characters," he sighed. "Half of any trade is understanding the vocabulary and idiom that the practitioners use. With time, we might piece it together with clues from other scrolls, but we have precious little time. With every passing moment, the prince may be carried farther from Buckkeep. Or he may never even have left the town. Chade, you have cautioned me many times not to take action simply for the sake of taking action. If we rush forth, we may be rushing in the wrong direction. First think, then act." It had felt so strange to remind my master of his own wisdom. I had watched him grudgingly nod to it. While he pored over the archaic lettering, muttering as his pen flowed a clear translation onto paper, I had carefully read the more accessible scroll. Then I had read it again, hoping it would make more sense. On my 3rd attempt, I found myself nodding off over the old, blurred lettering. Chade had leaned across the table to clasp my wrist gently. "Go to bed, boy," he ordered me gruffly. "Lack of sleep makes a man stupid, and this will demand your best wits." I had conceded and left him there, still hunched over his pen and paper. I shifted onto my back. I ached from all the stairs I had climbed today. Well, as long as I could not sleep, I might as well see what good I could do. I closed my eyes to the pressing darkness and composed myself. I emptied my mind of my concerns and tried only to recall the last dream I had had of the boy and the cat. I conjured up their exhilaration at the night and the hunt. I summoned my recollection of the scents that had flavoured the air, and reached for the indefinable aura of a dream not my own. Almost I could enter that dream, but that was not what I sought. I tried to recall a tenuous skill link I had not been aware of at the time I had experienced it. Prince Dutiful, the son of my body. These titles in my mind had no impressions attached to them, yet oddly they interfered with what I was trying to do. My preconceived notions of Dutiful, my possessive idealizations of what my natural son would be like, stood between me and the frail threads of the skill link I sought to untangle. From somewhere in the keep, the stone bones of the castle carried a stray bit of music to my ears. It distracted me. I blinked at the dark before me. I had lost all sense of time. Night stretched eternally around me. I hated this windowless room, shut off from the natural world. I hated the confinement I had to endure. I had lived with the wolf too long to find it tolerable. In frustration, I abandoned the skill and reached out with the wit for my companion. He still had up the guard he had so often employed of late. I could sense him sleeping, and as I leaned against his walls, I felt the dull thunder of pain in his hips and back. I withdrew quickly when I sensed that my focusing on his pain was bringing it to the forefront of his mind. I had sensed no fear or foreboding in him, only weariness and aching joints. I wrapped him in my thoughts, drawing gratefully on his senses.
"I'm sleeping," he grumpily informed me.
Then,
"You're worried about something?"
"No, it's nothing. I just wanted to know you were fine."
"Oh, yes, we're fine. We've had a lovely day of walking down a dry, dusty road. Now we're sleeping at the edge of it."
Then, more kindly, he added,
"Don't worry about things you can't change. I'll be with you soon."
"Watch Hap for me?"
"Of course. Go to sleep."
I could smell damp grass and the trickling smoke of the campfire, and even Hap's salty sweat as he lay nearby. It reassured me. All was well in my world then. I let go of all save those simple sensations and finally spiraled down into sleep. "Might I remind you that you are to serve as my valet, not the reverse?" The words that jolted me from sleep were spoken in Lord Golden's arrogant sneer, but the smile on the fool's face was entirely his own. A set of clothing hung over his arm, and I could smell warm, scented water. He was already faultlessly dressed in garb that was even more elegantly understated than what he had worn yesterday. His colours today were cream and forest green, with a thin edging of gilt at his cuffs and collar. He wore a new earring, a filigreed golden orb. I knew what was inside it. He looked fresh and alert. I sat up and then cradled my aching head in my hands. "Skill headache?" he asked, sympathetically. I shook my head and the pain rattled inside it. "I only wish it were," I muttered. I glanced up at him. "I'm just tired." "I thought perhaps you would sleep in the tower." "It didn't feel right." I rose and tried to stretch, but my back kinked in protest. The fool set the clothing across the foot of the bed and then sat down on my rumpled blankets. "So, any thoughts on where our prince might be?" "Too many. Anywhere in Buck Duchy or even beyond the borders by now. There are too many nobles who might want to take him. If he ran on his own, that only increases the number of places he might have gone." The wash-water was still steaming. A few leaves of lemon balm floated fragrantly on the surface of the plain pottery bowl. I plunged my face into it gratefully, and came up rubbing my hands over my face. I felt more awake and aware of the world. "I need a bath. Are the steam baths behind the guards' barracks still there?" "Yes, but servants don't use them. You'll have to be wary of falling back into old habits. Personal servants, generally speaking, get the second use of their master's or mistress's bathwater. Or they haul their own from the kitchens." I gave him a look. "I'll haul my own tonight." I proceeded to make the best use I could of the hand basin while he sat and silently watched me. While I was shaving, he observed quietly, "You'll have to get up earlier tomorrow. All the kitchen staff know that I'm an early riser." I looked at him in consternation. "And?" "And they'll be expecting my servant to come down for my breakfast tray." The sense sank in slowly. He was right. I needed to do a better job of stepping into my role if I was to find out anything useful. "I'll go now," I offered. He shook his head. "Not looking like that. Lord Golden is a proud and temperamental man. He would not keep such a rough-thatched servant as you show yourself now. We must make you look your part. Come here and sit down." I followed him out into the light and air of the master chamber. He had set out comb, brush, and shears on his table, and propped a large mirror on it. I steeled myself to endure this. I crossed to the door to be sure it was securely bolted against untimely intrusion. Then I sat in a chair and waited for him to lop my hair into a servant's short cut. I freed my hair from its tail as Lord Golden took up the shears. When I looked into his ornately framed mirror, I saw a man I scarcely recognized. There is something about a large glass and seeing oneself all at once. Starling was right, I decided. I did look much older than my years. When I leaned back from the mirror and regarded my face, I was surprised to see how my scar had faded. It was still there, as a seam, but it was not as remarkable as it had been on a young man's unlined face. The fool let me look at myself for a time in silence. Then he gathered my hair into his hands. I glanced up at his face in the mirror. His lower lip was caught in his teeth in an agony of indecision. Abruptly he clacked the shears back onto the table. "No," he said emphatically. "I can't bring myself to do it, and I don't think we need to." He took a breath, then rapidly curried my hair back into its warrior tail. "Try the clothing," he urged me. "I had to guess at size, but no one expects a servant's clothing to be well tailored." I went back to the small chamber and looked at the garments draped across the foot of my cot. They were cut from the familiar blue homespun that servants at Buckkeep had always worn. It was not all that different from the clothing I had worn as a child, but as I put it on, it felt different. I was donning the garments that marked me to all eyes as a serving man. A disguise, I told myself. I was not truly anyone's servant. But with a sudden pang I wondered how Molly had felt the first time she had donned the blue dress of a serving girl. Bastard or not, I was the son of a prince. I had never expected to wear the garments of a servant. In place of my Farseer charging buck there was an embroidery of Lord Golden's golden cock pheasant. Yet the garments fitted me well, and actually these are the best quality clothes I've worn in years, I admitted ruefully. The fool leaned round the door to look at me, and for a second I thought I saw anxiety in his eyes. But at the sight of me, he grinned, then made a show of walking a slow circle of inspection around me. "You'll do, Tom Badgerlock." There are boots by the door, made a good 3 finger-widths longer than my foot and wider too. Best you put your things away in the chest, so that if anyone does become curious to look around our rooms, there will be nothing to arouse suspicion. This I did hastily, while the fool quickly tidied his own chamber. Verity's sword went under the clothing in my chest. There were scarcely enough garments to cover it. The boots fitted as well as new boots usually did. Time would make them comfortable. "I'm sure you remember the way to the kitchens. I always eat my breakfast on a tray in my room. The kitchen boys will be glad to see you're taking on the task of bringing it to me. It may give you an opening for gossip." He paused. "Tell them I ate little last night and hence am ravenous this morning. Then bring up enough for both of us." It was strange to have him direct me so minutely, but, I reminded myself, I had best get used to it. So I bobbed a bow at him and essayed a "Yes, sir," before I went out of the door of the chamber. He started to smile, caught himself, and inclined a slow nod to me. Outside the chamber the castle was well awake. Other servants were busy replenishing candles and sweeping soiled rushes away, or scurrying about with fresh linens or buckets of wash-water. Perhaps it was my new perspective, but it seemed to me that there were far more servants in Buckkeep than I recalled. It was not the only aspect that had changed. Queen Catricken's mountain ways were in more evidence than ever. In her years of residence, the inside of the castle had been raised to a new standard of cleanliness. A sparse simplicity characterized the rooms I passed, replacing decades of ornate clutter that had once filled them. The tapestries and banners that remained were clean and free of cobwebs. But in the kitchens, Cook Sarah still reigned. I stepped into the steam and smells, and it was like stepping through a doorway back into my boyhood. As Chade had told me, the old cook was ensconced on a chair rather than bustling from hearth to table to hearth, but clearly food was cooked in Buckkeep kitchens as it had always been cooked. I wrenched my eyes from Sarah's ample form, lest she catch my gaze and somehow know me. I tugged humbly at the sleeve of a serving boy to make Lord Golden's breakfast wishes known to him. The boy pointed out the trays, dishes, and cutlery, and then gestured wide at the cooking hearths. "You're his servant, not me," he pointed out snippily, and went back to chopping turnips. I scowled at him, but was inwardly grateful. I had soon served up enough for 2 very ample breakfasts onto the tray. I whisked it and myself out of the kitchen. I was halfway up the stair when I heard a familiar voice in conversation. I halted, and then leaned on the balustrade to look down. Unbidden, a smile came to my face. Queen Catrichan strode through the hall below. 6 ladies struggling valiantly to keep pace with her. I knew none of her ladies. They were all young, none much past 20. They had been children when last I was at Buckkeep. One looked vaguely familiar, but perhaps I had known her mother. My gaze fixed on the Queen. Catrichan's shining hair, still gloriously golden, was looped and pinned about her head in a crown of braids. She wore a simple circlet of silver upon her head. She was dressed in russet brown, with an embroidered yellow kirtle, and her skirts rustled as she walked. Her ladies emulated her simple style without being able to capture it, for it was Catrichan's innate grace that lent elegance to her unpretentious garb. Despite the years that had passed, her posture and stride were still upright and unfettered. She walked with purpose, but I saw a stillness captured in her face. Some part of her was constantly aware of her missing son, and yet she still moved through the court as a queen. My heart stood still at the sight of her. I thought how proud Verity would be of this woman, and, "Oh, my queen," I breathed to myself. She halted in mid-stride, and I almost heard the intake of her breath. She glanced about and then up, her eyes meeting mine across the distance. In the shadow of the great hall, I could not see her blue gaze, but somehow I felt it. For an instant our eyes locked, but her face held puzzlement, not recognition. I felt the sudden thwack of fingers against the side of my head. I turned to my attacker, too amazed to be angry. A gentleman of the court, taller than I, looked down on me in sharp disapproval. His words were clipped. "You are obviously new to Buckkeep, oaf. Here the servants are not permitted to stare so brazenly at the Queen. Be about your business. After this, remember your place, or soon you will have no place to remember." I looked down at the tray of food I gripped, struggling to control my face. Anger drenched me. I knew that my face had darkened with blood. It took every bit of my will to avert my eyes and bob my head. "Your pardon, sir, I will remember." I hoped he took my strangled voice for crushed humiliation rather than rage. Gripping the sides of the tray tightly, I continued my journey up the stairs as he went down, and did not allow myself to glance over the balustrade to see if my queen watched me go. A servant. A servant. I am a loyal, well-trained man-servant. I am newly come from the country, but well recommended. So I am a mannered servant, accustomed to discipline, accustomed to humiliation. Or was I? When I had followed Lord Golden into Buckkeep, Verity's blade in its plain scabbard had hung at my side. Surely some would have marked that. My complexion and the scars on my hands marked me as a man who lived more out of doors than in. If I was to play this role, then it must be believable. It must be a role I could endure, as well as one I could act convincingly. At Lord Golden's door I knocked, paused discreetly to allow my master to expect me, then entered. The fool was at the casement looking out. I closed the door carefully behind me, latched it, and then set down the tray on the table. As I began to lay out the meal, I spoke to his back. "I am Tom Badgerlock, your servant. I was recommended to you as a fellow who was educated above his station by an indulgent master, but kept more for his blade than his manners. You chose me because you wanted a manservant capable of being your bodyguard as well as your valet. You have heard that I am moody and occasionally quick-tempered, but you are willing to try me to see if I will serve your purpose. I am 42 years old. The scars I bear I took defending my last master from an attack by 6 highwaymen. I killed them all. I am not a man to be provoked lightly. When my last master died, he left me a small bequest that enabled me to live simply, But now my son has come of age, and I wished to apprentice him in Buckkeep town. You persuaded me to return to service as a way to defray my expenses." Lord Golden had turned from the window. His aristocratic hands clasped one another as he listened to my soliloquy. When I had finished, he nodded. "I like it, Tom Badgerlock. Such a coup for Lord Golden to have a manservant who is just a tiny bit dangerous to keep about. Such an air shall I put on over having hired such a man. You will do, Tom. You will do well." He advanced to the table, and I drew his chair out for him. He seated himself and looked over the setting and dishes I had prepared for him. "Excellent! This is exactly to my liking, Tom. Keep this up, and I shall have to raise your wages." He lifted his gaze to meet mine. "Sit down and eat with me," the fool suggested. I shook my head. Best I practice my manners, tea? For an instant the fool looked horrified. Then Lord Golden lifted a napkin and patted at his lips. "Please." I poured for him. "This son of yours, Tom, I have not met him. He's in Buckkeep town, is he?" "I told him to follow me here, sir." I suddenly realized I had told Hap little more than that. He would arrive with a weary old pony pulling a rickety cart with an aging wolf in it. I had not gone to Ginna's niece to ask her to expect him. What if she took affront at my assumption that my boy could come there? Like a wave breaking over me, my other life caught up with me. I'd made no provisions for him. He knew no one else in Buckkeep town save Starling, and I did not even know if she was currently in residence here. Besides, with relations strained between us, Hap was unlikely to turn to her for aid. Suddenly I knew I had to seek out the hedge witch and be sure my boy would be accepted there. I'd leave a message for Hap with her, and I had to approach Chade immediately about making provisions for him. Given what I knew now, it seemed a cold bargain, and my heart shrank within me at the thought of it. I could always borrow the money from the fool. I winced at the thought. Just what are my wages? I prompted myself to ask. But the words could not find their way to my tongue. Lord Golden pushed back from his table. "You are quiet, Tom Badgerlock. When your son does arrive, I expect you to present him to me. For now, I think I shall let you have the first morning to yourself. Tidy up here, get to know the castle and the grounds." He looked me over critically. "Fetch me paper, quill, and ink. I will write you a letter of credit to Scrandon the tailor. I expect you will find his shop easily enough. You knew it of old. You need to be measured for more clothing, some for every day, and some for when I want you to show well. If you are bodyguard as well as valet, then I think it fitting that you stand behind my chair at formal dinners, and accompany me when I ride. And go also to Croy's. He has a weapon stall down near the Smithy's Lane. Look through his used saws and find yourself a serviceable blade." I nodded to each of his orders. I went to a small desk in the corner to set out pen and ink for my master. Behind me, the fool spoke quietly. "Both Hod's work and Verity's blade are likely to be too well remembered here at Buckkeep Castle. I'd advise you to keep that blade in Chade's old tower room." I did not look at him as I replied, "I shall, and I shall also be speaking to the weapon master to ask him to provide me a practice partner. I shall tell him my skills are a bit rusty and you want me to sharpen them. Who was Prince Dutiful's drill partner?" The fool knew. He always knew things like that. He spoke as he took his seat at the writing desk. "Cresswell was his instructor, but he paired him most often with a young woman named Delaree. But you can't very well ask for her by name. Tell him you'd like to work with someone who fights with two swords to sharpen your defence skills. I believe that is her speciality." "I shall, thank you." A few moments passed as his pen scratched busily across the paper. Once or twice he looked up, regarding me with a speculative look that made me uneasy. I wandered over to his window and looked out of it. It was a lovely day. I wished it belonged solely to me. I smelled melting wax and turned around to see Lord Golden applying his seal to his missives. He let the wax cool a bit, then held them out to me. "Off you go, to tailor and weapons dealer. As for me, I think I shall stroll for a bit in the gardens, and then I have been invited to the Queen's parlour, for I saw her, Catrican." I choked on a bitter laugh. It seems so long ago. Us waking the stone dragons and all. And then something will happen and it seems like yesterday. The last time I saw Catrichan, she sat astride Verity as dragon and bade us all farewell. Now, today, I saw her and it suddenly all came real for me. She has reigned here as queen for well over a decade. I stepped aside from all this to heal, and because I thought I could no longer be part of it, now I've returned and I look around me and I think, I've missed my life. While I was off and alone, it went on here without me, and I'm forever doomed to be a stranger in my own home. Regrets are useless, the fool replied. All you can do is start from where you are, and who knows, perhaps what you bring back from your self-imposed exile may prove to be just what is needed. And time flies by us even as we speak. Quite so, Lord Golden replied. He gestured at his wardrobe. My coat, Badgerlock, the green one. I opened the wardrobe doors and extracted the required garment from its many brethren, then closed the panels as best I could upon the bulging excess. I held his coat for him, as so often I had seen Charim hold a coat for Verity, and assisted him into it. He held out his wrists to me, and I adjusted the cuffs and tugged the skirts of it straight. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes. "Very good, Badgerlock," he murmured. He preceded me to the door, and then waited while I opened it for him. Once he was gone, I latched it, and quickly finished the rest of the cooling breakfast. I stacked the dishes back on the tray. I looked at the entry to the fool's private room. Then I kindled a candle, entered my small chamber, and shut the door firmly behind me. But for the candle, the darkness would have been absolute. It took me a few moments to find the trigger that released the catch, and then 2 tries before I pressed the right spot on the wall. Despite the protest in my aching legs, I carried Verity's sword up the multitude of stairs to Chade's tower, and leaned it in the corner by the mantel. Once I was back in the fool's room, I cleared the table. When I glanced into the looking-glass, the breakfast things in my hands, I saw a Buckkeep serving man. I gave a short sigh, reminded myself to keep my eyes lowered, and left the room. Had I feared that on my return to Buckkeep Castle all would instantly recognize me? The reality was that no one even saw me. A glance at my servant's clothing and lowered eyes, and I was dismissed from the mind. I did receive sidelong looks from my fellow servants, but for the most part they were occupied with their own tasks. A few offered hasty greetings, and I accepted their welcome amiably. I would cultivate the servants, for little happens in any great house that the servants do not know about. I returned the dishes to the kitchen and left the castle. The guards passed me through with scarcely a word. I soon found myself on the steep roads that led down to the town. It was a fine day, and the road was well travelled. Summer seemed determined to linger a time yet. I fell in behind a group of ladies' maids going down to the town with baskets on their arms. They glanced warily back at me twice, and then ignored me. The rest of the way down the hill, I listened hungrily to their gossip, but found no hints there. They were speaking of the festivities that would accompany the prince's betrothal, and what their mistresses would wear. Somehow the Queen and Chade had been able to disguise the prince's absence. In the town I went quickly about Lord Golden's errands, but kept my ears pricked for any word that might pertain to Dutiful. I found the tailor's shop with no difficulty. As the fool had told me, I knew it of old, when it was Molly's chandlery. It was strange to enter that place. The tailor took my letter of credit with no hesitation, but clucked over Golden's command for haste in their sewing. Still, he has paid me well enough to make it worth my sleep tonight. Your clothes will be ready by tomorrow. I gathered from his other comments that Lord Golden had patronized him before. I stood silently on a low stool, and was measured. No questions were asked of me, for Lord Golden had specified in his note how he wished his servant dressed. I was free to stand silent and wonder if I could still catch the scents of beeswax and aromatic herbs, or if I deceived myself. Before I departed, I asked the man if he knew of any hedge witches in Buckkeep. I wanted to ask one if my new position boded well for me. He shook his head at my low-born superstition, but told me to ask about near the Smithies Lane. This suited me well, for my next errand took me to Croy's. I wondered that the fool knew this man's shop at all, for it was a jackdaw's nest of battered weapons and armour, but again the proprietor took Lord Golden's note without question. I took my time, finding a blade I could live with. I wanted a simple, well-made weapon, but of course that is what any true man-at-arms chooses, so that was what Croy had least of. After trying to interest me in several remarkable saws that had elaborate guards and nondescript blades, he gave up on me and left me to sort through his collection. I did so, but kept up a constant stream of observations at how Buckkeep had changed since I was last there. It was not hard to get him gossiping, and then to turn his tongue to omens and portents, and those who dealt in them. I did not have to mention Jinnah by name to hear of her. At length, I selected a blade truly worthy of my rusty skills. Croy tutted over it. "Your master has gold and to spare, good man. Choose yourself something with a bit of sparkle on it, or some style to the basket." I shook my head. No, I want nothing that will catch in a man's clothes when the fighting is close and hot. This is the one I'll have. But I'll take a knife to go with it." This was soon found, and I left his shop. I walked through the loud clanging and gusting heat that marked the smithy's lane. The hammers of competing smithies were a stunning counterpoint to the sun's beat. I had forgotten how constant the noise of a city was. I searched my memory as I walked, trying to recall if anything I had said to Jinnah would conflict with my newly modified life history. At length I decided it would have to do. If something did not make sense to her, well, she would just have to believe me a liar. I frowned at how much that disturbed me. Croy had described a dark green sign with a white hand painted on it. The lines on the hand were all done in red, quite skillfully. From the low eaves of her roof, several of her charms tinkled and turned in the sunlight. Luckily for me, none seemed to be against predators. It took me but a moment's pause to guess at their purpose. Welcome. They attracted me to the house and the door. It took a time for anyone to reply to my knock, but then the top half of the door opened, and Jinnah herself greeted me. "Badgerlock!" she exclaimed, peering at me, and it was pleasant that neither my warrior's tale nor my new clothes had kept her from knowing me. She swung the lower door open instantly. "Come in! Welcome to Buckkeep town. Will you let me repay the debt of hospitality I owe you? Do come in." There is little in life so reassuring as a genuine welcome. She took my hand and drew me into the cool dimness of her home, as if I were an expected guest. The ceiling was low and the furnishings modest. There was a round table with several chairs about it. Nearby shelves held the tools of her trade, including an assortment of draped charms. Dishes and food were on the table. I had interrupted her meal. I halted, feeling awkward. "I did not mean to intrude." "Not at all. Sit down and share." She took a seat at the table as she spoke, and I could scarcely do otherwise. "Now, tell me, what brings you to Buckkeep?" She pushed the platter towards me. It held several jam tarts and smoked fish and cheese. I took a tart to give myself time to think. She must have noticed that I wore servant's garb, but left it to me to tell her what it meant. I liked that. "I've taken a position at Buckkeep as a manservant to Lord Golden." Even knowing it was false, it was still hard to say those words. I had never realized what a proud fellow I was until I had to masquerade as the fool's servant. When I left home, I told Hap to join me when he could. At that time, I was not sure of my plans. I think that when he gets to Buckkeep town, he may seek you out. May I leave word for him with you, so you can send him on to me? I braced myself for all the inevitable questions. Why had I suddenly taken this employment? Why hadn't I simply brought Hap with me? How did I know Lord Golden? Instead, her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "With great pleasure. But what I propose is simpler. When Hap arrives, I'll keep him here, and send word up to the keep. There's a little room in the back he can use. It was my nephew's before he grew up and married away. Let the boy have a day or so in Buckkeep town. He seemed to enjoy it so at Springfest, and your new duties will probably not allow you time to show him about yourself." "I know he would love that," I found myself saying. It would be far easier for me to maintain my role as Lord Golden's servant if I did not have Hap in the midst of it. "My hope is that here in Buckkeep I'll be able to earn the coin to purchase him a good apprenticeship."
"Coming up?"
A large, ginger cat announced this to me at the same moment that he effortlessly elevated onto my lap. I stared at him in surprise. Never had an animal spoken so clearly to me via the wit save for my own bond animals. Nor had I ever been so completely ignored by an animal that had just spoken mind to mind with me. The cat stood, hind legs on my lap, front paws on the table, and surveyed the food. A plumy tail waved before my face.
"Fennel, shame on you! Stop that! Come here!"
Jinna leaned across the table to scoop the cat from my lap. She picked up the conversation as she did so.
"Yes, Hap's told me of his ambitions, and it's a fine thing to see a young man with hopes and dreams."
"He's a good boy," I agreed with her fervently, "and he deserves a good chance at making something of himself. I'd do anything for him." Fennel now stood on Jinna's lap and stared at me across the table.
"She likes me better than you?"
He stole a piece of fish from the edge of her plate. "Do all cats speak so rudely to strangers?" I rebuked him. He leaned back to bump his head possessively against Jinna's chest. His yellow-eyed stare was daunting.
"All cats talk however they want, to whomever they want. But only a rude human speaks out of turn. Be quiet, I told you. She likes me better than you."
He twisted his head to look up at Jinna's face.
"More fish?"
"That's plain," she agreed. I tried to remember what I had said to her as I watched her give the cat a bit of fish at the edge of the table. I knew Jinna was not witted. I wondered if the cat was lying to me about all cats talking. I knew little of cats. Burrick had never kept them in the stables. We'd had rat dogs to keep the vermin down. Jinna misinterpreted my preoccupation. A touch of sympathy came into her eyes as she added,
"Still, it must be hard to leave your own home and, being your own master, to come into town and serve no matter how fine a man Lord Golden may be. I hope he's as open-handed at paying you as he is when he comes down to Buckkeep town to trade."
I forced a smile to my face. "You know of Lord Golden, then?" She bobbed a nod at me.
"By coincidence, he was right here in this very room just last month. He wanted a charm to keep moths from his wardrobe. I told him I had never made such a thing before, but that I could attempt one. So gracious he was for such a noble man. And he paid me for it just on my word that I would make one. And then he insisted on looking at every charm I had in my shop and bought no less than 6 of them. 6! One for sweet dreams, one for light spirits, another to attract birds. Oh, and he seemed quite entranced with that one, almost as if he were a bird himself. But when I asked to see his hands, to tune the charms to him, he told me that they were all intended as gifts. I told him that he might send each recipient to me to have the charms tuned if they wish, but as yet none of them have come. Still, they will work well enough as I built them. I do like to tune the charms, though. It's all the difference between a charm built by rote and one created by a master. And I do regard myself as a master, thank you very much."
These last words she offered with a hint of laughter in her voice, in response to my raised brows. We laughed together, and I had no right to feel as comfortable with her as I did at that moment. "You've put my mind at rest," I declared. "I know Hap is a good lad, and little in need of my care any more. Yet I'm afraid I'm always imagining the worst befalling him."
"Don't ignore me,"
Fennel threatened. He hopped up onto the table. Jinna put him on the floor. He floated back onto her lap. She petted him absently.
"That's just part of being a father," she assured me. "Or a friend."
A strange look came over her face.
"I'm not above foolish worries myself, even when they're none of my business."
She gave me a frankly speculative look that evaporated all the ease in my body.
"I'm going to speak plainly," she warned me.
"Please," I invited her, but every bone in my body wished she would not.
"You're witted,"
she said. It was not an accusation. It was more as if she commented on a disfiguring disease.
"I travel quite a bit in my trade, more perhaps than you have in the last few years. The mood of the folk has changed towards witted ones, Tom. It's become ugly everywhere I've been recently. I didn't see it myself, but I heard that in a town in Farrow they displayed the dismembered bodies of the witted ones they've killed, with each piece in a separate cage to prevent them coming back to life. I kept my face still, but I felt as if ice were creeping up my spine. Prince Dutiful. Stolen or run away, but in either case vulnerable. Outside the protective walls of Buckkeep, where people were capable of such monstrosities, a young prince was at risk. "I'm a hedge witch," Jinnah said softly. "I know what it is to be born with magic already inside you. It's not something you can change, even if you want to. More, I know what it's like to have a sister who was born empty of it. She seemed so free to me sometimes. She could look at a charm my father had made, and to her it was just sticks and beads. It never whispered and nagged at her. The hours I spent beside my father, learning his skills, were hours she spent with my mother in the kitchen. When we were growing up, the envy went both ways, but we were a family and we could be taught tolerance of our differences." She smiled at her memories, then shook her head and her face grew graver. "Out in the wild world it's different. Folk may not threaten to tear me apart or burn me, but I've seen hatred and jealousy in more than one set of eyes. Folk think either that it isn't fair that I've got something they can never have, or they fear that somehow I'll use what I've got to hurt them. They never stop to think they've got talents of their own that I'll never master. They might be rude to me, or jostle me on the street, or try to squeeze me out of my market space, but they won't kill me. You don't have that comfort. The smallest slip could be your death. And if someone provokes your temper, well, you've become a different man altogether. I confess it's been bothering me since the last time I saw you, so, well, to put my own mind at rest, I've made you something." I swallowed. "Oh, thank you." I could not even find the courage to ask what she had made me. Sweat was leaking down my spine, despite the coolness of the dim room. She had not intended to threaten me, but her words reminded me how vulnerable I was to her. My assassin's training went deep, I discovered. "Kill her," suggested that part of me. "She knows your secret, and that makes her a threat. Kill her." I folded my hands on the table before me. "You must think me strange," she murmured as she rose and went to a cupboard, "to be interfering in your life so when we have only met once or twice." I could tell she was embarrassed, yet determined to give me the gift she had made. "I think you are kind," I said awkwardly. Her rising had displaced Fennel. He sat on the floor, wrapped his tail around his feet, and glared up at me.
"There goes the lap. All your fault."
She had taken a box from the cupboard. She brought it back to the table and opened it. Inside was an arrangement of beads and rods on leather thongs. She lifted it and gave it a shake, and it became a necklace. I stared at it, but felt nothing. "What does it do?" I asked. She laughed lightly. "Very little, I'm afraid. I cannot make you seem unwitted, nor can I make you invulnerable to attack. I cannot even give you something that will help you master your temper. I tried to make something that would warn you of ill feelings towards you, but it became so bulky and large it was more like war harness than a charm. You will forgive my saying that my first impression of you was that you were a rather forbidding fellow. It took me a while to warm to you, and if Hap had not spoken so well of you, I would not have given you a moment of my time. I would have thought you a dangerous man. So did many appraise you as they passed us in the market that day, and so, bluntly, did you later show yourself to be. A dangerous man, but not a wicked one, if you will excuse my judging you. Yet the set of your face, by habit, shows folk that darker aspect of yourself. And now, with a blade at your hip and your hair in a warrior's tail, well, it does not give you a friendly demeanour. And it is easiest to hate a man that you first fear. So, this is a variation on a very old love charm. I have made it not to attract lovers, but to make people well disposed towards you, if it works, as I hope it will. When you try to create a variation on a standard theme, it often lacks strength. Sit still now." She walked behind my chair with the dangling necklace. I watched her lower it past my face, and without being told, I bowed my head so she could fasten it at the nape of my neck.
The charm made me feel no different, but her cool fingers against my skin sent a prickling chill over me. Her voice came from behind me. I flatter myself that I got this fit right. It must not be too loose, or it will dangle, nor so tight it chokes. Let me see it on you now. Turn around. I did as I was bid, twisting in my chair. She looked at the necklace, looked at my face, and then grinned broadly. Oh, yes, that will do. Though you are taller than I recalled, I should have used a narrower bead for that. Well, it will do. I had thought it might take some adjusting, but I fear if I tinker with it, it will take it back to its origin. Now, wear it with your collar pulled up like so just a slice of it shows. There. If you were in a situation where you feel it might be useful, find an excuse to loosen your collar. Let it be seen, and folk will find you a more persuasive talker. Like so. Even your silences will seem charming. She looked down into my face as she tugged my collar more open about the charm. I looked up at her and felt a sudden blush heat my face. Our eyes locked. It works very well indeed, she observed, and unabashedly lowered her face to offer me her mouth. Not to kiss her was unthinkable. She pressed her mouth to mine. Her lips were warm. We sprang apart guiltily as the door handle rattled. The door scraped open and a woman's silhouette was outlined against the day's brightness. Then she came inside, pushing the door shut behind her. Phew! It's cooler in there, thank Ada. Oh, beg pardon? Were you doing a reading? She had the same scattering of freckles on her nose and forearms. Clearly, this was Jinna's niece. She looked about 20 or so and carried a basket full of fresh fish on her arm. Fennel ran to greet her, wrapping around her ankles.
You love me best. You know you do. Pick me up.
Not a reading, testing a charm. It seems to work. Jinna's voice invited me to share her amusement. Her niece glanced from Jinna to me, knowing she had been excluded from some joke, but taking it genially. She picked up Fennel, and he rubbed his face against her, marking his possession. And I should be going, I'm afraid. I have several other errands to do before I'm required back at the keep. I wasn't sure that I wanted to leave, but how interested I was in staying did not fit in at all with what I was supposed to be doing in Buckkeep. Most of all, I felt I needed a bit of time alone to decide what had just happened, and what it meant to me. Must you go so right away? Jinna's niece asked me. She seemed genuinely disappointed at seeing me rise from my chair. There's plenty of fish if you care to stay and eat with us. Her impromptu invitation took me aback, as did the interest in her eyes.
My fish. I'll eat it soon.
Fennel leaned down to look fondly at the food. The charm seems to work very well indeed, Jinna observed in an aside. I found myself tugging at my collar. I really must go, I'm afraid. I've work to do, and I'm expected back at the keep. But thank you for the invitation. Perhaps another time, then, the niece offered. And Jinna added, Certainly another time, my dear. Before he leaves, let me introduce Tom Badgerlock. He has asked me to keep watch for his son, a young friend of mine named Hap. When Hap arrives, he may stay with us for a day or so, and Tom will certainly have supper with us then. Tom Badgerlock, my niece, Miskia. Miskia, a pleasure, I assured her. I lingered long enough to exchange parting pleasantries, and then hurried out into the sunlight and noise of the city. As I hastened back to Buckkeep, I watched the reactions of folk I met. It did seem that more smiled at me than usually did, but I realized that might simply be their reaction to my meeting their eyes. I usually looked aside from strangers on the street. A man unnoticed is a man unremembered, and that is the best that an assassin can hope for. Then I reminded myself that I was no longer an assassin. Nonetheless, I decided that I would remove the necklace as soon as I got home. I found that having strangers regarding me benevolently for no reason was more unnerving than having them distrust me on sight. I made my steep way up to the keep gate and was admitted by the guardsman there. The sun was high, and the sky blue and clear, and if any of the passing folk were aware that the sole heir to the Farseer crown had vanished, they showed no sign of it. They moved about their ordinary tasks, with no more than the concerns of a working day to vex them, By the stable several tall boys had converged on a plump young man. I knew him for a dullard by his flat face and small ears, and the way his tongue peeped out of his mouth. Dull fear showed in his small eyes as the boys spread to encircle him. One of the older stable hands looked towards them, irritably. No, no, no. I turned, seeking the source of the floating thought. But of course, that availed me nothing. A faint snatch of music distracted me. A stable boy, sent hurrying about his tasks, jolted into me. Then, at my startled look, begged my pardon most abjectly. Without thinking, I had allowed my hand to ride my sword hilt. No harm done, I assured him, and added, "Tell me, where would I find the weapons master this time of day?" The boy stopped suddenly, looked more closely at me, and smiled. "Down at the practice courts, man. They're just past the new granary." He pointed the way. I thanked him, and as I turned away, I tugged my collar closed. Chapter 13. Bargains. Hunting cats are not entirely unknown within Buckduchy, but they have remained for years an anomaly. Not only is the terrain of Buck more suited to hound hunting, but also hounds are more suited to the larger game that is usually the prey of mounted hunters. A lively pack of hounds, boiling and baying, is a fine accompaniment for a royal hunt. The cat, when it is employed, is usually seen as more fittingly the dainty hunting companion of a lady, suitable for the taking of rabbits or birds. King Shrewd's first queen, Queen Constance, kept a little hunting cat, but more for pleasure and companionship than sport. Her name was Hispit. Sulinga's A History of Coursing Beasts. "The Queen wishes to see you." "When?" I asked, startled. It was hardly the greeting I had expected from Shade. I had opened the panel that admitted me to his tower to find him sitting in his chair before the hearth, waiting for me. He stood immediately. "Now, of course. She wants to know what progress we have made and is naturally anxious to hear from you as soon as possible." "But I haven't made any progress," I protested. I had not even reported my day's work to Shade yet. I probably stank of sweat from the weapons court. "Then she'll want to hear that," he replied, relentlessly. "Come, follow me." He triggered the door and we left the tower chamber. It was evening. I had spent my afternoon doing as the fool had advised me, playing the role of a servant learning his way about a new place. As such, I'd talked to quite a number of my fellow servitors, introduced myself to Weapons Master Cresswell, and successfully arranged it that he would suggest I freshen my blade skills against Delaree. She proved to be a formidable swordswoman, nearly as tall as I was, and both energetic and light-footed. I was pleased she could not get past my guard, but I was soon panting with the effort of maintaining it. Trying to penetrate her defences was not yet an option for me. The weapons training Hodd had enforced on me long ago stood me in good stead, but my body simply could not react as swiftly as my mind. Knowing what to do under an attack is not the same thing as being able to do it. Twice I begged leave for breathing space, and she granted it to me with the satisfaction of the insufferably young. Yet my leading questions about the prince availed me little, until at my third rest interlude I loosened my collar and opened my shirt wide to the cool air. I almost felt guilty doing it, yet I will not deny that I wanted to test if the charm would coax her to be more loquacious with me. It worked. Leaning on the wall in the shade of the weapons shed, I caught my breath, and then looked up into her face. As our gaze met, her brown eyes widened, in the way that a person's eyes widen at the sight of something pleasantly anticipated. Like a rapier rushing to its target, I thrust my question past her guard. "Tell me, do you press Prince Dutiful so hard when he practices with you?" She smiled. "No, I fear I do not, for I am usually more occupied with maintaining my own defences against him. He is a skilled swordsman, creative and unpredictable in his tactics. No sooner do I devise a new trick to use against him than he learns it and tries it against me. Then he loves his blade work as good fighters usually do." She paused. "No, I do not think that is it. He is a youth who makes no half measures in anything he does. He strives to be perfect in all he attempts." "Competitive, is he?"
I tried to make my query casual. I busied my hands in smoothing my wayward hair back into its tail. Again she considered. No, not in the usual sense. There are some I practice with who think only of beating their opponents. That preoccupation can be used against them. But I do not think the prince cares if he wins our matches, only that he fights each one perfectly. It is not the same thing as competing with my skills. Her voice trailed away as she pondered it. He competes with himself, against an ideal he imagines. My prompting seemed to startle her for an instant, and then, grinning, "That is it exactly. You've met him, then?" "Not yet," I assured her, "but I've heard a great deal about him and look forward to meeting him." "Oh, that won't be soon," she informed me, guilelessly. "He has his mother's mountain ways in some things. Often he goes apart from the whole court for a time to spend time just thinking. He isolates himself in a tower. Some say he fasts, but I have never seen signs of it when he returns to his routine." "So what does he do?" I asked in hearty puzzlement. "I've no idea." "You've never asked him?" She gave me an odd look, and when she spoke her voice had cooled. "I am only his training partner, not his confidant. I am a guardsman, and he is a prince. I would not presume to question my prince on his private time alone. He is, as all know, a private person with a great need for solitude." Necklace or not, I knew I had pushed her too hard. I smiled, I hoped, disarmingly, and straightened up with a groan. "Well, as a training partner, you're the equal of any I've ever had. The prince is fortunate to have someone such as you to sharpen his skills against. As am I. You're welcome, and I hope we can measure ourselves against one another again." I left it at that. I had as much success with the other servants. My queries, whether direct or indirect, yielded little information. It was not that the servants refused to gossip. They were as willing to chatter about Lord Golden or Lady Elegance as one could wish. But on the topic of the prince, they simply seemed to know nothing. The picture I formed of Dutiful was of a boy who was not disliked, but was isolated not only by his rank but by his nature. It did not encourage me. I feared that if he had run, he had divulged his plans to no one. His solitary habits would have left him singularly vulnerable to kidnappers as well. My mind went back to the note the Queen had received. It had told her that the prince was witted, and demanded she take suitable action. What had the writer intended as suitable action? Revealing his wit and proclaiming that the witted must be accepted? Or purifying the Farseer line with his demise? Had the writer contacted the prince as well? Chade's old workbench had yielded me the lockpicks I needed for my dinner-hour adventure. The prince had Prince Regal's former grand chambers. That lock and I were old friends, and I anticipated that I could slip it easily. While the rest of the keep was at table, I approached the prince's rooms. Here again I saw his mother's influence, for there was not only no guard at his door, but it was not locked. I slipped silently within, closing it softly behind me. Then I stared about me in perplexity. I had expected the same clutter and disorder that Hap tended to leave in his wake. Instead, the prince's sparse possessions were all stored in such an orderly fashion that the spacious room looked nearly empty. Perhaps he had a fanatical valet, I mused. Then, recalling Catricken's upbringing, I wondered if the prince had any body servants at all. Personal servants were not a mountain custom. It took me very little time to explore his rooms. I found a modest assortment of clothing in his chests. I could not determine if any were missing. His riding boots were still there, but Chade had already told me that the prince's horse was still in his stall. He possessed a neat array of brush, comb, wash-basin, and looking-glass, all precisely aligned in a row. In the room where he pursued his studies, the ink was tightly stoppered, and the tabletop had never suffered any blots or spills. No scrolls had been left out. His sword was on the wall, but there were empty pegs where other weapons might have hung. There were no personal papers, no ribbons or locks of hair tucked into the corner of his clothing chest, not even a sticky wine-glass or an idly tossed shirt under his bed. In short, it did not strike me as a boy's bedchamber at all. There was a large cushion in a sturdy basket near the hearth. The hair that clung to it was short, yet fine.
The stoutly woven basket bore the marks of errant claws. I did not need the wolf's nose to smell cat in the room. I lifted the cushion and found playthings beneath it, a rabbit skin tied to a length of heavy twine, and a canvas toy stuffed with catmint. I raised my eyebrows to that, wondering if hunting cats were affected by it as mousing cats were. The room yielded me little else. No hidden journal of princely thoughts, no defiant runaway's final note to his mother, nothing to suggest that the prince had been spirited away against his will. I had retreated quietly from his rooms, leaving all as I had found it. My route took me past the door of my old boyhood room. I paused, tempted. Who stayed there now? The hallway was empty, and I yielded to the impulse. The lock on the door was the one I had devised, and it demanded my rusty skills to get past it. It was so stiff I was persuaded it had not turned in some time. I shut the door behind me and stood still, smelling dust. The tall window was shuttered, but the shutters were, as they had always been, a poor fit. Daylight leaked past them, and after a few moments my eyes adjusted to the dusky light. I looked around. There, my bedstead, with cobwebs embroidering the familiar hangings. The cedar clothing chest at the foot of it was thick with dust. The hearth empty, black and cold, and above it the faded tapestry of King Wisdom treating with the elderlings. I stared at it. As a boy of 9, it had given me nightmares. Time had not changed my opinion of the oddly elongated forms. The golden elderlings stared down on the lifeless and empty room. I suddenly felt as if I had disturbed a grave. As silently as I had entered the chamber, I left it, locking the door behind me. I had thought to find Lord Golden in his chambers, but he was not there. "Lord Golden?" I asked questioningly, and then advanced to tap lightly at the door of his private chamber. I swear I did not touch the catch, but it swung open at my touch. Light flooded out. The small chamber had a window, and the afternoon sun filled it with gold. It was a pleasant, open room that smelled of wood shavings and paint. In the corner, a plant in a tub climbed a trellis. Hanging on the walls, I recognized charms such as Jinnah made. On the work table in the middle of the room, amongst the scattered tools and paint pots, there were pieces of rod, string, and beads, as if he had disassembled a charm. I found I had taken a step into the room. There was a scroll weighted flat on the table with several charms drawn on it. They were unlike anything I had seen in Jinnah's shop. Even at a glance, the sketches were oddly unsettling. I remember that, I thought, and then, when I looked closer, I was absolutely certain I had never seen the like before. A shiver ran down my back. The little beads had faces, the rods were carved with spinning spirals. The longer I stared, the more they disturbed me. I felt as if I could not quite get my breath, as if they were pulling me into them. "Come away," the fool spoke softly from behind me. I could not reply. I felt his hand on my shoulder, and it broke the spell. I turned at his touch. "I'm sorry," I said instantly. "The door was ajar, and I did not expect you back so soon, or it would have been latched." That was all he said, and then he drew me from the room and shut the door firmly behind us. I felt as if he had pulled me back from a precipice. I drew a shaky breath. What were those? "An experiment. What you told me of Jinnah's charms made me curious, so when I reached Buckkeep town, I resolved to see them for myself. Once I had, I wanted to know how they worked. I wanted to know if the charm could only be made by a hedge witch, or if the magic was in the way they were assembled, and I wanted to know if I could make them work better." His voice was neutral. "How can you stand to be around them?" I demanded. Even now the hair on the back of my neck was standing. "They are tuned to humans. You forget that I am a white." The statement left me as speechless as the insidious little sketches had. I looked at the fool, and for one blink I could see him as if for the first time. As attractive as his colouring was, I had never seen any other person with it. There were other differences, the way his wrists attached his hands to his arms, the airiness of his hair, but when our eyes met I was looking at my old friend again. It was like jolting back to the earth after a fall. I suddenly recalled what I had done. "I'm sorry, I didn't intend to. I know you need your privacy." I felt shamed, and hot blood rushed to my face. He was silent for a moment. Then he said justly, When I came to your home, you hid nothing from me. I sensed that the statement reflected his idea of what was fair rather than his emotions on the topic. I won't go in there again, I promised fervently. That brought a small smile to his face. I doubted that you would. I suddenly wanted to change the subject, but the only thought that came to me was, I saw Jinnah today. She made this for me. I opened the collar of my shirt. He stared, first at the charm, then up at my face. He seemed dumbstruck. Then a wide and fatuous grin spread over his face. It's supposed to make people feel kindly towards me, I explained. To counteract my grim appearance, I think, though she was not so unkind as to say that directly. He took a breath. Cover it, he begged, laughing, and as I did so he turned away from it. He walked almost hastily to the chamber window and looked out. They are not tuned to my bloodlines, but that does not mean I am completely impervious against them. You often remind me that in some ways I am still very human. I unfastened it from my throat and held it out to him. You can take it and study it if you like. I'm not entirely sure I like wearing it. I think I'd rather know what people honestly think of me. Somehow I doubt that, he muttered. But he returned to take the charm from my hand. He held it out in the air between us, studied it, and then glanced at me. Tuned to you, he guessed. I nodded. Intriguing. I would like to keep it for a day or so. I promise not to take it apart. But after that, I think you should wear it. Always. I'll think about it, I promised, but felt no inclination to don it again. Shade wanted to see you as soon as you came in, he suddenly said, as if he had only then remembered it. And there we had left it. And I felt that I was, if not excused, at least forgiven for going where I had no business being. Now, as I followed Shade through the narrow passageway, I asked him, how was this all built? How can a labyrinth like this that winds all through the castle be kept secret? He carried a candle and walked before me. He spoke over his shoulder softly. Some was built into the bones of the keep. Our ancestors were never trusting folk. Part of it was intended as a system of bolt holes. Some of it has always been used for spying. Some of it used to be servant stairs, incorporated into the secret passages during a phase of intense reconstruction following a fire. And some was created deliberately, in your lifetime. When you were small, do you remember when Shrewd ordered that the hearth in the guard-room be rebuilt? Vaguely. I did not pay much attention at the time. No one did. You may have noticed that a wooden facade was added to 2 walls. The cupboard wall. I thought it was built so that Cook had a bigger larder, one that kept rats out. It made the room smaller, but warmer as well. And above the cupboards there is a passageway and several viewing slits. Shrewd liked to know what his guards were thinking of him, what they feared, what they hoped. But the men who built it would have known of it. Different craftsmen were brought in to do different parts of the job. I myself added the viewing slits. If any of them thought it odd that the ceilings of the cupboards were so sturdily built, they said nothing. And here we are. Hush. He lifted a tiny leather flap on the wall and peered into the revealed hole. After a moment he whispered, Come. The silent door admitted us into a privy chamber. Then we paused again, while Shade again peered through a peephole, then tapped lightly at the door. Enter, Catrican responded quietly. I followed Shade into a small sitting room off the Queen's bedchamber. The connecting door to the bedchamber was closed and a bolt in place. The room was decorated sparsely in the mountain's severe but restful way. Fat, scented candles gave us light in the windowless chamber. The table and chairs were of bare, pale wood. The woven mat on the floor and the wall hangings were made of grass worked into a scene of waterfalls tumbling down a mountainside. I recognized Catrican's own handiwork. Other than that, the chamber was bare. All this I noticed peripherally, for my queen stood in the centre of the room. She was waiting for us. She wore a simple gown of buck blue, with a white and gold kirtle. Her gold hair was dressed close to her head, and crowned only with a simple band of silver. She was empty-handed. Another woman would have brought her needlework or had set out a platter of food, but not our queen. She was waiting for us,
but I did not sense impatience or anxiety. I suspected she had been meditating, for an aura of stillness still clung to her. Our eyes met, and the small lines at the corners of her mouth and eyes seemed lies, for in the gaze we shared no time had passed at all. The courage I had always admired still shone there, and her self-discipline was like an armour she wore. Yet, "Oh, Fitz!" she cried low on seeing me, and in her voice there was warm welcome and relief. I bowed low to her, and then sank on one knee. "My queen," I greeted her. She stepped forward and touched my head, her hand a benediction. "Please rise," she said quietly. "You have been at my side through too many trials for me ever to want to see you on your knees before me. And as I recall, you once called me Catrican." "That was many years ago, my lady," I reminded her as I rose. She took both my hands in hers. We were nearly of a height, and her blue eyes looked deep into mine. "Far too many for which I fault you, Fitz-chivalry. But Shade told me long ago that you might choose solitude and rest for yourself. When you did, I did not begrudge it to you. You had sacrificed everything to your duty, and if solitude was the only reward you wished, then I was glad to grant it to you. Yet I confess I am more glad to see you return, especially at such a time of crisis." "If you have need of me, then I am glad to be here," I replied, almost without reservations. "I am saddened that you walk among the folk of Buckkeep and none know what sacrifices you have made for them. You should have been accorded a hero's welcome. Instead you walk unknown among them in the guise of a servant." Her earnest blue eyes searched my own. I found myself smiling. Perhaps I spent too long in the mountains, where all know that the true ruler of that kingdom is the servant of all. For a moment her blue eyes widened. Then the genuine smile that broke forth on her face was like the sun breaking through storm clouds, despite the sudden tears that stood in her eyes. "Oh, Fitz, to hear you say such words is balm to my heart. Truly you have been sacrificed for your people, and I admire you for it, but to hear from your lips that you understand that it has been your duty, and took satisfaction in that, brings me joy." I did not think that was exactly what I had said, and yet I will not deny that her praise eased some of the ancient hurt in me. I pulled back from looking at that too closely. "Dutiful," I said suddenly. "He is why I'm here, and much pleasure as I take in this reunion, I would take even more in discovering what has become of him." My queen kept possession of one of my hands, and held it tightly as she drew me towards the table. "Oh, you were ever my friend, even before I came as a stranger to this court, and now your heart goes with mine in this matter." She drew a deep breath, and the fears and worries of a mother broke past the control in the monarch's voice as she said, "No matter how I dissemble before the court, and it grieves me that I must deceive my own people this way, my son is never out of my thoughts for a moment. Fitz-chivalry, I put the blame for this at my own feet. Yet I do not know if my fault was too much discipline for him, or too little, or if I demanded too much of the prince and not enough of the boy, or—" "My queen, you cannot approach this problem from that direction. We must begin from where we are. No good will come of trying to apportion blame. I will tell you bluntly that in my brief time here I have discovered nothing. Those who I have questioned speak well of the prince. No one has divulged to me that he was unhappy or discontented in any way." "Then you think he was taken?" she broke in. This interruption was so uncharacteristic of Catrican that I finally grasped the depth of her anguish. I drew out a chair for her, and as she sat I looked down into her face, and said with all the calm I could muster, "I do not think anything yet. I do not have enough facts to form an opinion." At an impatient sign from her, both Shade and I were seated at the table. "But what of your skill?" she demanded. "Does it tell you nothing of him? Shade told me that he suspected you and the boy were somehow linked in your dreams. I do not understand how that could be so, but if it is, surely it must tell you something. What has he dreamed these last few nights?" "You will not like my answer, my queen, any more than you liked my answer all those years ago when we searched for verity.
My talent now is, as it was then, erratic and unreliable. From what Shade has told me, it is possible that I have occasionally shared a dream with Prince Dutiful, but if it is so, I was not cognizant of it at the time, nor can I break into his dreams at will. If he has dreamed these last few nights, he dreamed alone.
Or perhaps he did not dream at all, Catrican mourned. Perhaps he is dead already, or tormented so he cannot sleep and dream. My queen, you imagine the worst, and when you do, your mind stops at the problem and does not consider the solution. Chade's voice was almost severe. Knowing how tormented he was over the boy's absence, his sternness surprised me, until I saw the queen's reaction. Catrican took strength from his firmness. Of course, you are right. She took a breath. But what can our solution be? We have discovered nothing, and neither has Fitz chivalry. You have counseled me to keep his disappearance a secret, lest we panic the people and precipitate rash decisions. But there have been no demands for ransom. Perhaps we should make it public that the prince is missing. Someone, somewhere, must know something. I think we must announce it and ask the people to help. Not yet, I heard myself say. For you are right in saying that someone, somewhere, must know something, and if they are aware that the prince is absent from Buckkeep and they have not come forwards, then they have a reason. And I should like to know what it is. Then, what do you suggest? Catrican demanded of me. What is left to us? I knew it would chafe her, yet I still suggested it. Give me a little more time. A day, at most 2. Let me ask more questions and sniff about some more. But anything could have happened to him by then. Anything could have happened to him by now, I pointed out levelly. I spoke calmly the cruel words. Catrican, if someone took him to kill him, they have done it by now. If they took him to use him, they are still awaiting our move in this game. If he ran away, then he may yet run home again. While we keep his absence a secret, the next move belongs to us. Let it be known, and others will make that move for us. You will have nobles tearing up the countryside looking for him, and not all will have his best interests at heart. Some will want to rescue him to curry favour, and others may think to seize a prize from another weasel's jaws. She closed her eyes, but nodded reluctantly to my words. When she spoke, her voice was strained. But you know that time runs out for us. Shade has told you that an Outislander contingent comes to formalize Prince Dutiful's affiance. When they arrive a fortnight from now, I must be able to produce him, or I risk not only embarrassment but also insult, and an end to a carefully wrought truce that I hope to make an alliance. Bought with your son. The words leapt out of my mouth before I knew I had thought them. She opened her eyes and gazed at me levelly. Yes, as the mountain alliance with the 6 duchies was bought with me. She cocked her head at me. Do you consider it a poor transaction? I deserved rebuke. I bowed my head to it. No, my queen, I think it was the best bargain that the 6 duchies ever made. She nodded to my compliment, and a faint blush rose in her cheeks. I shall listen to your counsel, Fitz. 2 more days will we seek Dutiful on our own, before we reveal his absence to our people. In those days we will use every means at our disposal to discover what may have become of him. Shade has opened to you the concealed maze within the walls of Buckkeep. I little like what it says of us, but we furtively spy on our own folk. But I grant the freedom of it to you, Fitz Chivalry. I know you will not abuse it. Use it as seems wise to you. Thank you, my queen, I replied awkwardly. I did not truly welcome this gift. The access to every lord's and lady's small and grubby flaws. I did not glance at Shade. What did it cost him to be privy not just to the massive secrets of the throne, but the dirty and shameful sins of the folk of the keep? What vices had he inadvertently witnessed? What painful shortcomings had he glimpsed? And how did he meet the eyes of those folk every day in the broad and well-lit chambers of the keep? And whatever you must do. My mind had been wandering, but my queen was looking at me, waiting.
I made the only possible response. Yes, my queen. She gave a great sigh, as if she had feared my refusal, or as if she dreaded what she next must say. Then do so, Fitz chivalry. Ever friend. I would not spend you this way if it could be avoided. Safeguard your health. Be wary of the drugs and herbs, for as thorough as your master is, no translation should ever be absolutely trusted. She took a breath, then added in a different tone, If either Chade or I press you too hard, tell us so. Your head must stand guard against my mother's heart. Do not let me shame myself in this way by asking more of you than you can. Her voice trailed away. I think she trusted me to take her meaning. She drew another breath. She turned her head and looked away from me, as if that would keep me from knowing that tears stood in her eyes. You will begin tonight? She asked, in an unnaturally high voice. I knew what I had just agreed to. I knew then that I stood at the lip of the abyss. I flung myself into it. Yes, my queen. How shall I describe that long climb up the stairs to the tower? Chade led the way through the secret places of the keep, and I followed his uncertain lamplight. Dread and anticipation warred inside me. I felt I had left my stomach far behind me, and yet I longed for him to hurry up the steps. Excitement coursed through me as we approached that indulgence so long denied to me. My hopes and focus should have been on recovering the prince, but the prospect of drowning myself in skill dominated all my thoughts. It terrified and tantalized me. My skin felt taut and alive, and my senses seemed to strain against the confines of my flesh. Music seemed to move through the air at the edges of my hearing. Chade triggered the door's opening and then gestured for me to precede him. As I edged past him, he observed, "You look nervous as a bridegroom, boy." I cleared my throat. It seems strange to rush headlong into that which I have tried to school myself to avoid. He shut the door behind us as I glanced about the room. A small fire burned on the grate. Even in the height of summer, the thick stone walls of the keep seemed to whisper a chill into the room. Verity's sword leaned up against the hearth where I had left it, but someone had removed the leather on the hilt. "You recognized Verity's blade," I observed. "How could I not? I'm glad you kept it safe." I laughed. More like that it kept me safe. Well, what exactly do you propose? I suggest you make yourself comfortable and that you attempt to skill out after the prince. That is all. I looked around for a place to sit. Not on the hearthstones. Yet, as it ever had been, there was only one comfortable chair near the fire. And the drugs and herbs the queen mentioned? Chade gave me a sidelong glance. I thought I detected some wariness in the look. I do not think we will need them. She refers to several scrolls within the skill collection. There are teas and tinctures that are suggested for skill students who seem to have difficulty attaining a receptive state. We had considered using them on Prince Dutiful, but had decided to postpone it until we were sure they are necessary. Galen never used any herbs when he was instructing us. I brought a tall stool from the workbench and set it opposite Chade's chair. I perched on it. He settled in his chair, but then had to look up at me. I suspect it annoyed him. He sounded peevish when he spoke. "Galen never used any herbs when he was instructing you. Did you never suspect that perhaps the others in your skill coterie received special attentions that you were not privy to? I did. Of course, we will never be certain of that." I shrugged my shoulders to that. What else could I do? It was years ago, and they were all dead, several of them at my hands. What did it matter now? But the thoughts had stirred my old aversion to the skill. From anticipation I had shifted suddenly to dread. I changed the subject. "Did you find out for me who gave the cat to the prince?" Chade looked startled at my abrupt shift. Yes, of course. Lady Bresinga of Gallatin, and her son Sybil. It was a birthday gift. The cat was presented to him in a little jewelled harness with a leash. The animal was about 2 years old, a long-legged, stripy creature with a rather flat face and a tail as long as the rest of it.
I understand those cats cannot be bred, that a kitten must be taken from a wild den before its eyes have opened, if anything is to be made of it. It is an exotic, coursing animal suited to solitary hunting. The prince took to it immediately. Who took the kitten from the den? I asked. I have no idea. Their huntsman, I imagine. Did the cat like the prince? Chade frowned to himself. I had not really concerned myself with that. As I recall, they approached the dais with Lady Brisinga holding the end of the cat's leash and her son actually carrying the animal. It seemed almost dazed by all the light and noise of the festivities. I wondered myself if they had drugged it, lest it panic to struggle to escape. But when they had made their courtesies to the prince, the lady put the end of the leash in his hand, and Civil, her son, set the cat at Dutiful's feet. Did it try to get away? Did it test the leash? No. As I said, it seemed quite calm, almost unnaturally so. I believe it looked at the prince for a time, and then bumped its head against his knee. Chade's eyes had gone distant, and I saw his trained mind recalling the scene in detail. He reached down to stroke it, and it cowered away. Then it sniffed his hand. Then it did this strange thing, opening its mouth wide and breathing near his hand, as if it could taste his scent from the air. After that it seemed to accept him. It rubbed its head up and down his leg, just as a little cat does. When a servant tried to lead it away, it would not go, so it was allowed to remain near the prince's chair for the rest of the evening. He seemed very well pleased with it. How soon did he begin hunting it? I believe he and Civil took it out the next day. Civil and the prince are nearly of an age, and the prince was eager to try the cat, as any boy would be. Civil and his mother stayed on at court the rest of the week, and I think that Civil and the prince took out the cat every morning. It was his chance to learn how to hunt with it, you see, from people familiar with the sport. And did they hunt well together? Oh, I suppose so. It is not for large game, of course, but they brought back, birds, I think, and hares. And it always slept in his room. As I understand it, it has to be kept close to a human to keep it tamed. And, of course, the hounds in the stable would not have left it in peace. So, yes, it slept in his room and followed him about the keep. Fitz, what do you suspect? I answered him honestly. The same thing that you do. That our witted prince has vanished with his hunting cat companion, and that none of this is a coincidence, not the gift of the animal, not the bonding, not the disappearance. Someone planned this. Chade frowned, not wanting to admit what he believed. The cat could have been killed when the prince was taken, or she could have run off. So you've said, but if the prince is witted and the cat is bonded to him, she would not have run off when he was taken. The stool was uncomfortable, but I stubbornly remained perched on it. I closed my eyes for a moment. Sometimes when the body is weary, the mind takes flight. I let my thoughts skip where they would. I've bonded thrice, you know. The first time to Nosy, the puppy that Burrick took from me, and again to Smithy when I was still a boy, the last time to Nighteyes. Each time there was that instant sense of connection. With Nosy I bonded before I was even aware I was doing it. I suspect it happened because I was lonely. Because when Smithy offered love, I accepted it with no discrimination. And when the wolf's anger and hatred of his cage so exactly matched mine, I could not distinguish between us. I opened my eyes briefly and met Chade's startled stare. I had no walls, you see. I looked away from him, down at the dwindling fire. From what I've been told, in witted families the children are protected from doing that. They are taught to have walls when they are young. Then, when they are of an age, they are sent out to find suitable partners, almost like seeking a suitable marriage partner. What are you suggesting? Chade asked quietly. I followed the thought where it led me. The Queen has chosen a bride for Prince Dutiful for the sake of a political alliance. What if an old blood family has done the same? A lengthy silence followed my words. I looked back at Chade.
His eyes were on the fire, and I could almost see his mind working frantically to sort out all the implications of what I had said. An old blood family deliberately selects an animal for the prince to bond with. Assumptions, then, that Lady Brassinger is witted, that indeed her whole line is, as you put it, old blood, that they somehow knew or suspected the prince is also witted. He paused, pursed his mouth, and considered. Perhaps they were the source of the note claiming the prince was witted. I still do not grasp what they would profit from it. What do we profit from marrying Dutiful to some Outislander girl? An alliance, Chade? He scowled at me. The cat somehow is part of the Brassinger family and retains ties to it? The cat can somehow influence the prince's political actions? The way he said it made it seem ridiculous. I haven't got it completely worked out yet, I admitted, but I think there is something there, even if their only goal is to prove that the prince himself is witted, and hence that other witted folk should not be chopped up and burned for being the way they are, or to gain the prince's sympathy towards witted folk, and through him the queen's. Chade gave me a sidelong glance. Now that is a motive I can concede. There is also possible blackmail there. Once they have bonded the prince to an animal, they can hold out for political favours under the threat that they will tell others he is witted. He looked aside from me. Or attempt to reduce him to the level of an animal if we do not comply with their political wishes. As always, Chade's mind was capable of far more convolutions than mine was. It was almost a relief to have him refine my ideas. I did not want my mentor to be failing in mind or body. In so many ways he still stood as a shield between me and the world. I nodded to his suggestions. He stood up suddenly. So, all the more reason we should proceed as we had planned. Come, take my chair. You look like a parrot perched up there. You cannot possibly be comfortable. One thing all the basic scrolls stress is that a practitioner of the skill should find a comfortable starting place, one in which the body is relaxed and unobtrusive to the mind. I opened my mouth to say that was the opposite of what Galen had done to us. On the contrary, when he was teaching us, he had made us so miserable in body that the mind became our only escape. I shut my mouth, the words unsaid. Useless to protest or ponder what Galen had done. The twisted, pleasureless man had tormented us all, and those he had succeeded in training he had warped into a mindlessly loyal coterie for Prince Regal. Perhaps that had something to do with it. Perhaps he had wanted to break down the body's resistance and the mind's judgment before he could shape them into the coterie he desired. I sat down in Chade's chair. It retained his warmth and the imprint of his body. It felt strange to sit there, in his presence. It was as if I were becoming him. He assumed my perch on the stool and looked down on me from that towering height. He crossed his arms on his chest and leaned forwards to smirk down at me. "Comfortable?" he asked me. "No," I admitted. "Serves you right," he muttered. Then, with a laugh, he got off the stool. "Tell me what I can do to help you with this process. You want me to just sit here and skill out, hoping to find the prince? Is that so hard?" It was a genuine question. "I tried for several hours last night. Nothing happened except that I got a headache." "Oh." For a moment he looked discouraged. Then he announced firmly, "We will simply have to try again." In a lower voice he muttered, "For what else can we do?" I could think of no answer to that. I leaned back in his chair and tried to relax my body. I stared at his mantelpiece only to have my attention stick on a fruit knife driven into the wood. I had done that years ago. Now was not the time to dwell on that incident. Yet I found myself saying, "I crept into my old room today. It looks as if it had not been used since last I slept there." "It hasn't. Castle tradition says it is haunted." "You're joking." "No. Think about it. The witted bastard slept there, and he was taken to his death in the castle dungeons. It's a fine basis for a ghost tale. Besides, flickering blue lights have been seen through its shutters at night, and once a stable boy said he saw the pocked man staring down from that window on a moonlit night." "You kept it empty?"
I am not entirely devoid of sentiment, and for a long time I hoped you would some day return to that room, but enough of this. We have a task. I drew a breath. The Queen did not mention the note about the prince being witted. No, she did not. Do you know why? He hesitated. Perhaps some things are so frightening that even our good Queen cannot bring herself to consider them. I'd like to see the note. Then you shall. Later. He paused, then asked me heavily, Fitz, are you going to settle down and do this thing, or keep procrastinating? I took a deliberate breath, blew it out slowly, and fixed my gaze on the dwindling fire. I looked into its heart as I gradually unfastened my mind from my thoughts. I opened myself to the skill. My mind began to unfold. I have, over the years, given much thought to how one could describe skilling. No metaphor really does it justice. Like a folded piece of silk, the mind opens and opens and opens again, becoming larger and yet somehow thinner. That is one image. Another is that the skill is like a great unseen river that flows at all time. When one consciously pays attention to it, one can be seized in its current and drawn out to flow with it. In its wild waters, minds can touch and merge. Yet no words or similes do it justice, any more than words can explain the smell of fresh bread or the colour yellow. The skill is the skill. It is the hereditary magic of the Farseers, yet it does not belong to kings alone. Many folk in the Six Duchies have a touch of it. In some it burns strong enough that even a skilled one can hear their thoughts. Sometimes I can even influence what a skill-touched person thinks. Far more rare are those who can reach out with the skill. That ability is usually no more than a feeble groping unless the talent is trained. I opened myself to it and let my consciousness expand, but with no expectations of reaching anyone. Threads of thought tangled against me like waterweed. I hate the way she looks at my bow. I wish I could say one last word to you, Papa. Please hurry home. I feel so ill. You are so beautiful. Please, please turn around. See me, at least give me that. Those who flung the thoughts out with such urgency were, for the most part, ignorant of their own strength. None of them was aware of me sharing their thoughts, nor could I make my own thoughts known to them. Each cried out in their deafness with voices they believed were mute. None was Prince Dutiful. From some distant part of the keep, music reached my ears, temporarily distracting me. I pushed it aside and strove on. I do not know how long I prowled amongst those unwary minds, nor how far I reached in my search. The range of the skill is determined by strength of ability, not distance. I had no measure of my strength, and time does not exist when one is in the grip of the skill. I trod again that narrow measure, clinging to my awareness of my own body, despite the temptation to let the skills sweep me free of my body forever. Fitz, I murmured in response to something, and then, Fitz chivalry, I said aloud to myself. A fresh log cracked down onto the embers of the fire, scattering the glowing heart into individual coals. For a time I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then I blinked and became aware of Chade's hand resting on my shoulder. I smelled hot food, and slowly turned my head. A platter rested on a low table near the chair. I stared at it, wondering how it had come to be there. "Fitz," Chade said again, and I tried to recall his question. "What? Did you find Prince Dutiful?" Each word gradually made sense to me until I perceived his query. "No," I said, as a wave of weariness rolled over me. "No, nothing." In the wake of the fatigue, my hands began to tremble and my head to pound. I closed my eyes, but found no relief. Even with my eyes closed, snakes of light trembled across the dark. When I opened my eyes, they were superimposed on the room before me. I felt as if too much light were getting inside my head. The waves of pain tumbled me in a surf of disorientation. "Here, drink this." Chade put a warm mug into my hands, and I lifted it gratefully to my mouth. I took a mouthful, then nearly spat it out. It was not elf-bark tea to soothe my headache, but only beef broth. I swallowed it without enthusiasm. Elf-bark tea.
I reminded him. "That is what I need right now, not food." "No, Fitz, recall what you yourself told me. Elf bark stunts the skill ability and numbs you to your talent. That is something we cannot risk just now. Eat something. It will restore your strength." Obediently, I looked at the tray. Sliced fruit floated in cream next to freshly baked bread. There was a glass of wine and pink slices of baked river fish. I carefully set the mug of broth down next to the revolting stuff and turned my gaze away. The fire was rekindling itself, dancing licks of flame too bright. I lowered my face into my hands, seeking darkness. But even there, the light still danced before my eyes. I spoke into my hands. "I need some elf bark. It has not been this bad in years, not since Verity was alive, not since Shrewd took strength from me. Please, Chade, I cannot even think." He went away. I sat counting my heartbeats until he came back. Each thud of my heart was a flare of pain in my temples. I heard the scuff of his steps and lifted my head. "Here," he said gruffly, and set a cool, wet cloth to my forehead. The shock of it made me catch my breath. I held it to my brow and felt the thudding ease somewhat. It smelled of lavender. I looked at him through a haze of pain. His hands were empty. "The elf bark tea," I reminded him. "No, Fitz." "Chade, please. It hurts so badly I can't see." Each word was an effort. My own voice was too loud. "I know," he said quietly. "I know, my boy, but you will just have to bear it. The scrolls say that sometimes the use of the skill brings this pain, but that with time and repeated effort, you will learn to master it. Again, my understanding of it is imperfect, but it seems to have to do with the split effort you make, both to reach out from yourself and to hold tight to yourself. Given time, you will learn how to reconcile those tensions, and then—" "Chade!" I did not mean to bellow, but I did. "I just need the damned elf bark tea, please!" I took sudden control of myself. "Please," I added softly, contritely. "Please, just the tea. Just help me ease this pain, and then I could listen to you." "No, Fitz. Chade—" I spoke my hidden fear. "Pain, such as this, could push me into a seizure." I saw a brief flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, but then, "I don't think it will. Besides, I'm here beside you, boy. I'll take care of you. You have to try to get through this without the drug, for Dutiful's sake, for the 6 duchies." His refusal stunned me into silence. Hurt and defiance tore me. "Fine." I bit off the word. "I have some in my pack in my room." I tried to find the will to stand. A moment of silence. Then, unwillingly, he admitted, "You had some in your pack in your room. It is gone, as is the carry-me that was with it." I took the rag from my forehead and glared at him. My anger built on the foundation of my pain. "You have no right. How dare you?" He took a breath. "I dare as much as my need demands, and my need is great." His green-eyed gaze met mine challengingly. "The throne needs the talent that only you possess. I will allow nothing that diminishes your skill." He did not look away from me, but I could scarcely keep my eyes on him. Light was flaring all around him, stabbing into my brain. The barest edge of control kept me from throwing the compress at him. As if he guessed that, he took it from me, offering me a freshly cooled one in its place. It was a pitiful comfort, but I put it to my brow and leaned back in the chair. I wanted to weep with frustration and anguish. From behind the compress, I told him, "Pain. That's what being a Farseer means to me. Pain and being used." He made no reply. That had always been his greatest rebuke, the silence that forced me to hear my own words over and over. When I took the cloth from my forehead, he was ready with another one. As I pressed it to my eyes, he said mildly,
Pain and being used. I've known my share of that as a Farseer, as did Verity, and Chivalry, and Shrewd before them. But you know there is more than that. If there weren't, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps, I conceded grudgingly. The fatigue was winning. I just wanted to curl up around the pain and sleep, but I fought it. Perhaps, but it isn't enough. Not for going through this. And what more would you ask, Fitz? Why are you here? I knew he meant it to be a rhetorical question, but the anxiety had been with me for too long. The answer was too close to my lips, and the pain made me speak without thought. I lifted a corner of the cloth to peer at him. I do this because I want a future. Not for myself, but for my boy, for Hap. Chade, I've done it all wrong. I haven't taught him a thing, not how to fight, not how to make a living. I need to find him an apprenticeship with a good master. Gindas, that's who he wishes to teach him. He wants to be a joiner, and I should have seen that this would come and save my money, but I didn't. And here he is, of an age to learn, and I haven't a thing to give him. The coins I've saved aren't enough to... I can arrange that. Chade spoke quietly. Then, almost angrily, he demanded, Did you think I wouldn't? Something in my face betrayed me, for he leaned closer, brows furrowed as he exclaimed, You thought you'd have to do this in order to ask my help, didn't you? The damp cloth was still in his hand. It slapped the stone flags when he flung it in a temper. Fitz, you... he began. Then words failed him. He stood up and walked away from me. I thought he would leave entirely. Instead, he went down to the workbench and the unused hearth at the other end of the chamber. He walked around the table slowly, looking at it and the scroll racks and utensils as if seeking for something he had misplaced. I refolded the second cloth and held it to my forehead, but surreptitiously I watched him from under my hand. Neither of us said anything for a time. When he came back to me, he looked calmer, but somehow older. He took a fresh cloth from a pottery dish, wrung it out, folded it, and offered it to me. As we exchanged the compresses, he said softly, I'll see that Hap gets his apprenticeship. You could simply have asked me to do that when I visited you. Or, years ago, you could have brought the lad to Buckkeep and we'd have seen him decently educated. He can read and write and figure, I said defensively. I saw to that. Good. His reply was chill. I'm glad to hear you retain that much common sense. There seemed no rejoinder to that. Both pain and weariness were overcoming me. I knew I had hurt him, but I didn't feel it was my fault. How could I have known he'd be so willing to help me? Nevertheless, I apologized. Chade, I'm sorry. I should have known that you would help me. Yes, he agreed mercilessly. You should have. And you're sorry. I don't doubt you're sincere. Yet I seem to recall warning you years ago that those words will only work so often, and then they ring hollow. Fitz, it hurts me to see you this way. It's starting to ease, I lied. Not your head, you stupid ass. It hurts me to see that you are still as you've always been since... Damn. Since you were taken from your mother. Wary and isolated and mistrustful, despite all after all these years, have you given your trust to no one? I was silent for a time, pondering his words. I had loved Molly, but I had never trusted her with my secrets. My bond with Chade was as essential as my bones, but no, I had not believed that he would do all he could for Hap, simply for the sake of what we shared. Burrick, Verity, Catrican, Lady Patience, Starling, in every instance I had held back. I trust the fool, I said, and then wondered if I truly did. I did, I assured myself. There was almost nothing about me that he didn't know. That was trust, wasn't it? After a moment, Chade said heavily, Well, that's good, that you trust someone.
He turned away from me and spoke to the fire. "You should force yourself to eat something. Your body may rebel, but you know that you need the food. Recall how he had to press food on Verity when he skilled?" The neutrality in his voice was almost painful. I realized that he had hoped I would insist that I did trust him. It would not have been true, and I would not lie to him. I rummaged around in my mind for something else to give him. I spoke the words without thinking. "Shade, I do love you. It's just that—" He turned to me almost abruptly. "Stop, boy. Say no more." His voice was almost pleading as he said, "That's enough for me." He set his hand to my shoulder and squeezed nearly painfully. "I won't ask of you that which you can't give. You are what life has made you, and what I made you, Ada be merciful. Now, pay attention to me. Eat something. Force yourself if you must." It would have been useless to tell him that the sight and smell of the food was enough to make me gag. I took a breath and quaffed down the beef broth, not breathing until it was gone. The fruit in cream felt slimy in my mouth, the fish reeked, and the bread near choked me, but I forced myself to swallow it half-chewed. I took a deep breath, and the wine followed it down. When I set the cup down, my stomach churned and my head reeled. The wine was a more potent vintage than I had thought. I lifted my eyes to Chade's. His mouth hung ajar in dismay. "I didn't mean like that," he muttered. I lifted a hand at him in a gesture of futility. I feared to open my mouth to reply. "You'd best go to bed," he suggested humbly. I nodded in reply and levered myself to my feet. He opened the door for me, gave me a candle, and then stood at the top of the passage holding a light until my path carried me out of his view. My room seemed impossibly distant, but eventually I arrived at the entry. Queasy as I was, I extinguished my light before I approached and carefully peered through the peephole before I triggered the access to my dark room. No candle burned there tonight. It didn't matter. I stumbled into the stuffy darkness and thrust the door shut behind me. A few steps carried me to my bed, and I dropped onto it. I was too hot, and my clothes bound me uncomfortably, but I was too tired to do anything about it. The black was so absolute I could not tell if my eyes were open or shut. At least the lights under my eyelids had been quenched. I stared up into the darkness and longed for the cool peace of the forest. The thick walls of the room muffled all sound, and sealed me off from the night. It was like being sealed in a tomb. I closed my eyes to the blackness and listened to my headache thump with the beat of my heart. My stomach gurgled unhappily. I drew a deep breath and— "Forest," I said quietly to myself. "Night, trees, meadow." I reached for the comforting familiarity of the natural world. I painted in the details for myself, a light wind stirring in the treetops, stars flickering through rags of moving clouds, coolness, and the rich scents of the earth. Tension eased away from me, taking my pain with it. I drifted with my imagination, the packed earth of a game trail beneath my feet, and I was moving softly through the darkness, following my companion. She went more quietly than night itself, each step sure and swift. Try as I might, I could not keep up with her. I could not even catch a glimpse of her. I knew of her passage by her scent hanging in the night air, or by the still rushing bushes just ahead of me. My cat followed her, but I was not swift enough. "Wait!" I called to them.
"Wait?" she mocked me. "Wait for you to ruin the night's hunting? No, I shall not wait. You shall make haste and do so silently. Have you learned nothing of me? Lightfoot am I, and night-friend, and shadow-stalker. Be you so, and come to share the night with me."
I hurried after her, drunk with the night and her presence, drawn as irresistibly as a moth is drawn to a candle. Her eyes were green, I knew, for she had told me, and her long tresses were black. I longed to touch her, but she was elusive and taunting, always ahead of me, never revealing herself to my eyes, let alone my touch. I could only run after her through the night, the breath rasping in my chest as she flew before me. I did not complain. I would prove myself worthy of her and win her. But my heart was thundering and my breath burning in my lungs. I crested the top of a hill and stopped for breath. Before me spread the vista of the river valley. The moon hovered round and yellow. Had we come so far, in one night's hunting? Far below me, the walls of Gallatin were a dark huddle of stone on the riverbank. A few isolated lights still shone yellow in the windows of the keep. I wondered who burned candles while the rest of the household slumbered.
"Do you long to sleep in a stuffy room mounded with blankets? Is that how you would squander a night such as this? Save sleep for when the sunlight can warm you. Save sleep for when the game is hidden in den or burrow. Hunt now, my clumsy one, hunt with me. Prove yourself. Learn to be one with me. Think as I do, move as I do, or lose me forever."
I started to go after her. My thoughts snagged on something, delaying me. There was something I must do right now, something I must tell someone right now. Startled, I halted where I stood. The thought divided me. Part of me had to go, had to hunt at her heels before she left me behind, but another part of me stood still. I must tell him now, right now. I peeled myself free, separating while holding on to the knowledge I had gained. It flickered in my grasp, threatening to become the nonsense of a fading dream. I gripped the thought, letting all else fade. Hold it, say it out loud. Cling to the word, cling tight to the thought. Don't let it go, don't let it melt away with the dream. Gallatin! I said the word aloud, sitting upright in my bed in the stifling darkness. My shirt stuck to me with sweat, and the skill headache had returned with clanging bells attached to it. It didn't matter. I lurched from my bed and began a patting search of the invisible walls. "Gallatin," I said aloud, lest the word slip from my grasp. "Prince Dutiful hunts near Gallatin." Chapter 14. Laurel. There is a certain black stone, often finely veined with white or silver threading, that was extensively used by the elderlings in their construction. At least one quarry for this stone exists in the wild lands beyond the mountain kingdom, but it is almost certain that other sources for it exist, for it is difficult even to imagine how it might otherwise have been used in such large constructions in so many far-flung locations. It was used not only in the construction of their buildings, but also in the monoliths they raised at certain crossroads. Due to several odd qualities of the roads that the elderlings constructed, it can be deduced that a ground or gravelled form of the stone was also instrumental in their creation. Wherever the elderlings built, this stone was a favoured instrument, and even in the places that they seem to have visited only sporadically, monuments of this stone are found. A close scrutiny of the witness stones of Buckkeep will convince the examiner that although defaced by harsh weather, or perhaps intentionally vandalized by men in ages past, the stone is of the same type. Some have suggested that the witness stones of Buckkeep and other oath stones throughout the 6 duchies were originally raised by the elderlings for a very different purpose. I awoke in Chade's great 4-poster bed in the tower chamber. I knew a few moments of disorientation before deciding this was not another dream. I was truly awake. I did not recall going to sleep, only sitting down on the side of the bed for a few moments. I was still dressed in yesterday's clothing. I sat up cautiously. The hammers and anvils in my head had subsided to a monotonous drumming. The room appeared empty, as someone had been there recently. Washwater steamed near the hearth, and a small covered dish of porridge kept warm near it. As soon as I discovered these items, I put them to good use. My stomach was still reluctant to accept food, but I ate stoically, knowing it was for the best. I washed, put on a kettle for tea, and then wandered down to the work table. A large map of Buck was unfurled across it. The corners were weighted with a mortar and 2 pestles and a teacup. An inverted wine-glass rested on the map itself. When I lifted it, I found Gallatin underneath it. It was on a tributary of the Buck River, northwest of Buck, and on the other side of the river from Buckkeep. I had never been there. I tried to recall what I knew of Gallatin, and swiftly did so. Absolutely nothing. My wit alerted me to Chade's presence, and I turned as the hidden door swung open. He entered briskly. The tops of his cheeks were pink with the morning, and his white hair gleamed silver. Nothing invigorated the old man so much as fresh intrigue. "Ah, you're up. Excellent," he greeted me. "I managed to arrange an early breakfast with Lord Golden, despite the absence of his serving-man. He assured me that he could be ready to travel in a few hours. He's already concocted an excuse for the trip." "What?" I asked him, befuddled. Chade laughed aloud. "Bird feathers, of all things. Lord Golden has a number of interesting hobbies, but his most current fascination is feathers. The larger and brighter, the better. Gallatin borders on a wooded upland and has a reputation for pheasants, grouse, and whiptails. The latter have rather extravagant plumage, especially their tail feathers. He's already sent a runner on ahead to Lady Brisinga of Gallatin, entreating hospitality from her while on his quest. It won't be refused. Lord Golden is the most popular novelty that Buckkeep Court has seen in a decade. Having him guest at her manor will be a social coup for her." He paused, but it was I who took a breath. I shook my head as if it would settle my brains and enable me to catch up with him. "The fool is going to Gallatin to find Dutiful." "Ah," Chade cautioned me, "Lord Golden is going to Gallatin to hunt birds. His manservant, Tom Badgerlock, will of course accompany him. I hope that in the course of running down birds you'll pick up the trail of the prince, but that, of course, is our private errand." "So I'm going with him?" "Of course." Chade peered at me. "Are you all right, Fitz? You seem wool-witted this morning." "I am. It seems that all is happening so fast." I didn't say to him that I had become accustomed to ordering my own life and journeys. It felt strange to revert to living each day as another person decreed. I swallowed my protests. What had I expected? If we were to regain Prince Dutiful, this was how it must be. I struggled to find new footing for my thoughts. "Does Lady Brisinga have a daughter?" Chade considered. "No, only the son, Sybil. I believe she fostered a girl cousin for a time. That would have been Philip Brisinga. She is, let me see, I think she would be nearly 13 now. She has returned home since spring." I shook my head, both in denial and in wonder. Chade had obviously refreshed his information on the Brisinga family since last night. I sensed a woman, not a child, an attractive woman. I had nearly said seductive. When I thought back to my experience of the night before, the dream became mine, and I recalled only too well how she had stirred my blood, tantalizing, challenging. I glanced back at Chade. He was watching my face with undisguised dismay. I asked the next question. "Has Dutiful expressed an interest in a woman? Might they have run away together?" "Ada forbid!" Chade exclaimed fervently. "No." He denied it almost desperately. "There is no woman in Dutiful's life, not even a girl he finds attractive. We have been very careful not to allow him the opportunity to develop such a bond. Catrican and I decided long ago that it would be for the best." More quietly he added, "She did not want to see her son torn, as you were, between heart and duty. Have you never wondered how different things might have been if you had not loved Molly, if you had accepted your match with Lady Celerity?" "I have. But I will never regret loving Molly." I think the vehemence in my voice persuaded Chade to change tack. "There is no such love in Dutiful's life," he declared with finality. "There wasn't. There may be now," I contradicted him. "Then I pray it is a youthful infatuation, one that can be swiftly—" He searched for a word. "Terminated," he said at last, and winced at his own choice. "The boy's already promised." "Don't look at me like that, Fitz." Obediently, I looked away. "I do not think he has known her long. Part of her allure was her mystery. Then we must endeavour to recover him swiftly with little damage done." The next question was my own, asked for me. "What if he does not wish to be recovered?" I asked in a low voice. Chade was silent for a moment. Then he said heartily, "Then you must do as you think best."
My shock must have been apparent on my face, for he laughed aloud. "For there is little use in my pretending that you will do otherwise, is there?" He drew a breath and sighed it out. "Fitz, I ask only this. Think in large terms. A boy's heart is a precious thing, as is a man's life, but the well-being of all the people of the 6 duchies and the Outislands is even more precious. So do what you think best, but be sure you truly have given it thought." "I can't believe you are allowing me that much leeway," I exclaimed. "Can't you? Well, perhaps I know you better than you think I do." "Perhaps," I conceded, but I wondered if he knew me as well as he thought he did. "Well, you arrived only a few days ago, and here I am sending you off again," Chade abruptly observed. He clapped me on the shoulder, but his smile seemed a bit forced. "Think you can be ready to leave in an hour or so?" "I've not much to pack, but I'll need to make a trip down to Buckkeep town to leave a message for Hap with Jinnah." "I can take care of that for you," Chade offered. I shook my head. "She doesn't read, and if I am to be Tom Badgerlock, then I wouldn't have folk running errands for me. I'll take care of it." I didn't tell him that I wanted to do it myself. "As you wish," he replied. "Let me prepare a note for the boy to present to Master Gindust when he goes to him about his apprenticeship. The rest will be done subtly, I promise you. The joiner will believe he takes Hap on as a favour to one of his most affluent customers." Chade paused a moment. "You know, all we can offer the boy is a chance to prove himself. I can't force the man to keep him on if Hap is clumsy or lazy." At my outraged look, Chade grinned. "But I am sure he is not. Just allow me a moment to compose my note for Hap to carry." It took more than a moment, of course. When I finally had it in hand, I found myself hurrying after the fleeing morning. I encountered Lord Golden in his chambers when I emerged from my own dark little cell. He clucked over the state of my slept-in clothes and commanded that I pick up my new garments from the tailor so that I would have appropriate garb for our journey. He informed me that we would travel alone, and swiftly. Lord Golden had already established a reputation for both eccentricity and adventurousness. No one would look askance at this expedition. He also told me that he had himself selected a horse for me and was having it freshly shod. I could pick her up from a smithy. He assumed I would wish to select my own tack and gave me a letter of credit for that as well before sending me on my way. At no time did he vary from his Lord Golden manners, and I maintained my demeanour as Tom Badgerlock. These were roles we had to settle into as swiftly as possible. No errors could be made once we began to move in public. By the time I finally set out for Buckkeep town, I was laden with errands, and the sun was moving far too swiftly across the sky. The tailor sought to delay me with a final fitting and adjustment of my new clothes. I refused, and did not even open the bundled garments to inspect them. I could tell Scrandon was accustomed to making a ceremony of delivering his finished goods, but I told him bluntly that Lord Golden had commanded me to make the greatest haste. At that he sniffed and said he would take no responsibility then if the garments did not suit. I assured him that I would make no complaints and hastened out of his shop with an annoyingly bulky parcel. I went next to Jinnah's shop, but there I met disappointment. She was not home, and her niece had no idea when she would be back. Fennel came to greet me.
"You love me. You know you do. Pick me up."
It seemed pointless to disobey. I picked him up. He sank his claws into my shoulder as he diligently marked my jerkin with his brow. "Jinnah went up into the hills yesterday evening and spent the night there so that she could gather mushrooms first thing in the morning. She might be back in a moment. She might not return until night falls," Miskia told me. "Oh, Fennel, stop being a pest. Come here." She took the cat from my arms, tutting over the coating of tawny hair that clung to my jerkin. "No matter that, I assure you. But, this is awkward." I apologized, and told her that my master had suddenly decided to take a journey and I must accompany him. I left with her the letter Chade had written for Hap, along with a note from me to my boy. Nighteyes would not be pleased to reach the city and find me gone, nor would he relish lingering there waiting for me. I belatedly realized I was leaving Jinnah not just my son, but a wolf, a pony, and a cart to tend until my return. I wondered if Chade could be of any help with that. I had no coin to leave for their keep, only my greatest thanks and deepest assurances that I would make good any expenses she encountered on their behalf. "So you've told me, Tom Badgerlock?" Miskia smiled at me in gentle rebuke, obviously humouring my worry. Fennel tucked his head under her chin and regarded me severely.
3 times now you've told me that you'll be back soon and pay us well. Rest comfortable, your son will be in good hands and welcome here, pay or not. I doubt you asked coin of my aunt when you welcomed her to your home.
At Miskia's words, I realised I had been clucking on like an apprehensive hen. With an effort, I stopped myself from explaining again just how sudden and urgent my errand was. By the time I had conveyed my awkward thanks, I felt completely disorganised and bemuddled, scattered as if parts of me were at my abandoned home with Nighteyes and Hap, and even in the tower room at Buckkeep. I felt vulnerable and exposed. Well, goodbye, I offered Miskia.
Sleeping in the sun is nicer. Take a nap with the cat,
Fennel suggested, as Miskia told me.
Travel well.
As I walked away from Jinna's house, guilt gnawed at me. I was leaving my responsibilities for strangers to deal with. I rigorously denied my disappointment at not seeing Jinna again before I left. The single kiss she had given me hung waiting like a conversation unconcluded. But I refused to contemplate where it might lead. As complicated as things were, adding another tangle to my life was the last thing I should consider. Yet I had looked forward to seeing her again, and being denied that dimmed my excitement at the journey. For I was excited to be on my way. The guilt that I felt leaving Hap's welfare to someone else was an odd reflection of how freed I'd felt by this undertaking. In a short time, the fool and I would ride off together into knew what, with only ourselves to look after. It promised to be a pleasant ride in fair weather with a good companion. There was more of holiday to it than errand. My fears for Prince Dutiful had been largely laid to rest by last night's dream. The boy had been in no physical danger. Intoxicated with the night and the woman he pursued, the only danger was to his young heart, and no one could shield him from that. Truth to tell, I did not see my task as particularly difficult. We knew where to look for the lad, and with or without my wolf I had always been a good tracker. If Lord Golden and I did not immediately flush the young prince from Galekeep, then I would track him down in the surrounding hills. Doubtless we would not be gone long. With that reassuring thought, I salved my conscience and went on to the smithy. I had not expected much of a horse. Almost I had feared that the fool's sense of humour would express itself through Lord Golden's selection of horseflesh. I found the smith's girl cooling herself with water from the rain barrel and told her I had come to fetch the horse Lord Golden had left for shoeing. She bobbed her head in understanding, and I waited where she left me standing. The day was warm enough. I had no desire to enter the inferno of noise and heat that was the blacksmith's shop. The girl was back soon enough, leading a rangy black mare. I walked round her once and looked up to find she was regarding me with the same wary gaze I was giving her. She appeared sound and unscarred by misuse. I quested lightly towards her. She snorted and would not look at me, refusing the contact. She had no interest in being friends with a human.
She was a nasty bit to shoe,
the smith informed me loudly as he came sweating from his shop.
No manners about lifting her feet for a man to handle. And she'll kick if she gets the chance, so mind that. Tried to take a nip out of my girl too, but it was only while we were shoeing her. The rest of the time she minded her manners well enough.
I thanked him for his warnings, and gave him the promised purse from Lord Golden. "Has she a name that you know?" I asked him. The smith pursed his lips and shook his head.
Never saw her for this morning. If she had a name, she likely lost it in the horse trade. Call her what you will, likely she'll ignore it.
I set the issue of her name aside. Her worn halter went with her, and by that I led her down to a saddler. I purchased plain, serviceable tack, and despite my best bargaining efforts, I was still outraged at what they charged for it. The man's expression plainly said he thought me unreasonable. As I went outside with the tack I had selected, I wondered if I truly were. I had never had to purchase tack before. Perhaps Burrick's obsession with repairing tack had been founded on how much the stuff cost. The mare had been restive, as I had tried several saddles on her, and when I tried to mount her, danced sideways. Once I was up, she answered the reins on my knees, but sloppily. I scowled at that, but schooled myself to patience with her. Perhaps after we had taken one another's measures, she would serve me better. And if she did not, well, patience was required to unteach any horse's bad habits. I had best accustom myself to that now. As I rode her carefully up the steep streets of Buckkeep town, I reflected that perhaps I had been far more spoiled in my youth than I had ever known. Excellent horses, good tack, fine weapons, decent clothing, plentiful food. I had taken so much for granted.
A horse? I could teach a horse whatever it needs teaching. Why do you need a horse?
Nighteyes had slipped into my mind so easily I'd scarce been aware of him sharing my thoughts. I have to go somewhere with the scentless one.
Must it be on horseback?
He didn't allow me time to reply. I sensed his annoyance.
Wait for me, I'm nearly there.
Nighteyes, no, don't come to me. Stay with the boy. I'll be back soon enough. But he was gone, and my own thought was left hanging unanswered. I quested towards him, but found only fog. He wouldn't argue with me. He simply wouldn't hear me telling him to stay with Hap. The guards at the gate scarcely gave me a glance. I frowned and resolved to speak about that to Chade. Just because I was wearing blue clothing did not mean I had legitimate business in the castle. I rode up to the stable doors, dismounted, and then halted, heart hammering. From inside the stable came the voice of a man genially instructing someone in how to correctly clean a horse's hooves. Years had deepened the voice, but I still recognized it. Hans, my boyhood friend, and now the stable-master at Buckkeep, was just inside the open doors. My mouth went dry. The last time he had seen me, he had regarded me as either a ghost or a demon, and run shouting for the guards. That had been years ago. I was much changed, I told myself, but could put no faith in the years as my sole disguise. I took refuge in becoming Tom Badgerlock. "Here, boy," I summoned a lad loitering outside the stable. "Put this horse up for me. She belongs to Lord Golden, so see she's well treated."
"Yes, sir," he replied. "He sent us word to watch for Tom Badgerlock in a black mare, and to saddle up his own horse as soon as you returned. He said to tell you that you're wanted up in his rooms as soon as you show." With that, he took my mare away without another word. I breathed out, relieved at how easily I had passed that hurdle, and turned away from the stable. Before I had gone a dozen steps, a man hurried past me, evidently on an errand of his own. As he passed me, he gave me not a glance. I stared after Hans. He had put on girth with the years, but then so had I. His dark hair was thinning on his head, but bristled thicker than ever in his brawny arms. In a moment he turned a corner and was out of sight. I stood staring after him, feeling as if I truly were a ghost, invisible in his world. Then I took a breath and hurried on my own way. In time, I reflected, he would catch a glimpse of Tom Badgerlock here and there about the keep, and by the time we stood face to face, I would have assumed that name and identity so completely that he would not question it. I felt my life as Fitz was like footprints on a dusty floor, already being swept aside and overtrodden by others. It did not help that as I passed the great hall I heard Lord Golden's voice lifted in sudden summons.
"Ah, there you are, Tom Badgerlock. Excuse me, ladies, here is my good man now. Farewell, farewell, all in my absence."
I watched him detach himself from a gaggle of noble ladies. They let him go reluctantly, fluttering fans and eyelashes after him, one making a pretty mouth of disappointment. Lord Golden smiled fondly on them all, waving a languid valediction with a graceful hand as he strode up to me.
"Errands done? Excellent. Then we shall complete our preparations and be on our way while the sun is still high."
He swept past me, and I followed behind at a discreet distance, nodding to his words as he instructed me in how he wished his things packed. Yet when we reached his rooms and I closed the door behind us, I saw his well-stuffed travelling bags already waiting on the chair. I turned to the sound of him latching the door behind us. He gestured at my room just as the door of it opened, and Chade emerged into our midst.
"There you are, not a moment too soon. The Queen has received your tidings and commands that you depart immediately. I do not think she will be completely at ease until the boy is under this roof again. Well, and neither will I." He bit his lower lip briefly, and then announced, more to Lord Golden than to me, "The Queen has decided that Huntswoman Laurel will go with you. She readies herself now."
"We don't need her," Lord Golden exclaimed in annoyance. "The less you know of this business, the better."
"She is the Queen's own huntswoman, and in her confidence in many things. Her mother's family lives less a day's ride from Gallatin. She claims to know the area well from childhood times spent there, so that may be a help to you. Besides, Cotrican is determined you will take her. Well do I know the futility of arguing with the Queen when she has made up her mind to something."
"I recall something of that myself," Lord Golden replied, but there was much of the fool in that rueful voice.
I felt a smile crook the corner of my mouth. I, too, knew what it was to quail before the blue determination of my Queen's gaze. I wondered who this Laurel was and what she had done to win the Queen's confidence. Did I feel a prick of envy that someone had taken my place as Catricken's confidant at court? Well, it had been 15 years since I had filled that role. Had I expected her to take no one in my place? Lord Golden's displeased resignation broke into my thoughts.
Well, so be it then, if it must. She can come, but I'll not wait upon her. Tom, are you not packed yet?
Close enough, I rejoined, and recalled myself enough to add, My lord, I shall be but a moment. I've little enough to pack.
Excellent. See that you bring Scrandon's wares, for I will have you dressed appropriately to serve me in Galekeep.
As you will, sir, I replied, and left them to step into my chamber. I put the bundle of new garments into the new saddle-pack I found there. It was marked with Lord Golden's cock pheasant. I added a few of my old garments for the night work I expected to be doing in Gallatin, and then looked about the room. I already wore my serviceable sword. There was nothing else to add to the pack. No poisons, no cunningly made small weapons to smuggle along. I felt strangely naked, despite having gone without them for years. As I emerged with my packed bag slung over my shoulder, Chade stopped me with a lifted hand. "One small item," he offered sheepishly, and held out a leather roll without meeting my eyes. As I took it into my hands, I knew the contents without having to check it. Picks for locks and other subtle tools of the assassin's trade. Lord Golden looked aside as I slipped the roll inside my pack. Of old, my clothing had featured hidden pockets for such things. Well, I hoped I would not have to be at this long enough to make such concerns necessary again. Our farewells were hurried and odd. Lord Golden bid Chade a formal farewell, as if there were an entire audience of strangers watching them. Thinking I should emulate their example, I offered Chade a servant's bow, but he seized me by the arms and embraced me hastily.
"Thank you, my boy,"
he muttered by my ear. "Go in haste and bring Dutiful back to us, and go easy on the boy. This is as much my fault as his." Emboldened, I replied, "Watch over my boy for me, then. And Nighteyes. I hadn't thought I'd be burdening Jinna with him, let alone a pony and a cart. I'll see they come to no harm," he offered. And I know he saw the gratitude in my eyes. Then I hastened to unlatch the door for Lord Golden, and followed at his heels, carrying our bags as he strode through Buckkeep. Many called out farewells to him, and he acknowledged them warmly but briefly. If Lord Golden had sincerely hoped to leave Laurel behind, she disappointed him. She was standing at the stable door, holding all our horses and waiting for us with every evidence of impatience. I placed her in her middle to late 20s. She was strongly built, not unlike Catricken herself, long-boned and muscled, yet still womanly in form. She was not from Buck, for our women tend to be small and dark, and Laurel was neither. She was not fair, like Catricken, but her eyes were blue. Her brown hair was sun-streaked with blonde and bleached near white at her temples. Sun had browned her face and hands. She had a narrow, straight nose above a strong mouth and determined chin. She wore the leathers of a hunter, and her horse was one of those small, wiry ones that leaps like a terrier over any barrier and can race like a weasel through the most tangling brush. He was a homely little gelding, and his eyes shone with his spirit. Her small baggage roll was secured behind her saddle. As we approached, Malta lifted her head and whickered eagerly to her master. My black stood by uninterestedly. It was oddly humiliating.
"Huntswoman Laurel, ready to go, I see," Lord Golden greeted her.
"Yes, my lord, waiting only for you to be ready." At this they both glanced at me. Recalling abruptly that I was Lord Golden's servant, I took Malta's reins from Laurel and held her while Lord Golden mounted. I fastened both our saddle-packs onto my black, a process she did not much approve of. As I took my reins from Laurel, she smiled at me and proffered a hand. "Laurel, of the Downs family near Pitbank, I am Her Majesty's huntswoman." "Tom Badgerlock, Lord Golden's man," I replied as I bowed over her hand. Lord Golden had already set his horse in motion with a noble disregard for the doings of servants. We both mounted hastily and set off after him. "And where is your family from, Tom?" Laurel asked. Near Forge, on Bramble Creek." Bramble Creek was what Hap and I called it. If the creek near our cottage had any other name, I had never heard it, but the impromptu pedigree seemed to satisfy Laurel. The black was annoying me by tugging at her bit and trying to move up. Evidently she was not used to following another horse. Her stride was longer than Malta's as well. I held her in place, but it was a near-constant battle of wills. Laurel gave me a sympathetic look. "New mount. I've had a lesson a day. Discovering her temperament on a journey may not be the best way to get to know her. She grinned at me. No, but it may be the quickest. Besides, what choice do you have? We left the castle by the west gate. In my boyhood at Buckkeep, this gate had been kept secured at most times, and the road that led from it had been little more than a goat path. Now it stood open, with a small manned guardhouse next to it. We were passed out with scarcely a pause, and found ourselves on a well-travelled road that traversed the hills behind Buck Castle before winding down to the riverside. The steepest bits of the old path had been rerouted, and the whole way widened. Tracks told me that carts used this meandering path, and as it carried us on our wandering way down to the river, I caught glimpses of wharves below and the roofs of warehouses. I was still shocked when I began to catch glimpses of cottages back beneath the trees. Folk did not used to live there, I said. I bit my tongue before I added that Prince Verity had loved to hunt these hills. I doubted they offered much game any more. Trees had been cleared to allow small gardens to be cultivated. Donkeys and ponies grazed in brushy pastures. Laurel nodded to my surprise, but added, "Then you have not been here since the Red Ship War ended? All this has sprung up in the last 10 years or so. When trade improved, more folk wanted to live near Buckkeep, and yet did not want to be too far from the castle lest the raids resume." I could think of no sensible reply to her words, but the new stretch of town still surprised me. There was even a tavern as we got closer to the docks, and a hiring hall for rivermen. We rode past a row of warehouses that fronted onto the docks. Donkey carts seemed the favoured transportation. Blunt-nosed rivercraft were tied up to the docks, unloading cargo from Farrow and Tilth. We passed another tavern, and then several cheap rooming houses such as sailors seemed to favour. The road followed the river upstream. Sometimes it was wide and sandy. In other places timbers had been laid in a sort of boardwalk over boggy stretches. The other horses seemed to take no notice of the change, but at every one we traversed my black slowed her pace and set back her ears. She did not like the drumming of her hooves on the timber. I set my hand to her withers and quested towards her, offering reassurance. She turned her head to roll an eye at me, but remained as distant as ever. She probably would have refused to go on if there had not been 2 other horses to follow. She was plainly far more interested in her own kind than in any companionship I might offer. I shook my head at the difference between her and the amiable horses in Burrick's stable, and wondered if his wit had made the difference. Whenever a mare birthed a foal, Burrick was at her side, and the baby knew the touch of his hand almost as soon as it knew the lick of its mother's tongue. Was it merely the early presence of a human that had made the beasts in his stable so accepting? Or was it his own wit, suppressed but still present, that had made them so receptive to me? The afternoon sun beat down on us, and the sun bounced off the river's wide and gleaming surface. The thudding hooves of the 3 horses were a pleasant counterpoint to my thoughts as I pondered. Burrick had seen the wit as a dark and low magic, a temptation to let the beast in my nature overwhelm me. Common law agreed with him and went further. The wit was a tool for evil, a shameful magic that led its practitioners into degradation and wickedness. Death and dismemberment was the only recognized cure for the wit. My equanimity over Dutiful's absence was suddenly threatened. True, the boy had not been kidnapped, but although the skill had let me find him, it was undoubtedly the wit the boy was employing in his night hunts. If he betrayed himself to anyone, he might be put to death. Perhaps not even his status as a prince would be enough to protect him from that fate. After all, the wit had been enough to tumble me from the favour of the coastal dukes straight into Regal's dungeons. No wonder Burrick had given up all use of the wit. No wonder he had so often threatened to beat it out of me, yet I could not regret having it. Curse or blessing, it had saved my life more often than it had endangered it, and I could not help but believe that my deep sense of kinship with all life enhanced my days. I drew a deep breath and cautiously let my wit unfold into a general sensing of the day around me. My awareness of both Malta and the huntswoman's horse sharpened, as did their acknowledgment of me. I sensed Laurel not as another rider beside me, but as a large and healthy creature. Lord Golden was as unknowable to my wit as the fool ever was. From even that sense he rippled aside, and yet his very mystery was a familiar one to me. Birds in the trees overhead were bright startles of life amongst the leaves. From the largest of the trees we passed, I sensed a deep green flow of being, a welling of existence that was unlike an animal's awareness, and yet was life all the same. It was as if my sense of touch expanded beyond my skin to make contact with all other forms of life around me. All the world shimmered with life, and I was a part of that network. Regret this oneness? Deny this expanded tactility?
"You're a quiet one,"
Laurel observed. With a start I became aware of her as a person again. My thoughts had run so deep I had almost forgotten the woman riding beside me. She was smiling at me. Her eyes were pale blue, but with rings of darker blue at the edges. One iris, I noted, had an odd streak of green in it, radiating out from the centre. I could think of no reply, so I simply shrugged and nodded. Her smile grew wider. "Have you been huntswoman for the Queen long?" I asked, simply to be saying something. Laurel's eyes grew thoughtful as she totted up the years.
7 years now," she said quietly.
"Ah, then you know her well," I rejoined, wondering how much she truly knew of our present errand.
"Well enough,"
Laurel replied, and I could almost see her wondering the same about me. I cleared my throat. "Lord Golden visits Gallatin in search of game birds. He has a passion for collecting feathers, you know." I did not directly ask any question. She looked at me from the corner of her eye.
"Lord Golden has many passions, it is said," she observed in a low voice, "and the funds to indulge them all."
She gave me another glance, as if to ask if I would defend my master, but if there was an insult, I did not take its meaning. She looked ahead and spoke on.
"As for me, I but travel along to scout the hunting for my queen. She likes to go after game birds in the autumn. I have hopes that in Gallatin woods we may find the kind that she likes best."
"So do we all hope," I agreed. I liked her caution. We would get along well enough, I decided.
"Have you known Lord Golden long?" she asked me.
"Not directly," I hedged. I had heard he was looking for a man, and I was glad when an acquaintance recommended me.
"Then you've done this kind of work before?"
"Not for some time. For the past 10 years or so I've lived quietly, just my boy and me, but he's of an age to apprentice out, and that takes hard coin. This is the fastest way I know to earn it."
"And his mother?" she asked lightly. "Won't she be lonely with both of you away?"
"She's gone many years," I said. Then, realizing that Hap might sometime venture up to Buckkeep, I decided to keep as close to the truth as I could. "He's a fosterling I took in. I never knew his mother, but I think of him as my son."
"You're not married, then?"
The question surprised me. "No, I'm not."
"Neither am I."
She gave me a small smile, as if to say, this gave us much in common.
"So, how do you like Buckkeep so far?"
"Well enough. I lived close by when I was a boy. It's changed a great deal since then."
"I'm from Tilth myself. Up on the Branady Downs is where I grew up, though my mother was from Buck. Her family lived not far from Gallatin. I know the area, for I ranged there as a child. But mostly we lived near the Downs, where my father was huntsman for Lord Sitswell. My father taught both my brothers and me the skills of being a huntsman. When he died, my older brother took his position. My younger brother returned to live amongst my mother's people. I stayed on, mostly training the coursing horses in Lord Sitswell's stable. But when the Queen and her party came hunting there years ago, I turned out to help, for the party was so large. The Queen took a liking to me, and—" she grinned proudly. "I've been her huntswoman ever since." I was trying to think of something more to say when Lord Golden beckoned us both to come closer. I urged the black forwards, and when we were close, he announced, "Those were the last of the houses for away. I did not want folks saying that we rode in great haste, but neither do I wish to miss this evening's only ferry from Lampcross. So, now, good people, we ride. And, Badgerlock, we'll see if that black is truly as fleet as the horse-seller said. Keep up as best you can. I'll hold the ferry for us all." So saying, he touched his heels to Malta, and let out her reins. It was all the permission she required. She sprang forwards, showing us her heels. "My Whitecap can match her any day," Laurel proclaimed, and gave her horse her head. "Catch them," I suggested to the black, and was almost shocked at her competitive response. From a walk, she all but leapt into a run. The smaller horses had the lead on us. Packed mud flew up from their hooves, and Malta led only by virtue of the narrowing trail. My black's longer stride diminished their lead until we were close enough behind them, getting the full benefit of the mud they threw. The sound of us behind them spurred them to greater effort, and once more they pulled ahead of us. But I could feel that my black had not yet hit her peak. There was still unrealized reach in her stride, and the tempo of her gait said that she had not reached her hardest gallop. I tried to hold her back where the flying clods would not shower us so heartily, but she paid no heed to the rain.
The moment the trail widened, she surged forwards into the gap, and in a few strides she passed them both. I heard them both cry out to their horses, and I thought they would overtake us, but like a lengthening wolfhound on the scent, my black reached out to seize even longer strides of the path and fling it behind us. I glanced back at them once to see both their faces alight with the challenge. "Faster," I suggested to my black. I did not really think she had more speed in her, but as a flame roars up a dry tree, she surged forwards again. I laughed aloud at the pure joy of it and saw her ears flicker in response. She did not reach towards my mind with any thought, but I felt a tentative glimmer of her approval. We would do well enough together. We were the first to reach Lampcross Ferry. Chapter 15. Gallatin. Since the time of the piebald prince, the scouring of the Witted has been accepted within the Six Duchies as matter-of-factly as enforced labour for bad debt or flogging for thieves. It was the normal way of the world, and unquestioned. In the years following the Red Ship War, it was natural that the purging should begin in earnest. The cleansing of Buck had freed the land of the Red Ship raiders and the forged ones they had created. Honest folk hoped to purify the Six Duchies of unnatural taints completely. Some were, perhaps, too swift to punish on little evidence. For a time, accusations of being witted were enough to make any man, guilty or not, tremble for fear of his life. The self-styled piebalds took advantage of this climate of suspicion and violence. While not revealing themselves, they publicly exposed well-known figures who were possessed of the wit, but never spoke out against the persecution of their more vulnerable fellows. It was the first attempt by the Witted as a group to wield any sort of political power. Yet it was not the effort of a people to defend themselves against unjust persecution, but the underhanded tactic of a duplicitous faction determined to seize power for themselves by any available means. They had no more loyalty to themselves than a pack of dogs. Devlin's The Politics of the Piebald Cabal. As it turned out, my race to the ferry landing was of small use. The ferry was there and tied up, and so it would remain, the captain told me, until an expected cargo of 2 wagons of sea salt arrived. When Lord Golden and Laurel arrived, which, to speak fairly, was not so much longer after I did, the captain remained adamant. Lord Golden offered him a substantial purse to leave without the wagoners, but the captain shook his head with a smile. "I'd have your coins once, and nice as they might clink, I could only spend them once. I wait for the wagons at Lady Bressinga's request. Her coins come to me every week, and I'll not do anything to risk her ill will. You'll have to wait, good sir, begging your pardon." Lord Golden was little pleased with this, but there was nothing he could do. He told me to remain there with the horses, and took himself off to the landing inn, where he could have a mug of ale in comfort while he waited. It was in keeping with our roles, and I harboured no resentment. I told myself this several times. If Laurel had not been with us, perhaps we would have found a way for us to share some time without compromising our public roles. I had looked forward to a companionable journey with him, and time in which we did not have to maintain our facade of master and servant. But I resigned myself to what was necessary. Still, something of my regrets must have shown in my face, for Laurel came to keep pace with me as I walked the horses about in a field near the ferry landing. "Is something troubling you?" she asked me. I glanced at her in some surprise at the sympathy in her voice. "Just missing an old friend," I replied, honestly. "I see," she answered. And when I offered no more on the topic, she observed, "You've a good master. He held no grudge against you that you beat him in our race. Many's a master who would have found a way to make you regret your victory over him." The idea startled me. Not as Tom Badgelot, but as Fitz. It had never occurred to me that the fool might resent a race fairly won. Plainly, I was not fully settled into my role. That's true, I suppose, but the victory was his as much as mine. He chose the horse, and at first I was not much impressed with the beast. But she can run, and in running she showed a spirit I didn't suspect she had. I think I can make a good mount of her yet. Laurel stepped back to run a critical eye over my black. "She seems a good mount to me. What made you doubt her?" "Oh, I searched for words that would not make me sound witted. She seemed to lack a certain willingness some horses want to please. Your Whitecap is one, and Malta another. My black seems to lack that. But as we get to know one another, perhaps it will come. My black, that's her name. I shrugged and smiled. I suppose so. I hadn't given her one, but yes, I suppose that's what I've been calling her. She gave me a sideways glance. Well, it's a little better than Blackie or Queenie. I grinned at her disapproval. I know what you mean. Well, she may yet show me a name that fits her more truly, but for now, she's my black. For a time we walked in silence. She kept glancing up the roads that led down to the ferry landing. I wish those wagons would come. I don't even see them. Well, the land rises and falls a good deal along here. They may crest a hill any time and come into view for us. I hope so. I'd like to be on our way. I'd hoped to reach Gallatin before full dark. I'd like to get up in the hills as soon as possible and take a look around. For the Queen's quarry, I supplied. Yes. She glanced aside from me for a time. Then, as if making sure I understood that she did not break a confidence, she said bluntly, Queen Cotrican told me that both you and Lord Golden are to be trusted, that I need hold nothing back from either of you. I bowed my head to that. The Queen's confidence honours me. Why? Why? I was startled. Well, such confidence from such a great lady to one like me is unbelievable, especially when you arrived in Buckkeep Castle but a few days ago. Her eyes met mine squarely. Cotrican had chosen her confidant well, yet her very intelligence could be a threat to me. I licked my lips, debating my answer. A small piece of truth, I decided. Truth was easiest to keep straight in later conversations. I have known the Queen Cotrican of old. I served her in several confidential ways during the time of the Red Ship War. Then it was for her that you came to Buckkeep rather than Lord Golden. I think it is fair to say I came for myself. There was a time of silence. Together we led our horses to the river and allowed them to drink. My black showed no caution of the water, wading out to drink deep. I wondered how she would react to boarding the ferry. She was big and the river was wide. If she decided to give trouble, it could be an unpleasant crossing for me. I dipped a kerchief in the cold water and wiped my face with it. Do you think the prince just ran away? I dropped the kerchief from my eyes to stare at her in surprise. This woman was blunt. She did not look away from me. I glanced to be sure no one could hear us. I don't know, I said as bluntly. I suspect he may have been lured rather than taken by force. But I do think others were involved in his leaving. Then I bit my tongue and chided myself for being too open. How would I back up that opinion? By revealing I was witted? Better to listen than to talk. Then we may be opposed in recovering him. It's possible. Why do you think they lured him away? Oh, I don't know. I was beginning to sound vapid, and I knew it. She met my eyes squarely. Well, I also think he was lured away, if not taken outright. I speculate that those who took him did not approve of the Queen's plan for marrying him to the Outislander Narcheska. She glanced away and added, Nor do I. Those words gave me pause. It was the first hint that she was not unquestioning in her loyalty to the Queen. All Chade's old training came to the fore as I sought to see how deep her disagreement ran. Could she have had something to do with the prince's disappearance? I am not sure that I agree with it myself, I replied, inviting her to say more. The prince is too young to be pledged to anyone, Lauren said forthrightly. I have no confidence that the Out-Islands are our best allies, let alone that they will remain true. How can they? They are little more than city-states scattered along the coast of a forbidding land. No one lord holds true power there, and they squabble constantly. Any alliance we make there is as likely to draw us into one of their petty wars as to benefit us in trade. I was taken aback. She had obviously given this a great deal of thought, and in a depth I would not have expected of a huntswoman. What would you favour, then? Were the decision mine, and, well, I know it is not, I would hold him back. in reserve, as it were, until I saw surely what was happening, not just in the Out Islands, but to the south as well, in Chalced and Bingtown and the lands beyond. There has been talk of war down there, and other wild tales. Dragons have been seen, they do say. Not that I believe all I hear, but dragons did come to the 6 duchies during the Red Ship War. I've heard those tales too often to set them aside. Perhaps they are attracted to war and the prey it offers them. To enlighten her in that regard would have required hours. I merely asked, "Then you would marry our prince off to a Chalcedian noblewoman or a Bingtown trader's daughter? Perhaps it would be best for him to marry within the 6 duchies. There are some who mutter that the queen is foreign-born and that a second generation of a foreign queen might not be good." "And you agree?" She gave me a look. "Do you forget I am the queen's huntswoman? Better a foreigner like her than some of the Pharaoh noblewomen I've had to serve in the past." Our talk died there for a time. We led the horses away from the river. I removed bits and let the animals graze. I was hungry myself. As if she could read my thoughts, Laurel dug into her saddlebag and came up with apples for us both. "I always carry food with me," she said as she offered it to me. "Some of the folks I've hunted for think no more of the comfort of their hunters than they do of their horses or dogs." I bit back a response that would have defended Lord Golden from such a charge. Best to let the fool decide how he wished to present himself. I thanked her and bit into the apple. It was both tart and sweet. My black lifted her head suddenly. "Share?" I offered her. She flicked her ears at me disdainfully and went back to grazing.
"A few days without me, and he's consorting with horses. I might have known."
The wolf used the wit without subtlety, startling me and spooking all 3 horses. "Nighteyes!" I exclaimed in surprise. I looked around for him. "Beg pardon?" "My dog. He's followed me from home." Laurel looked at me as if I were mad. "Your dog? Where?" Luckily for me, the great wolf had just come into view, slipping out of the shelter of the trees. He was panting, and he headed straight for the river to drink. Laurel stared. "That's a wolf!" "He does look a great deal like a wolf," I conceded. I clapped my hands and whistled. "Here, Nighteyes. Here, boy."
"I'm drinking, you idiot. I'm thirsty. As you might be if you had trotted all the way here instead of riding a horse."
"No," Laurel replied evenly. "That is not a dog that looks like a wolf. That is a wolf. I adopted him when he was very small." Nighteyes was still lapping. "He's been a very good companion to me." "Lady Brasinga may not welcome a wolf into her home." Nighteyes lifted his head suddenly, looked about, and then, without a glance at me, slunk back into the woods.
"Tonight,"
he promised me in parting. "I'll be on the other side of the river by tonight."
"So will I. Trust me. Tonight."
My black had caught Nighteyes' scent and was staring after him. She whickered uneasily. I looked back at Laurel and found her regarding me curiously. "Oh, I must have been mistaken. That was indeed a wolf. It looked a great deal like my dog, though. You've made me look like an idiot."
"That wasn't hard."
"It was a very peculiar way for a wolf to behave," Laurel observed. She was still staring after him. "It's been years since I've seen a wolf in these parts." I offered my black the apple core. She accepted it and left a coating of green slime on my palm in return. Silence seemed the wisest choice. "Badgerlock! Huntswoman!" Lord Golden summoned us from the roadside. In great relief, I led the horses over to him. Laurel trailed us. As we approached him across the meadow, she made a small sound of approval in her throat. I glanced back at her in consternation. Her eyes were fixed on Lord Golden, but at my questioning glance she quirked a small smile at me. I looked back at him. Aware of our scrutiny, he all but struck a pose. I knew the fool too well to be fooled by Lord Golden's careless artifice. He knew how the wind off the river toyed with his golden locks. He had chosen his colours well, blues and white. His elegant clothing was cut to complement his slender figure. He looked like a creature of sun and sky. Even carrying food bundled in a white linen napkin and a jug, he still managed to look elegantly aristocratic.
"I've brought you a meal and drink, so you'll not be tempted to leave the horses unattended," he told me.
He handed me the napkin and the moisture-beaded jug. Then he ran his eyes over Laurel and gave her an approving smile.
"If the huntswoman would enjoy it, I'd be pleased to share a meal with her while we await these cursed wagons."
The fleeting glance Laurel sent my way was laden with meaning. She begged my pardon for deserting me, even as she was certain I could see this was too rare an opportunity for her to miss it.
"I am certain I would enjoy it, Lord Golden,"
she replied, inclining her head. I took Whitecap's reins before she could think to ask me. Lord Golden offered her his arm as if she were a lady. With only the slightest hesitation, she set her sun-browned fingers on the pale blue of his sleeve. He immediately covered her hand with his long, elegant fingers. Before they were 3 steps away from me, they were in deep conversation about game birds and seasons and feathers. I closed my mouth, which had been hanging just slightly ajar. Reality reordered itself around me. Lord Golden, I suddenly realized, was every bit as complete and real a person as the fool had been. The fool had been a colourless little freak, jeering and sharp-tongued, who tended either to rouse unquestioning affection or abhorrence and fear in those who knew him. I had been amongst those who had befriended King Shrewd's jester, and had valued his friendship as the truest bond 2 boys could share. Those who had feared his wickedly barbed jests and been repulsed by his pallid skin and colourless eyes had been the vast majority of the castle folk. But just now, an intelligent and, I must admit, very attractive young woman had just chosen Lord Golden's companionship over mine. "There's no accounting for tastes," I told Whitecap, who was looking after his departing mistress with an aggrieved air.
"What's in the napkin?"
"I didn't think you'd go far. A moment." I put the horses to graze with makeshift picket lines and went over to where the field met the edge of a forested bramble. There was a great mossy river boulder there, and I spread the napkin out upon it. When I unstoppered the jug, I found it held sweet cider. Within the napkin were 2 meat pasties.
"One for me?"
Nighteyes did not come all the way out of the bramble. I tossed one of the pasties to him and immediately bit into my own. It was still warm from cooking, and the meat and gravy was brown and savoury. One of the lovely things about the wit is that one can carry on a conversation while eating without choking. "So, how did you find me, and why?" I asked him.
"I found you just as I'd find any flea bite. Why? What else was I to do? You could not have expected me to stay in Buckkeep town with a cat, please. Bad enough that you reek of that creature. I could not have abided sharing space with him."
"Hap will worry about you when he discovers you are missing."
"Perhaps, but I doubt it. He was so excited to come back to Buckkeep town. Why a boy would find it enticing, I do not know. There is nothing but noise and dust, no game worth speaking of, and far too many humans crammed into one space."
"Then you came after me solely to spare yourself that aggravation. It had nothing to do with being concerned for me or missing me."
"If you and the scentless one hunt, then I should hunt with you. That is only sense. Hap is a good boy, but he's not the best hunter. Better to leave him safe in town."
"But we are on horseback, and, my friend, you are not as fleet as you used to be, nor do you have the endurance of a young wolf. Best you go back to Buckkeep town and keep watch over the boy.
Or maybe you could just dig a hole right here and bury me."
"What?" His bitterness startled the word out of me. I did choke on the cider I was drinking.
"Little brother, do not treat me as if I am already dead or dying. If you see me that way, then I would rather truly be dead. You steal the now of my life away when you constantly fear that tomorrow will bring my death. Your fears clutch cold at me and snatch all my pleasure in the day's warmth from me."
As he had not in a long time, the wolf dropped all the barriers between us. I suddenly perceived what I had been hiding from myself. The recent reticence between us was not entirely Nighteyes' doing. Half of it was mine, my retreat from him for fear that his death would be unbearably painful for me. I was the one who had set him at a distance. I was the one who had been hoarding my thoughts from him. Yet enough of my feelings had reached past that wall that he was wounded by them. I had been on the verge of abandoning him. My slow pulling away from him had been my resignation to his mortality. Truly, since the day I had pulled him back from death, I had not seen him as fully alive. I sat for a time, feeling shabby and small. I did not need to tell him I felt ashamed. The wit forms a bond that makes many explanations unnecessary. I spoke my apology aloud. Hap is really old enough to take care of himself. From now on we belong together, come what may. I felt his concurrence.
So, what is it we hunt?
A boy and a cat. Prince Dutiful.
Ah, the boy and the cat from your dream. Well, at least we shall know them when we find them.
It was a bit disconcerting that he made that leap of connection so effortlessly, and that he acknowledged so easily what I had balked at. We had shared thoughts with those two, and more than once. I pushed that uneasiness aside. But how will you cross the river, and how will you keep up with the horses?
Don't let it trouble you, little brother, and don't betray me by gawking.
I sensed that it amused him to leave me wandering, and so left it at that with no nagging. I finished my meal and leaned my back against the boulder that had been my table. It had soaked up the warmth of the day. I had had little sleep of late, and I felt my eyelids growing heavy.
Go ahead and nap. I'll keep watch on the horses for you.
Thank you. It was such a relief to close my eyes and welcome sleep without weariness. My wolf watched over me. The deep connection between us flowed unimpeded again. It brought me more peace than a full belly and sunshine.
They come.
I opened my eyes. The horses still grazed peaceably, but their shadows had lengthened on the meadow grass. Lord Golden and Laurel stood at the edge of the field. I lifted a hand in recognition of them, then came reluctantly to my feet. My posture had kinked my back, and yet I would gladly have gone back to sleep. Later, I promised myself. I could see the freight wagons approaching the ferry ramp. Both Whitecap and Malta came to my chirrup. Only my black went out to the end of the picket line and had to be drawn in. Once I had her reins, she surrendered and came with me, as if she had never contemplated anything else. I led them to meet the oncoming wagons, when I noticed a set of grey wolf's legs beneath one of the wagons. I looked aside. The ferry was a large, flat vessel of splintery timbers, secured by a heavy line to each shore. Teams of horses drew it back and forth, but there were crewmen with push-poles manning it as well. They loaded Lady Brisinga's wagons first, then passengers and their mounts. I was the last aboard. My black balked at boarding the ferry. In the end, I think she came aboard for the sake of the other horses' company rather than any of my coaxing and praise. The ferry cast off from its dock and began its ponderous crossing of the Buck River. The river lapped and gurgled at the edge of the laden barge. It was full dark before we reached the north shore of the Buck River. We were first off the ferry, but then waited for the wagons to unload. Lord Golden decreed that rather than wait out the night at the inn, we would follow the wagons to Lady Brisinga's manor at Gallatin. The wagoneers knew the way by heart. They kindled lanterns and hung them from the sideboards, and so we followed them well enough. The round moon shone down on us. We followed well back, and yet the dust of the wagon still hung in the air and stuck to my skin. I was far more tired than I expected to be. The ache in my back was sharpest around the old arrow scar. I longed suddenly to have a quiet talk with the fool, to somehow connect again to the healthy young man I had once been. But, I reminded myself, neither Fitz nor the fool was here. Only Lord Golden and his man Badgerlock. The sooner I fixed that in my mind, the better for both of us. Laurel and Lord Golden carried on a quiet conversation. His attention flattered her, and she did not attempt to disguise the pleasure she took in it. They did not exclude me, and yet I would not have felt comfortable sharing it. We came at length to Gallatin. We had crested several rocky hills and crossed the oak valleys between, and then, as we reached the top of yet another rolling hill, the winking lights of a small town shone out below us. Gallatin fronted onto a small tributary of the Buck called Antler River. It was too small a body of water to be navigable by large boats. Most of the goods that came to Gallatin made the last stretch of their journey by wagon. The Antler furnished water for the cattle and the fields, and fish for the folk that lived alongside it. The Brisinga manor was on a small rise that overlooked the little town. In the dark it was impossible to see the extent of the great house, but the spacing of the candlelit windows convinced me it was substantial. The wagons entered through the gate of a long stone wall, and we followed unchallenged. When the drivers pulled up in the wagon yard beside the manor, men with torches came out to meet them. I noted the absence of barking dogs, and thought it odd. Lord Golden led Laurel and me on to the main entrance of the manor itself. Before we had even alighted, the door opened for us, and servants poured out to greet us. We were expected. A messenger had preceded us on the morning ferry. Lady Brisinga herself appeared to greet us and welcome us to her home. Servants led our horses away and bore our baggage for us as I followed Lord Golden and the Queen's huntswoman into the spacious entry hall of Brisinga Manor. Of oak and riverstone was this imposing house built. Thick timbers and massive stonework commanded the eye, dwarfing the folk who filled the chamber. Lord Golden was the centre of their attention. Lady Brisinga had taken his arm in welcome, short and plump. The woman looked up at him approvingly as she chatted. Her smile crinkled the corners of her eyes and stretched her upper lip tightly above her teeth. The lanky boy that stood at her side was likely Civil Brisinga. He was taller than Hap, yet about his age, and wore his dark hair brushed straight back above his forehead, revealing a pronounced widow's peak. He gave me an odd glance in passing, then directed his attention back to his mother and Lord Golden. An odd little shiver of awareness danced across my skin. The wit. Someone here was old blood, and concealing it with consummate skill. I breathed the thought of warning to the wolf, "Be small." His acknowledgment was more subtle than the scent of night flowers when day comes. Yet I saw Lady Brisinga turn her head slightly, as if to catch a distant sound. Too soon to be certain, yet I felt that Chade's and my suspicions were well founded. The huntswoman of the Queen had her own circle of admirers courting her favour. The Brisinga huntsman was at Laurel's elbow already, telling her that as soon as she arose in the morning, he'd be pleased to show her the best uplands for game birds. His assistant stood alertly at his elbow. Later, he would escort her into a late dinner with Lady Brisinga and Lord Golden. When hunting was planned, those two could expect to share table and wine with their betters. In the midst of the hubbub of welcoming, little attention was paid to me. I stood as any good servant did, awaiting my next command. A serving woman hastened up to me. "I'll show you the chambers we've prepared for Lord Golden so that you may arrange them to his taste. Will he want a bath this evening?" "Undoubtedly," I replied to the young woman as I followed her, "and a light repast in his rooms. Sometimes he is taken with an appetite late at night." This was a fabrication on my part to be sure that I did not have to go hungry. It was expected that I would see to my master's comfort first, and then my own. Lord Golden's unexpected visit had commanded a fine chamber as large as my entire cottage. An immense bed dominated the room. It was mounded with feather beds and fat pillows. Enormous bouquets of cut roses scented the chamber, and a veritable forest of beeswax tapers added both light and their delicate scent. By daylight the room would look over the river and across the valley, but tonight the windows were shuttered. I opened one, for air, and then assured the maid that I could unpack my master's garments if she would see to the bath-water. A small antechamber opened off Lord Golden's for my own use. It was small, but better furnished than many servants' chambers that I'd seen. It took me longer to unpack Lord Golden's clothing than I had expected. I was amazed at how much he'd managed to fit into his packs. Not only clothing and books, but jewellery, perfumes, scarves, combs and brushes emerged from the compact bags. I put it all in place as best as I could imagine. I tried to recall Charim, Prince Verity's serving man and valet. Standing in his shoes, suddenly but all he had done in a different perspective. That good man had always been present, and always engaged in some task for Verity's comfort or convenience. Unobtrusive, yet ever ready for his master's command, I tried to think what he would do in my place. I kindled a small fire in the hearth so that my master would be comfortable when he was drying after his bath. I turned down Lord Golden's bed and set his nightshirt out upon the linen. Then, smirking, I retreated to my own chamber, wondering what the fool would have made of all this. I had expected my own unpacking to be simple, and it was until I got to the package of clothing from the tailor. I untied the string, and the garments seemed to burst from their confines like a blossom unfurling. The fool had reneged on Lord Golden's promise to keep me poorly dressed. The clothing the tailor had sewn was the best quality I had ever possessed in my life. There was a set of servants' blues, better tailored than what I now wore, and of a finer weave. 2 snowy shirts of linen were more elegant than what most servants wore. There was a doublet of rich blue, with dark hose, with a grey stripe in it, and another in deep green. I held the green doublet up against me. The doublet's skirt came almost to my knees, longer than I was accustomed to, and yellow embroidery ran riot over it. Yellow leggings. I shook my head. There was a wide leather belt to fasten about it. Lord Golden's golden cock pheasant was embroidered on the breast of the jerkin. I rolled my eyes at my reflection. Truly, the fool had expressed himself in these clothes for me. Dutifully I put them away. No doubt he would soon find an excuse to make me wear them. I had scarcely finished my unpacking before I heard a step in the hallway. A knock at the door announced that Lord Golden's tub had arrived. 2 serving boys carried it in, followed by 3 others bearing buckets of both hot and cold water. It was expected that I would mix these to achieve Lord Golden's preference in his bath. Then another lad arrived carrying a tray of scented oils that he might choose from, and yet another with a towering stack of towels. 2 men arrived carrying the painted screens that would protect him from draughts while he was enjoying his ablutions. I have not always been swift at appraising social situations, yet dim as I was awakening to Lord Golden's social stature. A welcome this effusive was more likely to be accorded to royalty rather than to a landless noble of dubious origin. Obviously, his popularity at court far exceeded my initial regard of it. It chagrined me that I had not previously perceived it. Then, with unerring certainty, I knew the reason for it. I knew who he was. I knew his past, or far more of it than any of his admirers did. To me, he was not just the exotic and fabulously wealthy nobleman of some distant Gemalian family. To me, he was the fool, in the midst of one of his elaborate pranks, and I was still expecting that at any moment he would cease his juggling and let all his flying illusions come clattering to the ground. But there was no moment of revelation awaiting. Lord Golden was real, as real as the fool had been to me. I stood stock still a moment, reeling in that unveiling thought. Lord Golden was as real as the fool, and hence the fool had been as real as Lord Golden. So who was this man that I had known for most of my life? A hint of presence, more a scent than a thought, carried me to the window. I looked not out over the river, but down into the bushes outside the window. Nighteyes' mind brushed softly against mine, cautioning me to control our wit bond. A pair of deep eyes looked up and met mine. "Cat," his delicate touch confirmed before I had even thought to ask it. "Cat piss stink on the corners of the stable, and on the underside of the brushes behind it. Cat scat buried in the rose garden. Cats everywhere." More than one. Dutiful's cat was a gift from this family. Perhaps they favour them as coursing animals. "That is a certainty. The stink of them is pervasive. It makes me uneasy. I have little desire to meet one in the flesh. All I have known of them I have learned since this afternoon, when Hap proposed I should be friendly with one. I did no more than put my nose into the door when that orange fury flew at me, all claws and spitting. I know no more of them than you do. Burrick never kept cats about the stable. He was wiser than either of us knew." A door closed softly behind me. I whirled to the sound, but it was only Lord Golden come into the room. Whether fool or golden, he was still one of the few in the world who could take me by surprise. I recalled my role, straightened, and bowed to him. "Master, I have seen to arranging your things. Your bath awaits." "Well done, Badgerlock. And the night air is refreshing. Is the view pleasant?" "Excellent, sir. The room commands a wide view of the river valley, and the night is fine, with a near full moon that would set most wolves howling." "Is it?" He crossed swiftly to the window and looked down on Nighteyes. The smile that lit his face was genuine. He drew a deep breath of satisfaction, as if savouring the air. "A good night, indeed. Doubtless many night creatures are abroad hunting tonight. May our hunting tomorrow go as well as theirs does by moonlight. Unfortunate indeed that I must put off my hunting until tomorrow. Tonight I am invited to sup late with Lady Brisinga and her son Sybil, but they have excused me for a bit that I might refresh myself. You will, of course, attend me at the dinner?" "Of course, master." I concurred, with a sinking heart. In reality, I had hoped to slip out of the open window and do a bit of reconnaissance with Nighteyes.
"It's nothing that I cannot manage better on my own. I shall snuff and range outside. See that you do the same inside. The sooner we are finished with the errand, the sooner we are for home again."
"That's true," I agreed. But I wondered at the slight sinking of my heart at the thought. Didn't I want to leave Buckkeep and resume my own life as soon as possible? Or was I coming to relish my role as a serving man to a wealthy fop? I asked myself sarcastically. I took Lord Golden's coat for him, and then eased him from his boots. As I had so often seen Charim do without paying any heed, I brushed and hung the jacket and gave the boots a hasty dusting before setting them aside. When Lord Golden offered me his wrists, I undid the fastenings of the lacy cuffs on his shirt and set the glittering gauds aside. He leaned back in his chair. "I shall wear my blue doublet tonight, and the linen shirt with the fine blue stripe in it. Dark blue hose, I think, and the shoes with the trimming of silver chain. Lay it all out for me, then pour the bucket spatchlock, and be generous with the rose oil. Then set the screens and leave me to my thoughts for a bit. Oh, and please take some of this water into your chambers and avail yourself of it. When we dine, I shall want to smell the food, not you standing behind me. Oh, and wear the dark blue tonight. I think it will set off my own garb the better. One other thing. Put this on as well, but I counsel you to keep it covered, unless you truly need it." From his pocket he drew forth Jinnah's charm. It coiled into my extended hand. All this he announced with an air of genial good cheer. Lord Golden was a man well pleased with himself, looking forward to an evening of pleasant talk and hearty viands. I did as I was bid, and then gratefully retreated to my own room with washwater and a bit of apple-scented oil. Shortly I heard Lord Golden splashing luxuriously while humming a tune I did not know. My own washing was a bit more restrained, but just as welcome to me. I hurried, knowing that my services would soon be required again. I struggled with my doublet, finding that it had been tailored far more close-fitting than I was accustomed to. There was scarcely room to conceal Chade's roll of tools, let alone the small knife that I decided I would carry. I could scarcely wear a sword into the dining-room on a social occasion, but I found I did not wish to go completely unarmed. The wolf's secretive approach to the wit tonight had infected me with wariness. I cinched the belt that secured the doublet, and then pulled my hair back into its warrior tail. Some of the apple-scented oil persuaded my hair to lie flatter. I realized I had not heard splashing for some moments, and hastened back into Lord Golden's chamber. "Lord Golden, do you require my assistance?" "Scarcely." A shadow of the fool was in Golden's drawled sarcasm. He emerged from behind a screen, fully dressed and adjusting the fall of lace at his cuffs. A small smile of pleasure at surprising me was playing about his mouth as he lifted his eyes to me. Abruptly the smile faded. For a time he simply stared at me, mouth slightly ajar. Then his eyes lit. As he advanced to me, satisfaction shone in his face. "It's perfect," he breathed. "Exactly as I had hoped. Oh, Fitz, I always imagined that had I the chance I should show you off as befitted you, and look at you." His use of my name was as astonishing as the way he gripped my shoulders and propelled me towards the immense mirror. For a moment I looked only at the reflection of his face over my shoulder, alight with pride and satisfaction. Then I shifted my gaze and stared at a man I scarcely recognized. His directions to the tailor must have been very complete. The doublet encased my shoulders and chest, the white of the shirt showed at the collar and the sleeves. The blue of the doublet was buck blue, my family colour, and even if I now wore it as a servant, the cut of the doublet was not that of a servant, but of soldier. The tailoring made my shoulders look broad and my belly flat. The white of the shirt contrasted with my dark skin and eyes and hair. I gazed at my own face in consternation. The sharpness of my scars had faded with my youth. There were lines on my brow and starting at the corners of my eyes, and somehow these lessened the severity of the scar's passage down my face. I had long ago accepted the modification of my broken nose. The streak of white in my hair was more noticeable with my hair drawn back in a warrior's tail. The man that looked back at me from the mirror put me somewhat in mind of Verity, but even more of the portrait of king-in-waiting chivalry that still hung in the hall at Buckkeep. "I look like my father," I said quietly. The prospect of that both pleased and alarmed me. "Only to someone seeking that resemblance," the fool replied. "Only someone knowing enough to peer past your scars would see the Farseer in you. Mostly, my friend, you look like yourself, only more so. You look like the Fitz chivalry that was always there, but kept hidden by Chade's wisdom and subterfuge. Did you never wonder at how your clothes were cut, simply and almost rough, to make you look more stable-hand and soldier than Prince's bastard? Mistress Hasty, the seamstress, always thought the orders came from Shrewd. Even when she was allowed to indulge in her fripperies and fashion, it was only the ones that drew attention to themselves and her sewing skills, and away from you. But this, Fitz, this is how I have always seen you, and how you have never seen yourself." I looked back at the glass. I think I speak truth when I say that I have never been a vain man. It took a moment for me to accept that, while I had aged, the change was one of maturity rather than of degeneration. "I don't look that bad," I conceded. The fool's smile went broader. "Ah, my friend, I have been places where women would have fought one another with knives over you." He lifted a slender hand and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "And now I fear I must wonder if my fancy has succeeded too well. You will not pass without remark. But perhaps that is for the best. Flirt a bit with the kitchen maids, and who knows what they will tell you." I rolled my eyes at his mockery. His gaze met mine in the mirror. "Nothing finer than we two has dined in these halls before," he decided emphatically. He squeezed my shoulder, and then stood straight, abruptly Lord Golden again. "Badgerlock, the door. We are expected." I jumped to obey my master. Somehow those few moments with the fool had restored my tolerance for this new charade of ours. I even found my interest warming to it. If Prince Dutiful were here at Gallatin, as I suspected he was, we would find him out before the night was through. Lord Golden preceded me through the door, and I followed 2 steps behind him and to his left. Chapter 16. Claws. The depredations of the Red Ship War took their heaviest tolls on the coastal duchies. Old fortunes were decimated, family lines failed, and once proud holdings were reduced to ashy ruins and weedy courtyards. Yet in the wake of the war, just as seedlings sprout in the spring after a lightning fire, so too did many of the minor nobility find their fortunes swelling. Many of the humbler holdings had escaped the raiders' attention. Flocks and crops survived, and what would once have seemed a secondary property came to be seen as places of plenty. The lesser lords and ladies of these lands suddenly found themselves seen as desirable matches for the heirs of older but suddenly less wealthy family lines. Thus the widowed lord of the Brisinga holdings near Gallatin took a much younger and wealthier bride from amongst the Erwood family of Lesser Tor in Buck. The Erwood family was an old and noble line that had dwindled in both standing and wealth. Yet in the years of the Red Ship War their sheltered valley prospered, and shared harvest with the devastated folk of the Brisinga holdings that bordered them. This kindness bore fruit for the Erwood family when Jaglia Erwood became Lady Brisinga. She bore to her elderly lord an heir, Civil Brisinga, shortly before his death from a fever. Scribe Dovland's A History of the Erwood Line. Lord Golden moved with the grace and certainty that is supposedly bone-bred in the nobility. Unerringly he led me to an elegant antechamber where his hostess and her son awaited him. Laurel was there, attired in a simple gown of soft cream trimmed with lace. She was deep in conversation with the Brisinga huntsman. I thought that the gown did not suit her as well as the simple tunic and riding breeches had, for her tanned arms and face seemed to make the dainty lace at the collar and belled sleeves incongruous on her. Lady Brisinga was elegantly flounced and draped for dinner, the abundance of her garments swelling the proportions of her bust and hips. There were 3 other guests, a married couple and their daughter of about 17, obviously local gentry. All had been waiting for Lord Golden. Their reaction when we entered was everything the fool had claimed it would be. Lady Brisinga turned to greet her guest, smiling. Her eyes swept over him, widening with pleasure. "Our honoured guest is here," she announced. Lord Golden turned his head slightly to one side, tucking his chin in with an innocent air, as if he were unaware of his own beauty. Laurel stared at him in frank admiration as Lady Brisinga introduced Lord Golden to Lord and Lady Grayling of Cotterhills and their daughter Siddle. Their names were unfamiliar, but I seem to recall Cotterhills as a tiny holding in the foothills of Farrow. Siddle's cheeks grew pink, and she appeared almost flustered at being included in Lord Golden's bow, and after that the young gentlewoman's gaze appeared fixed on him. Her mother's eyes had wandered over to me, and were frankly appraising me in a way that should have made her blush. I glanced away, only to find Laurel looking at me with a bemused smile, as if she had forgotten she knew me. I could almost feel Lord Golden's radiant satisfaction in how he had turned their heads. He offered his arm to Lady Brisinga, and her son, Civil, escorted Siddle. Lord and Lady Grayling followed, and then came the huntmasters. I followed my betters into the dining-room and took up my post behind Lord Golden's chair. My position proclaimed me bodyguard as well as servant. Lady Brisinga glanced at me questioningly, but I did not meet her eyes. If she thought that Lord Golden had breached her hospitality by having me accompany him, she did not comment on it. Young Civil simply stared for a moment or two, and then shrugged off my presence with a quiet aside to his companion, and after that I became invisible. I think it was the most curious vantage point I'd ever held in my spying career. It was not comfortable. I was hungry, and Lady Brisinga's board was loaded with dishes both savoury and sweet. The servants who brought and cleared away the repast passed right before me. I was also weary and aching from the long day's ride, yet I forced myself to stand as still as possible with no restless shifting and to keep my eyes and ears open. All the talk at the table had to do with game and hunting. Lord Grayling and his lady and daughter were avid hunters and evidently had been invited for this reason. Almost immediately another common thread emerged. They hunted not with hounds, but with cats. Lord Golden professed himself a complete novice at this sort of sport and begged them to enlighten him. They were only too pleased to do so, and the conversation soon bogged down into intricate arguments as to which breed of hunting cat did better on birds, with various tales exchanged to illustrate the different breeds' prowess. The Brisingas were vocal in support of a short-tailed breed called Elinecks, while Lord Grayling vociferously offered heavy wagers that his groupards would take the day regardless of whether they sought birds or hares. Lord Golden was a most flattering listener, asking avid questions and expressing amazement and fascination at the replies. The cats, he learned for both of us, were not coursing beasts, at least not in the same manner as hounds. Each hunter took a single feline, and it rode to the hunt on a special cushion, secured just behind its master's saddle. The larger groupards could be loosened against game up to the size of young deer. They relied on a burst of speed to catch their prey, and then suffocated it to death with a throat hold. The smaller Elinecks was most often set loose in tall, grassy meadows or underbrush, where it stalked its prey until it could leap upon it. It preferred to stun with a blow from a swift paw, or to break the neck or back with a single bite. It was sport, we learned, to loose such beasts upon a flock of tame pigeons or doves to see how many they could bat to the ground before the whole flock took flight. Often these smaller bob-tailed cats were matched against one another in bird-batting competitions, with sizable wagers riding on the favourites. The Brisingas boasted no less than 22 cats of both types in their hunting stables. The Graylings had only the groupards, and but 6 of them in their clowder. But Lady Brisinga assured Lord Golden that her friend was fortunate in possessing some of the best breeding lines she had ever seen. "Then they are bred, these hunting cats. I was told that they had to be captured, that they would not breed if tamed." Lord Golden fastened his attention on the Brisinga's huntsmaster. "Oh, the groupards will breed, but only if they are allowed to carry out their mating battles and harsh courtship without interference. The enclosure Lord Grayling has devoted to this purpose is quite large, and no human must ever enter it. We are quite fortunate that his efforts in that regard have been successful. Prior to this, as you perhaps know, all groupards were brought in from either Chalced or the Sandsedge regions of Faroe, all at great expense, of course. They were quite rare in this region when I was a boy, but the moment I saw one, I knew that was the hunting beast for me. And I hope I don't sound a braggart in saying that, since the groupards were so expensive, I was one of the first who thought of trying to tame our native Elineks to the same task. Hunting with the Elineks was quite unknown in Buck until my uncle and I first caught 2 of them. The Elineks are the cats that must be taken as adults, usually in pit traps, and schooled to hunt as companions. This all spouted from the Brisinga huntsman, a tall fellow who hunched forwards earnestly as he spoke. Avoyne was his name. The topic was plainly his passion. Lord Golden flattered him with his unwavering attention.
"Fascinating. I must hear how such deadly little creatures are brought to heel. Nor was I aware there were so many names for hunting cats. I had assumed there was but one breed. So, let me see. I was told that Prince Dutiful's hunting animal had to be taken from the den as a kitten. It must be a groupard, then."
Avoyne exchanged a glance with his mistress, almost as if he asked permission before he spoke.
"Ah, well, the prince's cat is neither Elineks nor groupard, Lord Golden. It is a rarer creature than either of those. Most know it as the mist cat. It ranges much higher into the mountains than our cats do, and is known for hunting amid the branches of the trees as well as on the ground."
Avoyne had dropped into the lecturing tone of the expert. Once he had begun to share his expertise, he would continue until his listeners' eyes glazed over.
"For its size, it takes game substantially larger than itself, dropping down on both deer and wild goats to either ride them to exhaustion or to break the neck with a bite. On the ground, it is neither as swift as the groupard nor as stealthy as the Elineks, but combines the techniques of both with good success against small game. But of the miscat, you heard true. It must be taken from its home den before its eyes are opened if it is to be tamed at all. Even then, it may have an uneven temperament, but those who are taken and trained correctly become the truest companions that any hunter could desire. They will only hunt for one master, however. Of miscats it is said, 'From the den to the heart, never to part,' meaning, of course, that only he who is sly enough to find the miscat's den will ever possess one. It is quite a feat to have a miscat. When you see a hunter with a miscat, you know you're seeing a master of cat hunting."
Avoyne's voice suddenly faltered. If some sign had passed between him and his mistress, I had not seen it. Was the huntsman involved, then, in the circumstances that had brought such a cat to the prince? Lord Golden, however, blithely ignored the implications of what he had heard.
"A sumptuous gift for our prince indeed," he enthused, "but it quite dashes my hopes of having a miscat as my hunting creature tomorrow. At least, shall I have the prospect of seeing one set loose?"
"I fear not, Lord Golden," Lady Brisinga replied graciously. "We have none in our hunting pack. They are quite rare. To see a mistcat hunt, you will have to ask the prince himself to take you along on one of his outings. I am sure he would be delighted to do so." Lord Golden shook his head merrily, tucking his chin in as if taken aback.
"Oh, no, dear lady, for I have heard that our illustrious prince hunts afoot with his cat at night, regardless of the weather. Much too physical an endeavour for me, I fear. Not at all to my taste, not at all."
Chuckles tumbled from him like spinning pins in a juggler's hands. All around the table, the others joined in his mirth.
"Climb?"
I felt the prickle of tiny claws and glanced down. From somewhere, a small striped kitten had materialized. She stood on her hind legs, her front feet securely attached to my leggings by her embedded claws. Her yellow-green eyes looked up earnestly at mine.
"Coming up?"
I refused the touch of her mind without, I hoped, seeming to. At the table, Lord Golden had led the conversation to what types of cats they might use tomorrow,
and whether or not they would damage the plumage on the game. Feathers, he reminded them all, were what he sought, though he did enjoy game-bird pie. I shifted my foot, hoping to dislodge the young bramblefoot. It did not work.
"Climbing,"
she insisted, and hopped up another notch. Now she hung from me by all four paws, her claws having penetrated my leggings to hook in my flesh. I reacted, I hoped, as any other servant might. I winced, and then unobtrusively bent to pry the creature free, one thorny foot at a time. My action might have escaped attention if she had not mewed piteously at being thus thwarted. I had hoped to set her gently back on the floor, but Lord Golden's amused voice, with "Well, Badgerlock, and what have you caught?" directed all eyes to me. Just a kitten, sir." She seemed determined to climb my leg. She was like a puff of dandelion fuzz in my hand. The deceptive depth of her fluffy coat was belied by the tiny ribcage in my hand. She opened her little red mouth and meowed for her mother.
"Oh, there you are!"
Lord Greyling's daughter exclaimed, leaping up from the table. Heedless of any decorum, Siddle rushed to take the squirming kitten from my hand. With both hands she cradled the kitten under her chin.
"Oh, thank you for finding her."
She walked back to her place at the table, speaking as she went. "I could not bear to leave her alone at home, and yet she must have slipped out of my room just after breakfast, for I haven't seen her all day." "And is this, then, the kit of a hunting cat?" Lord Golden asked as the daughter seated herself. Siddle leapt at the chance to address Lord Golden.
"Oh, no, Lord Golden, this is my own sweet pet, my little pillow cat, Tibbets. She is such a mischief, aren't you, lovely? And yet I cannot bear to be parted from her. How you have worried me this afternoon."
She kissed the kitten on the top of the head, and then settled the creature in her lap. No one at table seemed to regard her behaviour as unusual. As the meal and conversation resumed, I saw the little tabby head pop up at the edge of the table.
"Fish,"
the kit thought delightedly. A few moments later, Sybil offered her a sliver of fish. I decided it meant little. It could be coincidence, or even the unconscious reaction that those without the wit sometimes make to the wishes of animals they know well. The kit swiped a paw to claim possession of the morsel, and then took it in her owner's lap to devour it. Servants entered the hall to clear dishes and platters away, while a second rank of servants followed with sweet dishes and berry wines. Lord Golden had seized control of all conversation. The hunting tales he told were either fabulous concoctions or indicated that his life during the last 10 years or so had been far different from what I had imagined. When he spoke of spearing sea mammals from a skin boat drawn by harnessed dolphins, even Siddle looked slightly incredulous. But as is ever the case, if a story is well told, the listeners will stay with it to the end, and so they did this time. Lord Golden finished his recital with a flourish and a wicked gleam in his eye that suggested that even if he were embellishing his adventure, he would never admit it. Lady Brisinga called for brandy to be brought, and the table was cleared again. The brandy appeared with yet another assortment of small items to tempt already satiated guests. Eyes went from sparkling with wine and merriment to the deep gleam of contentment that good brandy brings forth after a fine meal. My legs and lower back ached abominably. I was hungry as well, and tired enough that if I had been free to lie down on the flagged floor, I would instantly have been asleep. I scraped my nails against the inside of my palms, pricking myself back to alertness. This was the hour when tongues were loosest and talk most expansive. Despite the way Lord Golden leaned back in his chair, I doubted that he was as intoxicated as he seemed. The subject had rounded back to cats and hunting again. I felt I had learned as much as I needed to know about the topic. The kitten had managed, after 6 thwarted efforts, to gain the top of the table. She had curled up and briefly napped, but now was wending her way amongst the bottles and glasses, threatening to topple them as she rubbed against each.
"Mine, and mine. This is mine, too. And mine."
With the total confidence of the very young, she claimed every item on the table as her own. When Sybil reached for the brandy snifter to refill his glass and that of his companion, the kitten arched her little back and bounced towards him on her toes, intent on making good on her claims.
"Mine!"
"No, mine," he told her affably.
and fended her off with the back of his wrist. Siddle laughed at the exchange. A slow excitement uncoiled within me, but I kept my dulled stare apparently fixed on my master's shoulder. Witted. Both of them. I was sure of it now. And as it tended to be inherited in families...
So, who did catch the mist cat for the prince's gift?
Lord Golden suddenly asked. The question almost followed from the conversation, yet it was pointed enough to turn all heads at the table. Lord Golden gave a small hiccup that bordered on being a discreet belch. It was enough of a distraction to combine with his slightly goggled stare to take the edge from his query.
I'll wager it was you, huntsman.
His graceful hand made his words a compliment to Avoyne.
No, not I.
Avoyne shook his head, but oddly volunteered no more information. Lord Golden leaned back, tapping his forefinger on his lips, as if it were a guessing game. He rolled his gaze about the table, then chortled sagely and pointed at Civil.
Then it was you, young man, for I heard it was you who carried the cat up to Prince Dutiful to present to him.
The boy's eyes flickered once to his mother's before he gravely shook his head.
Not I, Lord Golden,
he demurred. And again that unusual silence of information withheld followed his words. A united front, I decided. The question would not be answered. Lord Golden lolled his head back against his chair and took a long, noisy breath and sighed it out.
"Damned fine gift," he observed liberally. "Love to have one myself, from all I've heard, but hearing's no substitute for seeing. Believe I will ask Prince Dutiful to allow me to accompany him some night."
He sighed again and let his head wag to one side.
"If he ever comes back from his meditation retreat. Not natural, if you ask me, for a boy that age to spend so much time alone. Not natural at all."
Lord Golden's enunciation was giving way rapidly. Lady Brisinga's diction was quite clear as she asked,
"So our prince has retired again from the public eye to follow his own thoughts for a time?"
"Yes, indeed," Lord Golden affirmed, "and been a long time gone this time. Course, he has a good deal to think about these days. Betrothal coming up and all, Outislander delegation coming. A lot for a young man to handle. I mean, how would you take to it, young sir?" He wagged a finger in Civil's general direction. "How'd you like to be betrothed to a woman you've never met? Well, she isn't even a woman yet, if rumour runs true. More like a girl on the cusp. She's what, 11? So young. Terribly young, don't you think? And I don't understand the advantages of the match. That I do not."
His words were indiscreet, verging on direct criticism of the Queen's decision. Looks were exchanged around the table. Plainly, Lord Golden had taken more brandy than he handled well, and yet he was pouring more. His words hung unchallenged in the air. Perhaps Avoyne thought he was turning conversation into a safer channel when he asked,
"The prince often retreats to meditate, then?"
"It's the mountain way," Lord Golden confirmed. "Or so I'm told. What do I know? Only that it's not the Gemalian way. The young nobles of my fair home are more worldly-minded, and that is encouraged, mind you, for where better will a young nobleman learn the manners and ways of the world than to be out in the midst of it? Your Prince Dutiful might do better to mingle more with his court. Yes, and to look a little closer to home for a suitable consort."
A Gemalian accent had begun to flavour Lord Golden's softening words, as if intoxication took him back to the speech habits of his erstwhile home. He sipped from his glass, and then set it back upon the table so awkwardly that a tiny amber wave leapt over the edge. He rubbed his mouth and chin as if to massage away the brandy's numbing effect. I suspect that he had done little more than hold the brimming glass against his lip. No one had replied to his comments, but Lord Golden appeared not to notice.
"And this time has marked his longest absence of all," he enlarged.
That's all we hear at the court these days. Where is Prince Dutiful? What? Still in seclusion? When will he return? What? No one can say. Very dampening to the spirits at court for our young ruler to be absent so long. Wager that his cat hates it too. What do you think? Avoine, does a hunting cat pine when his master's away for long?
Avoine appeared to consider it.
One devoted to his cat would not leave it long alone. A cat's loyalty is not a thing to be taken for granted, but courted day by day.
Avoine drew breath to continue, but Lady Brisinga's smoothly interrupted.
Well, our cats hunt best while dawn is still on the land, so if we are to show Lord Golden our beauties at their prime, we had all best retire, so we may arise early.
At a small sign from her, a servant moved forward to draw back her chair. Everyone else came to his or her feet, though Lord Golden did so with a small lurch. I thought I heard a small titter of amusement from the Greyling's daughter, but Siddle was none too steady herself. Knowing my role, I moved forward to offer Lord Golden a firm arm. He disdained it loftily, waving me aside and scowling at my impertinence. I stood by stolidly as the nobility offered good night to one another, and then followed Lord Golden to his chambers. I opened the door for him and saw him through it. Following him, I perceived that the household servants had been at work in our chambers. The bath things were tidied away, fresh candles filled the holders, and the window was shut. A tray of cold meats, fruit, and pastries rested on the table. My first act after closing the door was to open the window. It simply felt wrong to have a solid barrier between Nighteyes and me. I glanced out, but saw no sign of the wolf. Doubtless he was doing his own prowl of the premises, and I would not risk questing out towards him. I made a swift circuit of our rooms, checking for any signs of a search, and then looking under beds and within wardrobes for possible spies. The Brisinga household and their guests had been wary tonight. Either they knew why we had come, or they were expecting someone like us to come seeking the prince. But I found no spies in the bedclothes, nor any sign that my carelessly hung garments had been disturbed. I never left a room in perfect order. It is easy to return a searched room to perfect order, more difficult to recall exactly how both sleeves of the garment flung across the chair touched the floor. I completed a similar perusal of Lord Golden's chamber while he waited in silence. When I was finished, I turned back to my master. He dropped heavily into a chair and puffed out an immense sigh. His eyes drooped as his chin dropped to his chest. All of his features sagged with drink. I made a small sound of dismay. How could he have been so careless as to get drunk? As I watched him, he kicked out his feet one after the other so that his heels clonked against the floor. Obediently, I went to draw his boots off and set them to one side. "Can you stand?" I asked him.
"Well, sir?"
I glanced up from where I crouched by his feet. I said, "Can you stand?" He opened his eyes a slit, and then a slow smile stretched his mouth.
"I am so good," he congratulated himself in a whisper. "And you are such a satisfactory audience, Fitz. Do you know how draining it can be to strike poses when no one knows they are poses? To assume a whole different character when there is no one to appreciate how well I do it."
A glint of the old fool's mischief shone in his golden eyes. Then it faded and his mouth became serious. He spoke very softly.
"Of course I can stand. And dance and leap if need be, but tonight is not for that. Tonight you must go to the kitchens and complain of how hungry you are. Fetching as you look tonight, I don't doubt you will be fed, and see where you can lead the conversation. Go ahead, go now. I'm perfectly capable of getting myself to bed. Do you wish the window left open?"
"I would prefer it so," I hedged.
"And I."
The confirming thought from Nighteyes was softer than a breath.
"Then it shall be so,"
Lord Golden decreed. The kitchen was still full of servants, for the end of the meal is not the end of the serving of it. Indeed, few folk work harder and longer hours than those who feed a keep, for usually just as the tidying and washing is done from the evening meal, it is nearly time to set the bread rising for the next. This was as true at Gallatin as it was at Buckkeep Castle. I came to the door and ventured to lean in with an inquisitive and hopeful look on my face. Almost immediately one of the kitchen women took pity on me. I recognized her as one of the women who had waited on the table. Lady Brisinga had addressed her as Lebven. "You must be ravenous. There they all sat, eating and drinking, and treated you as if you were made of wood. Well, come in. As much as they ate, there's still plenty, and to spare." In a short time I was perched on a tall stool at a corner of the floury and scarred bread table. Lebven set out an array of dishes within arm's reach of me, and true to her telling, there was plenty and to spare. Slices of cold smoked venison still half-filled a platter artfully ringed with little pickled apples. Sweetened apricots were fat golden cushions in little pastry squares so rich they crumbled away at one bite. Scores of tiny bird livers marinated with bits of garlic in an oily bath did not appeal to me, but beside those were dark breasts of duck, garnished with syrupy slices of sweet ginger root. I wallowed in culinary indulgence. There was good brown bread and a slab of butter to grease it down as well. Lebven brought a mug of cold ale and a pitcher to refill it. When she had set it down to my nodded thanks, she stood at the table across from me, sprinkled flour generously, and turned out onto a risen sponge of bread. She commenced to thump and turn it, adding handfuls of flour as she worked at the dough until it was satiny. For a time I simply ate and watched and listened. It was the usual kitchen talk, gossip and minor rivalries between servants, one spat over a bucket of milk left out to sour, and talk of the work to prepare for the morrow. The grand folk of the house would be up early, but they would expect the food to be ready when they were, and as lavish as tonight's dinner. They'd want saddle food to carry along as well, and this must charm the eye as much as fill the gut. I watched Lebven as she flattened the dough, spread it with butter, folded it, and then flattened it again, only to butter and fold it again. She became aware of me, watching her, and looked up with a smile. "It makes a lot of layers in the rolls this way, all flaky and crisp. But it's a lot of work for something they'll eat down in less than a minute." Behind her, a servant placed a covered basket on the counter. He opened it, spread a linen napkin to line it, and then began to place food in it. Fresh rolls, a small pot of butter, a dish with slices of meat in it, and some of the pickled apples. I watched him from the corner of my eye, while nodding and replying to Lebven's words. "It's odd. Most of them don't give half a thought to how much work goes into our making them comfortable." There was more than one muttered assent in the kitchen. "Well, look at you," Lebven returned with sympathy. "Kept on guard all through dinner like someone might do your master a harm in a house where he's guesting. Ridiculous Jamalian way of thinking. But for that you could have had a meal and some time to yourself tonight." "I would have welcomed that," I returned honestly. "I'd have liked to look around. I've never been in a place where they keep cats instead of dogs." The other servant took the basket to the back door. A man waiting there took it from his hands. Something furry swung limp from his other hand. I had only a glimpse before the door was closed again. I longed to leap up and follow that food, but Lebven was still speaking. "Well, that's only been in the last 10 years or so, since the old master died. Before that we had hounds for the most part, and only a cat or two for my lady's hunting. But the young master prefers the cats to the dogs, and so he's let the hounds die out. Not that I miss their barking and yammer, nor having them underfoot. The big cats are kept to their pens, save when they're hunting. As for the small ones, why, they're darlings, and no mistake. Not a river rat dares put his nose into this kitchen any more." She cast a fond look at a party-coloured house-cat on the hearth. Despite the mild evening, it was toasting itself by the dwindling cook-fire. She finally gave off her folding and commenced beating the layered dough until it began to blister. It made conversation difficult, and my departure more graceful. I went to the door of the kitchen and opened it. The man with the food was out of sight. Lebven called to me. "If you're seeking the back house, it's the other door and around the side, just before you get to the rabbit hutches." I thanked her and obediently went out of the door. A long look around showed me no other folk moving. I went around the side of the house, but another wing thwarted my view. The moonlight showed me rows of rabbit hutches between the house and the stable.
So that had been what the man carried. A rabbit. Its neck freshly wrung. The perfect late meal for a hunting cat. But there was no sign of the man, and I dared not reach out towards Nighteyes, nor be gone from the kitchen too long. I growled to myself in frustration, certain that the packed meal had been for the prince and his cat. I'd missed a chance. I returned to the warmth and light of the kitchen. The kitchen had grown quieter, the washing up was mostly done, and the chore boys and girls escaped to their beds. Only Lebven remained beating the dough, and a morose man who was tending a pot of simmering meat. I resumed my seat and poured the last of the ale into my mug. Doubtless the others would get what sleep they could before they had to rise and prepare the next meal. The mottled cat abruptly stretched, rose, and came to investigate me. I feigned ignoring him as he sniffed at my shoes and then my calf. The Tom turned his head and opened his mouth wide as if expressing disgust. But I suspected he was only savouring my scent.
"Smells like that dog outside."
A disdainful curl of thought from him. Effortlessly he floated up to land on the table beside me and thrust his nose towards the platter of venison. I fended him off with the back of my wrist. He took neither offence nor notice, but stepped over my arm to seize the slice he desired. "Oh, Tup, such manners in front of our guest. Don't you mind him, Tom. He's as spoiled as they come." She picked him up with floury hands. He kept possession of his meat as she set him on the floor, then hunkered down over it, turning his head sideways to shear off mouthfuls. He gave Lebven one reproachful look. "Shouldn't feed the dogs at the table, woman." It was hard not to imagine malevolence in his yellow-eyed stare. Childishly I stared right back, knowing well that most animals hate that. He muttered a threat in his throat, seized his meat, and whisked himself out of sight under the table. I drank the last of my ale slowly. The cat knew. Did that mean the whole household knew of my connection to Nighteyes? Despite Avoyne's monologues all evening, I still knew too little of the hunting cats. Would they regard Nighteyes as an intruder, or would they ignore his scent in the courtyard? Would they think the information significant enough to communicate to the witted humans? Not all wit bonds were as intimate as the one I shared with Nighteyes. His concern with the human aspects of my life had distressed Black Rolf almost to the point of disgusting him. Perhaps these cats only bonded with humans for the joy of the hunt. It was not impossible. Unlikely, but not impossible. Well, I had not learned much more than what we had already suspected, but I'd had a more than ample meal. Sleep seemed the only other thing I could accomplish tonight. I offered Lebven my thanks and good night, and despite her insistence that she would do it, cleared my things from the table. The keep was quiet as I made my way softly back to my room. Only a dim light shone from under the door. I set my hand to it, expecting to find it latched. It was not. Every nerve suddenly a jangle, I eased it silently open on the darkened room. Then I caught my breath and stood motionless. Laurel wore a long dark cloak over her nightgown. Her hair was loose and spilling down her back. Lord Golden wore an embroidered dressing gown over his nightshirt. The light from the tiny fire in the hearth glinted off the burnished thread of the birds embroidered on the back and sleeves of his dressing gown, and picked up the lighter streaks in Laurel's flowing hair. He wore lacy gloves on his hands. They stood very close together by the fire, their heads bent together. I stood silent as a shocked child, wondering if I had interrupted an embrace. Lord Golden glanced over Laurel's shoulder at me, and then made a small motion for me to come in and shut the door. As Laurel turned to see me, her eyes seemed very large. "I thought you were asleep in your chamber," she said quietly. Was she disappointed? "I was down in the kitchens eating," I explained to her. I expected her to reply to my words, but she merely looked at me. I felt a sudden desire to be elsewhere. "But I am extremely tired. I think I shall be going to bed immediately. Good night." I turned towards my servant's room, but Lord Golden's voice halted me. "Tom, did you learn anything?" I shrugged. Small details of the servants' lives, nothing that seems useful. I was still not certain of how freely I should speak before Laurel. "Well, Laurel seems to have done better." He turned to her, inviting her to speak. Any woman would have been flattered by his golden focus. "Prince Dutiful has been here," Laurel announced in a breathless whisper. "Before I retired to sleep, I asked Avoyne to show me the stables and the cattery. I wanted to see how the animals were housed. His mist cat was there, I guessed incredulously. No, nothing that obvious, but the prince has always insisted on tending to the cat's needs himself. Dutiful has certain odd little habits, ways of folding things or hanging tack. He's very fussy about such things. There was an empty enclosure in the cattery. On the shelf by it were brushes and such, arranged just so. It was the prince's doing, I know it. I recalled the prince's chamber at Buckkeep, and suspected she was right. And yet, do you think the prince would have let his precious cat be housed down there? In Buckkeep, the creature sleeps in his rooms. There's everything for a cat's comfort there, things to claw, the herbs they fancy, fresh greens growing in a tub, toys for exercise, even live prey for their meals. The Persingers keep hutch upon hutch of rabbits, so their cats need never eat cold meat. The cats are truly pampered royalty. It seemed to me that my next question followed logically. Might the prince have stayed down in the stables to be closer to his cat? Perhaps the basket had not had too long a journey to make. Laurel raised one brow at me. The prince stay in the cattery? He seemed to be very fond of the animal. I thought he might do that rather than be parted from it. I had nearly betrayed my conclusion, that the prince was Witted, and would not be parted from his bond animal. There was a small silence. Lord Golden broke it. His mellow voice carried no further than the two of us. Well, at least we have discovered that the prince was here, even if he's not here now. And tomorrow may yield us more information. The Persingers play cat and mouse with us. They know the prince has left the court with his cat. They may suspect that we have come seeking him, but we shall stay in our roles and graciously dance after whatever they dangle for us. We must not betray what we know. I hate this sort of thing, Laurel declared flatly. I hate the deceit and the polite faces we must wear. I wish we could simply go and shake that woman awake and demand to know where Dutiful is. When I think of the anguish that she has caused our queen, I wish I'd asked to see the cattery before dinner. I would have asked different questions, I assure you. But I brought you the news as soon as I could. The Persingers had furnished me with a maid who insisted on helping me prepare for bed, and then I did not dare slip from my room until I was sure most of the keep was asleep. Asking blunt questions will not serve us, nor shaking the truth out of noble ladies. The Queen wants Dutiful returned quietly. We must all keep that in mind. Lord Golden included me in his instruction. I will try, Laurel replied with quiet resignation. Good. And now we must all try to get what rest we can before tomorrow's hunt. Good night, Tom. Good night, Lord Golden. Huntswoman Laurel. After a moment or two of silence, I realized something. I had been expecting Laurel to leave so I could secure the door behind her. I had wanted to tell the fool about the basket and the dead rabbit. But Laurel and Lord Golden were waiting for me to leave. She was studying a tapestry on a wall with an intensity it did not merit, while Lord Golden contentedly contemplated the gleaming fall of Laurel's hair. I wondered if I should lock the outer door for them, then decided that would be an oafish act. If Lord Golden wanted it locked, he would do it. Good night, I repeated, trying to sound sleepy and not awkward. I took a candle and went to my own chamber, shutting the connecting door gently behind me. I undressed and got into bed, refusing to let my mind wander beyond that closed door. I felt no envy, I told myself, only the sharper bite of my loneliness in contrast to what they might be sharing. I told myself I was selfish. The fool had endured years of loneliness and isolation. Would I begrudge him the gentle touch of a woman's hand now that he was Lord Golden? Nighteyes, I floated the thought, lightly as a dry leaf on the wind. The brush of his mind against mine was a comfort. I sensed oak trees and fresh wind blowing past his fur. I was not alone. Sleep, little brother. I hunt our prey. But I think nothing new will we learn until dawn. He was wrong. Chapter 17. The Hunt. Among the old blood, there are teaching tales that are intended as guides for the very young. They are simple stories that instruct a child in virtues by telling of the animals that exemplify an admirable quality. Those not of old blood might be surprised to hear the wolf praised for his dedication to his family,
or the mouse for her wisdom in providing for the cold winter months ahead. The gander who keeps watch while the rest of the flock feeds is praised for his unselfishness, and the porcupine for his forbearance in injuring only those who attack him first. The cat's attribute is independence. A tale is told of a woman who seeks to bond with a cat. The cat offers to try her companionship for a day or two. If the woman will seek to perform well the tasks given her. The tale relates the duties the cat tries the woman at, stroking her fur, amusing her with string, fetching her cream, and so on. The woman complies cheerfully with each request, and does each one well. At the end of that time, the witted woman again proposes that they bond, for she felt that they were obviously well suited to one another. The cat refuses, saying, "If I bonded with you, you would be the poorer, for you would lose that which you love best about me. For it is that I do not need you, yet I tolerate your company." It is, the old bloods say, a cautionary fable, meant to warn a child not to seek out a bond beast who cannot take as much from the relationship as it gives. Badgerlock's Old Blood Tales.
"Let me just see you." "You have. I have shown myself to you. Stop nagging me for that, and pay attention. You said you would learn this for me. You promised it to me. It is why I have brought you here, where there are no distractions. Be the cat." "It's too hard. Let me see you with my eyes, please." "When you are ready, when you can be the cat as easily as you are yourself, then you will be ready to know me."
She was ahead of me. I toiled up the hill behind her, every bush catching at me, every dip and every stone catching at my feet. My mouth was dry. The night was cool, but as I pushed my way through the brush, dust and pollen rose to choke me.
"Wait." "Prey does not wait. A cat does not cry out, 'Wait,' to the one she hunts. Be the cat."
For an instant I almost caught a glimpse of her. Then the tall grass closed around her and she was gone. Nothing stirred. I heard no sound. I was no longer sure which way to go. The night was deep beneath the golden moon, the lights of Gallatin lost behind me in the rolling hills. I took a breath, and then closed my mouth, resolving to breathe silently if it choked me. I moved forwards, a single gliding step at a time. I did not push branches out of my way, but swayed around them. I eased through the grass, striving to part it with my stride rather than push through it. I eased my weight from one carefully set footstep to the next. What had she bid me? Be the night. Not the wind that stirs the trees, not even the soundless owl a-wing or the tiny mouse crouched motionless. Be the night that flows over all, touching without being felt. For night is a cat. Very well, then. I was night, sleek and black and soundless. I halted under the sheltering branches of an oak. Its leaves were still. I opened my eyes as wide as they would go, striving to capture every bit of light I could. Slowly, I turned my head. I flared my nostrils, and then took in a deep, silent breath through my mouth, trying to taste her on the air. Where was she? Which way had she gone? I felt a sudden weight, as if a brawny man had clapped both his hands to my shoulders and then sprung back from me. I spun around, but it was only Cat. She had dropped on me, like a falling leaf, and then let herself drop to the ground. Now she crouched in the dry grass and ancient leaves under the tree. Belly to the ground, she looked up at me and then away. I crouched down beside her. Which way, Cat? Which way did she go? Here. She is here. She is always here, with me. After my love's deep, throaty voice, Cat's thought in my mind was a reedy purr. I was fond of her, but to have her thoughts touch mine when I was longing instead for my love was almost intolerable. Gently I put her aside from me. I tried to ignore her injured protest that I should do so. Here, I breathed. I know she is close, but where? Closer than you know. But you shall never know me as long as you set the cat aside.
Open to the cat. Be the cat. Prove yourself to me.
Cat flowed soundlessly away from me. I could not see where she had gone. She was night flowing into night, and it was like trying to discern the water you had poured into a stream. I drew a soundless breath and poised myself to follow, not just with my feet, but with my heart. I pushed fear aside and opened myself to the cat. Cat was back suddenly, easing out of the darkness to become a richer shadow. She pressed close against my legs.
Hunted?
Yes, we hunt for the woman, my love.
No, we are hunted. Something scents us, something follows cat and boy through the night. Up! Climb!
She suited her words to her thoughts, flowing up the oak tree.
Tree to tree, he cannot track us up here. Follow tree to tree.
I knew that was what she was doing, and she expected me to follow. I tried. I flung myself at the oak, but the trunk was too large for me to shinny up, and yet not coarse enough for my clawless fingers to find purchase. For an instant I clung, but I could not climb. I slid back, nails bending and clothing snagging as the tree refused me. I could hear the predator coming now. It was a new sensation, one I did not like, to be hunted thus. I'd find a better tree. I turned and ran, sacrificing stealth for speed, but finding neither. I chose to go uphill. Some predators, such as bears, could not run well on an uphill slope. If it was a bear, I could outdistance him. I could not think what else it might be that dared to hunt us. Another oak, younger, and with lower branches, beckoned me. I ran. I leapt and caught the lowest branch. But even as I pulled myself up, my pursuer reached the bottom of the tree below me. And I had chosen foolishly. There were no other trees close by that I could leap to. The few that touched branches with mine were slender, unreliable things. I was treed. Snarling, I looked down at my stalker. I looked into my own eyes, looking into my own eyes, looking into my own eyes. I sat bolt upright, flung from sleep. Sweat sheathed me, and my mouth was dry as dust. I rolled out of bed and stood, disoriented. Where was the window? Where was the door? And then I recalled that I was not in my own cottage, but in a strange room. I blundered through the darkness to a washstand. I lifted the pitcher there and drank the tepid water in it. I dipped my hand in what little was left and rubbed it around on my face. Work, mind, I bade my struggling brain. It came to me. Nighteyes had Prince Dutiful treed somewhere in the hills behind Gallatin. While I had slept, my wolf had found the prince, but I feared that the prince had discovered us as well. How much did he know of the skill? Was he aware that we had been linked? Then all wondering was pushed aside. As the lowering storm is suddenly loosed by a bolt of lightning, so did the flash of light that seemed to fill my eyes herald the clanging of the skill headache that dropped me to my knees. And I had not a scrap of elf bark with me. But the full might. It was the only thought that could have brought me to my feet again. My groping hands found the door, and I stumbled out into his chamber. The only light came from a small nest of dying coals in the hearth and the uncertain light of the night torches burning on the grounds outside the open window. I staggered towards his bed. "Fool!" I called out softly, hoarsely. "Fool! Nighteyes has Dutiful treed, and—" The words died on my lips. The dream had forced the earlier events of the night from my mind. What if that huddled shape beneath the blankets were not one body, but two? An arm flung back a coverlet to reveal only one form occupying the great bed. He rolled to face me, and then sat up. Concern furrowed his brow. "Fitz, are you hurt?" I sat down heavily on the edge of his bed, set one hand to each side of my head and pushed, trying to hold my skull together. "No. Yes. It's the skill, but we haven't time for that. I know where the prince is. I dreamed him. He was night hunting with the cat in the hills behind Gallatin. Then something was hunting us, and the cat went up one tree, and I, the prince, went up another. And then he looked down, and he saw Nighteyes under the tree. The wolf has him treed somewhere in those hills. If we go now, we can take him." "No, we can't. Use your common sense." "I can't. My head is cracking like an eggshell." I hunched forwards, elbows on my knees, head in my hands. "Why can't we go get him?" I asked piteously. "Walk your thoughts through it, my friend. We dress and creep out of this room, get past the stable folk to take our horses out, ride through unfamiliar country by night until we come to where the prince is up a tree with a wolf at the foot of it. One of us climbs the tree and forces the prince down, then we coax him to come back with us. Lord Golden miraculously appears at breakfast with, I imagine, a very disgruntled Prince Dutiful. Or Lord Golden and his man simply disappear from Lady Brasinga's hospitality without a word of explanation. In any case, in a few days, a lot of very uncomfortable questions are going to be asked about Lord Golden and his man Tom Badgerlock, not to mention Prince Dutiful." He was right. We already suspected the Brasingas were involved in the prince's disappearance. Bringing him back to Galekeep would be foolish. We had to recover him in such a way that we could take him straight back to Buckkeep and no one the wiser. I pressed my fingers to my eyeballs. It felt as if the pressure inside my skull would force them out of their sockets. "What do we do, then?" I asked thickly. I didn't even really want to know. I wanted to fall on my side and huddle into a miserable ball. "The wolf keeps track of the prince. Tomorrow, during our hunt, I will send you back for something I've forgotten. Once you are on your own, you will go to where the prince is and persuade him to return to Buckkeep. I chose you a big horse. Take him with you immediately and return him to Buckkeep. I'll find a way to explain your absence." "How?" "I haven't thought of it yet, but I will. Don't be concerned about it. Whatever tale I tell, the Brasingas will have to accept for risk of offending me." I picked at the next largest hole in the plan. It was hard to keep my thoughts in order. "I persuade him to come back to Buckkeep." "You can do it," the fool replied with great confidence. "You will know what to say." I doubted it, but had run out of strength to object. There were painfully bright lights behind my closed eyes. Knuckling them made them worse. I opened my eyes to the dim room, but zigzags of light still danced before my vision, sharding it. "Elfbark," I pleaded quietly. "I need it." "No." My mind could not encompass that he had refused me. "Please." I pushed the word out. "The pain is worse than I can explain." Sometimes I could tell when a seizure was coming on. I hadn't had one in a long time. Was I imagining that odd tension in my neck and back? "Fitz, I can't. Chade made me promise." In a lower voice, as if he feared it was too little to offer, he added, "I'll be here with you." Pain tumbled me in a wave. Fear mingled with it. "Should I come?" "No, stay where you are. Watch him." I heard myself say the words out loud as I thought them. There was something I was supposed to worry about in that. I recalled it. "I need Elfbark tea," I managed to say, "or I can't hold the limits. On the Wit, they'll know I'm here." The bed moved under me as the fool clambered out of it, a terrible jostling that pounded my brain against the inside of my skull. I heard him go to the washstand. A moment later he was back, damp cloth in hand. "Lie back," he told me. "Can't," I muttered. Any movement hurt. I wanted to get back to my own room, but could not. If I was going to have a fit, I didn't want to do it in front of the fool. The cold cloth on my brow was like a shock. I retched with it, then took short, panting breaths to get my stomach under control. I more felt than saw the fool crouch down before me as I sat on the edge of the bed. He took my hand in gloved ones, and his fingers fumbled over mine. An instant later, they bit down, pinching hard between the bones of my hand. I gave an inarticulate cry and tried to pull free of him, but as ever he was stronger than I expected. "Just for a moment," he muttered, as if reassuring me. The pain in my hand became a racing numbness. A moment later, he seized my arm just above my elbow in both his hands, and again his fingers sought and then pinched down hard. "Please!" I begged him, and tried to move away from him. He moved with me, and the pain in my head was such I couldn't escape. Why was he hurting me? "Don't struggle," he begged me. "Trust me. I think I can help. Trust me." Again his hands moved, this time to my shoulder, and again those relentless fingers jabbed down hard. I gasped, And then his hands were on either side of my neck, his fingers pressing in and up as if he wished to detach my head. I grasped his wrists, but could find no strength in my hands. "A moment," he begged me again. "Fitz, Fitz, trust me, trust me." Then something went out of me. My head dropped forwards on my chest, lolling on my neck. The pain was not gone, but it was much diminished. I fell over on my side, and he rolled me onto my back. "There, there," he said, and for a moment I stared into blessed darkness. Then the gloved hands were back, thumbs on my brow, spread fingertips seeking spots on my temples and the sides of my face, and then they pressed mercilessly, his smallest fingers digging in at the hinge of my jaw. "Take a breath, Fitz," I heard him tell me, and then I realized that I was not breathing. I gasped for air, and everything suddenly eased. I wanted to weep for relief. Instead, I sank instantly into a bottomless sleep. I dreamed a strange dream. I dreamed I was safe. I came to a hazy wakefulness before dawn. I took a deep breath and realized I was in the fool's bed. I think he had just arisen. He was moving quietly about the room, selecting clothing for himself. I think he felt me watching him, for he came back to the bedside. He touched my brow, pushing my head back onto the pillow. "Go back to sleep. You have a little more time to rest, and I think you need it." Two gloved fingers traced twin lines from the top of my head to the bridge of my nose. I slept again. When next I woke, it was because he was gently shaking me. My servant blue clothing was laid out on the bed beside me. He was already fully dressed. "Time to hunt," he told me when he saw I was awake. "I'm afraid you'll have to hurry." I moved my head cautiously. I ached all along my spine and neck. I sat up stiffly. I felt as if I had been in a fist fight or had a seizure. There was a sore spot inside my cheek as if I'd bitten it. I looked away from him as I asked, "Did I have a fit last night?" A small silence preceded his words. He kept his voice casual. "A small one, perhaps. You tossed your head about and trembled for a time in your sleep. I held you still. It passed." He did not want to speak of it any more than I did. I dressed slowly. My whole body ached. My left arm bore the marks of the fool's fingers, small, dark circles of bruising, so I had not imagined the strength of his grip. He saw me inspecting my arm and winced sympathetically. "It leaves bruises, but sometimes it seems to work," was all he offered by way of explanation. Hunt mornings at Galekeep were very similar to hunt mornings at Buckkeep Castle. Suppressed excitement tingled in the air. Breakfast was a hurried affair, taken standing in the courtyard, and the painstaking efforts of the kitchen folk were scarcely noticed. I had only a mug of beer, for I dared face no more than that. I did, however, have the foresight to do as Laurel had noted, and store some food in my saddle-pack and make sure my water-skin was freshly filled. I glimpsed Laurel in the hubbub of folk, but she was very busy, talking to at least 4 people at once. Lord Golden strolled through the crowd, greeting each person with a warm smile. Lord Grayling's daughter was always at his elbow. Siddle's smile and chatter were constant, and Lord Golden replied with attentive courtesy. Did young Civil look a bit irritated with that? The horses were brought, saddled and gleaming from the stables. My Black seemed unimpressed with the excitement in the air, and again I wondered at her seeming lack of spirit. The gathering seemed oddly muted to me, and then I smiled to myself. There was no excited baying to lift the heart and infect the horses with excitement. I missed hounds. The hunters and their attendants mounted, and then the cats were brought forth on their leads. The cats were sleek, short-coated creatures with elongated bodies. Their heads appeared small to me at first glance. Their coats were tawny, but in certain angles of the light subdued dappling could be distinguished. Each cat's long, graceful tail seemed to harbour an independent life. They padded through the thronging horses as calmly as dogs among sheep. These were the groupards, and they knew very well what the milling mounted folk meant. With little guidance, each cat sought out its mounted master. I watched in stunned surprise as leads were loosed, and each cat leapt nimbly into place. I watched Lady Brasinga turn in her saddle to mutter fond words to her cat, while Civil's groupard put a heavy paw on his shoulder and pulled the boy back so the cat could bump faces with him. I waited in vain for some manifestation of the wit. I was almost certain both the Brisingas possessed it, but it was controlled to an extent I had not imagined possible. Under the circumstances, no matter how I longed for the touch, I dared not quest out towards Nighteyes. His silence to me was so absolute, it was like an absence. Soon, I promised myself. Soon. We set out for the hills where Avoyne promised us good ground birds and much sport in the taking of them. I rode at the back with the other attendants, breathing dust. Despite the early hour, the day already promised to be unseasonably warm. The fine dust of our passing hung thick in the still air. The soil of the hills was strange stuff, for once the thin surface turf was broken by a trail, the trail became a track of fine powdery soil. I soon wished for a kerchief to cover my mouth and nose, and the hanging dust discouraged conversation. The hooves of the horses were muffled by the stuff, and with the absence of baying dogs, I felt that we rode in near silence. Soon we left the riverside and the trail behind us, and rode across the face of the sun-drenched hill, through crisping grey-green brush. We wended our way through rolling hills and draws that all looked deceptively alike. The hunters were well ahead of us, and moving steadily when we crested a hill. I think the flock of birds we rousted there surprised even Avoyne, but everyone reacted quickly. I was too far back to see if a signal released the cats or if the beasts simply reacted to the game. These were large, heavy-bodied birds that ran, wings open and beating before they could lift from the ground. Several never made it into the air, and I saw at least 2 brought down on the wing by the leaping groupards. The speed of the cats was heart-stopping. They flowed from their cushions, leaping to the ground impactlessly and shooting after the fleeing birds with a speed like a striking snake. One cat actually brought down 2 birds, seizing one in her jaws even as her clutching paws clasped one to her breast. I had noticed 4 or 5 boys on ponies riding behind us. They came forwards now, game bags open to take up the prey. Only one groupard was reluctant to relinquish her kill, and I understood that she was a young hunter, her training still incomplete. The birds were shown to Lord Golden before they were bagged. Siddle, who had been riding beside him, pushed her horse closer to see the trophies and exclaim over them. He took tail feathers from several of the birds, and then summoned me to his side. As I accepted the trophy feathers from him, he instructed me, "Put them in the case right away so they are not marred." "The case?" "The feather case. I showed it to you when we were packing at Buckkeep. Sars breath, man, you have not left it behind, have you? Ah, well, you shall have to go back for it. You know the one, the tooled red leather with a felted wool lining. It is most likely among my things at Galekeep, unless you've left it at Buckkeep. Here, give Huntswoman Laurel the feathers to carry until you return. Make haste now, Tom Badgerlock. I need that case." Lord Golden did not disguise his irritation at his servant's clumsiness. There was indeed such a case amongst Lord Golden's belongings, but he had never told me it was a feather case, nor told me to bring it. I managed to look suitably chastened at my negligence as I bobbed my head to his orders. So simply was I cut free from the hunt. Obedient to my master, I wheeled my horse and touched heels to my black. I put 2 rolling hills between the hunting party and us before I reached out cautiously to Nighteyes. "I come."
"Better late than never, I suppose,"
was the grudging reply. I pulled in my horse and sat still. Wrongness flooded me. I closed my eyes and saw through the wolves. It was a nondescript area, just like every hill and dale I had ridden through that morning. Oak trees in the draws and dusty scrub brush, and yellow grass on the hillsides. But I knew where he was, somehow, and how to get where he was. It was as Nighteyes described it. I knew where I itched before I scratched. I also knew, without his telling me, that there was a reason for his stillness. I quested towards him no more, but simply put heels to my black and leaned forwards to urge her on. She was a runner for level terrain, not these rolling hills, but she did well enough. I soon looked down on the dale where I knew Nighteyes waited. I longed to rush straight down to him. His stillness was as ominous as flies buzzing round blood. I forced myself to cut a wide path around the dale and go slowly, reading the ground and breathing deep for any scents that might linger. I found the tracks of 2 short horses, and a moment later cut the same tracks going in the opposite direction. Horses had come and gone from the copse of oak trees, and not long ago. I could restrain myself no longer. I rode into the welcoming shade of the trees, as if I were running my head into a snare. Nighteyes! Here! Hush! He lay, panting heavily, in the dry shade of the oaks. Old leaves were stuck to the bloody gashes in his muzzle and flank. I flung myself from my horse and ran to him. I set my hands to his coat, and his thoughts flowed silently into mine in the quietest possible sharing of the wit. They worked together against me. The boy and the cat. I was surprised that he was surprised at that. The boy and the cat were wit-bonded. Of course they would act together. The cat and the horseman who brought the horses. I was watching the boy up the tree the whole while. I sensed nothing from him, not even that he called to the cat for help. But just after dawn broke, the damned cat attacked me. Dropped right out of a tree onto me, and I hadn't even known she was coming. She must have travelled tree to tree like a squirrel. She clung like a burr. I thought I was winning when I flung her to the ground, but she wrapped her front paws around me and tried to disembowel me with her hind claws. Nearly succeeded, too. Just then the man came up with the horses. The boy climbed down into the saddle, and then, like a flash, the cat was on the horse behind him. They galloped off and left me here. Let me see your belly. Water first, before you poke at me. My black annoyed me by dancing away from me twice before I caught her reins. I tied her securely to a bush after that, and then brought both water and food to Nighteyes. I let him drink from my cupped hands, and then we shared the food between us. I wanted to wash the blood from the gashes I could see, but I knew he wouldn't allow it. Leave them to close themselves. I've already licked them clean. At least let me see the ones on your belly. He was not happy about that, but he complied. The damage was much worse there, for the cat had obviously pulled him close, and his belly lacked the thick fur that had somewhat protected his back. They were not clean slashes, but jagged tears that were already festering. The only good aspect was that the claws had not penetrated the wall of his belly. I had feared to see bulging entrails. All I saw was lacerated flesh. I cursed myself for not having any salve to comfort the wounds. It had been too long since I had had to worry about things such as this. I had grown careless in the precautions I took. Why didn't you call for me to come and help you? You were too far away to get here in time, and... Uneasiness tinged his thoughts. I thought they wanted me to call you. The man on the big horse and the cat. They listened as if my call to you were game they sought to beat out of hiding. Not the prince. No. My brother, there is something very strange here. He was surprised when the horseman came with the extra mount. Yet I sensed the cat was not. The cat expected the man and the horses. The prince does not perceive all that his bond partner does. He goes blindly into his bond. It is uneven. One commits, and the other accepts the commitment, but does not return it in full. And the cat is... wrong. He could make it no clearer than that to me. I sat for a time, my fingers buried deep in his coat, pondering what to do next. The prince was gone. Someone he had not summoned had arrived to carry him away from the wolf at precisely the moment that the cat was diverting the wolf. Carry him away to where? I chased them for a time, but it is as you said, I cannot keep up with a running horse any more. You never could. Well, neither could you. You couldn't even keep up with a running wolf for long. True. That's very true. I smoothed his coat and tried to pluck a dead leaf from one of his scabs. Leave that alone, I'll bite your hand off. And he could have. Fast as a snake, he seized my wrist in his jaws. He squeezed it, and then let me go. It isn't bleeding, so leave it alone. Stop picking at me and go after them. And do what? Begin by killing the cat. It was a vindictive suggestion with no heart in it. He knew as well as I did what it would do to the prince if we killed his bond animal. I do. A pity he does not share your scruples about killing your bond brother. He doesn't know you were bonded to me.
They knew I was bonded to somebody, and would have liked to discover just whom. That knowledge did not dissuade them from hurting me.
I sensed his thoughts racing ahead of mine, pondering a situation I had not deciphered yet.
Be careful, Changer. I recognize this pattern of old. You think this is a game of some kind, with limits and rules. You seek to bring the prince back as a mother carries an errant cub back to the den. You have not even considered that you might have to injure him, or kill the cat to do so. Even farther from your thoughts is that they might kill you to prevent you from taking the prince back. So I change my advice to you. Do not go after them now alone. Give me until this evening to get past my soreness. And when we track them, let us take the scentless one with us. He is clever. In a human sort of way.
Do you think the prince has that in him, to kill me before letting me take him back to Buckkeep? The thought appalled me. Yet I had been younger than Prince Dutiful when I first killed on Chade's orders. I had not especially enjoyed it, but I had not deeply pondered the right or wrong of it. Chade was my conscience then, and I had trusted his discretion. I wondered, was there such a person in the prince's life, someone whose counsel was enough to make him suspend his own judgment?
Stop thinking that you are dealing with a young prince. You are not, nor is it the cat we must fear. This is something deeper and stranger, my brother, and we are best to go very, very carefully.
He drank the rest of my water. Then I left him there, under the oaks, though I did not like to. I did not attempt to follow their trail, but returned to the Brisinga Manor at Gallatin, found the feather case, and rode back to the hunt. They had moved on, but it was easy enough to track them. When I presented the case to Lord Golden, he observed,
"You were a long time bringing it, Badgerlock."
He looked around at his hunting companions and added,
"Well, at least it is not as I feared. I almost thought you had taken my words to mean that you must bring the case even if you had to go all the way to Buckkeep Castle for it."
There was a general laugh at my supposed dullness. I bobbed my head in docile agreement. My apologies, master, for the delay in finding it. It was not where I expected it to be. He accepted my apology with a nod, then handed me the case again.
"Collect the feathers from Handsome and Laurel. See that you put them in carefully."
Laurel had a substantial handful of feathers. The red case opened like a book. Within, the case was lined with felted wool to cushion the feathers against hurts. I held the case while she carefully arranged each feather in its place. The other hunters rode on, seeming to pay no attention to us. "The cats hunt well?" I asked, as she positioned feathers. "Very well. They are amazing to watch. I had seen the prince's miscat hunt before, but this is my first experience of groupards. They have set the cats twice on birds and once on hares since you left us." "Think you they will hunt much longer?" "I doubt it. Lord Golden confided that the midday sun is too harsh on his skin and may give him a headache. I think they will turn back soon." That would suit me well also. The others were now a distance away from us, talking amongst themselves. She closed the feather case and handed it back to me. We rode side by side until we caught up with the hunting party. She turned in her saddle to look at me, and met my eyes as she said, "Last night, Tom Badgerlock, you looked a different man. You should take more care with your daily appearance. The effect is well worth your effort." Her words left me speechless. She smiled to see me struck dumb, then left me behind with the other attendants as she spurred her horse forward to ride at Lord Golden's stirrup. I do not know what, if any, words passed between them, only that soon the hunting party decided to return to Galekeep. The game bags were heavy, the beat of the sun overhead was becoming oppressive, and the cats seemed irritable and less interested in the hunt. This being so, the nobles turned their horses and set spurs to them, hastening back to the welcome cool of Galekeep's thick stone walls. The rest of us followed as best we might. My black easily kept their pace, though I had to ride in their dust. Nobility retired to their chambers to wash the dust away and don fresh clothing, while others cared for their sweated horses and cranky cats. I followed Lord Golden as he strode ebulliently through the halls. I hastened to open the door for him, and then to shut it behind us after he had passed through. I fastened the latch quietly.
I turned to find him already laving the dust from his face and hands. "What happened?" he asked me. I told him. "Will he be all right?" he asked anxiously. "The prince? I hardly know." "Nighteyes," the fool clarified impatiently. "As well as he may be. I'll take him more water and meat when I return. He was in pain, but not like to die of his injuries." Though I had not liked the look of the inflamed scratches. The fool almost seemed to answer my thoughts. "I have a salve that may soothe his hurts, if he will let you use it." I had to smile. "I doubt that he will, but I will be glad to take it all the same. Well, there but remains for me to manufacture a reason for the three of us to depart Galekeep immediately after lunch. We dare not let his trail go cold, nor do I think it likely that we will be returning here." As he spoke, he was changing his jacket, brushing dust from his trousers and wiping a cloth over his boots. He considered his reflection in the mirror, then hastily ran a brush through his fine hair. The pale strands floated after the brush and clung to it. The shorter pieces at his temples stood out like a cat's whiskers. He exclaimed in annoyance and refastened the heavy silver clip that he used to secure his hair at the base of his neck. "There, that will have to do. Pack us up, Tom Badgerlock. Be prepared to leave by the time I return from my meal." And he was gone. There was fruit and cheese and bread on the table from the night before. The bread was a bit stale, but I was hungry enough that it did not matter. I ate as I hastily packed my own things. Lord Golden's wardrobe presented me with more problems. I could not recall how he had fitted so much clothing into such a small bag. At length I managed to cram it all in, though I wondered what the fine shirts would look like when they emerged again. The midday meal was still in progress when I finished. I took advantage of that and slipped down to the kitchen for cold beer and spicy sausages. My old skills still served me in good stead, for when I left, several thick slices of a cold joint were concealed in the breast of my servant's tunic. I returned to our rooms and spent the early afternoon impatiently awaiting Lord Golden's return. I longed to reach for the wolf, and dared not. Every passing moment might be carrying the prince further away. The afternoon was flowing away from me. I flung myself down onto my bed to wait. Despite my anxiety, I must have dozed off. I awoke to Lord Golden opening the door. I rolled from the bed to my feet, feeling sodden with sleep, yet eager to leave. He shut the door behind me, and in response to my look replied grimly, "It is proving socially difficult to extricate us. There were guests at today's luncheon, and not just those we hunted with. The Brisingers seem determined to exhibit me to all their wealthy neighbours. They have planned dinners and teas and more hunts with half the countryside in attendance. I have been unable to invent a pressing enough reason for us to leave. This is damnably inconvenient. Would that I could go back to my motley and a more honest form of juggling and rope-walking." "We're not leaving yet," I observed stupidly. "No. There is a large dinner in my honour this evening. For us to abruptly leave before that would be an insult. And when I hinted that I might have to cut my visit short and leave tomorrow morning, I was told that Lord Crius from across the river had planned a morning hunt for me, and an afternoon repast at his manor." "They delay you on purpose. The Brisingers are involved in the prince's disappearance. I am sure they provided food for him and the cat last night. And Nighteyes is certain that those who attacked him are aware he is bonded to someone. They tried to flush me out." "Perhaps, but even if we were certain, I could scarcely fling accusations about. And we are not certain. Perhaps they but seek social advancement at court, or to show me their various marriageable daughters. I gather that is why the girl was at dinner last night. I thought she was Sybil's companion. She was at great pains during the hunt to tell me they were childhood friends with absolutely no romantic interests in one another." He sighed and sat down at the small table. "She told me that she, too, collects feathers. Tonight, after dinner, she wishes to show me her collection. I am certain it is an invention to spend more time with me." Had my own deeds not been so pressing, I would have smiled at his dismay. "Well, I shall have to deal with it as best I may, and perhaps it can even be turned to our advantage now that I think of it. Oh, I've an errand for you. It seems that while we were hunting today, I lost a silver chain. At lunch I noticed it was missing. It is one of my favourites. You will have to retrace our steps and see if you can find it. Take your time." As he spoke, he drew a necklace from his pocket, wrapped it in his kerchief, and handed it to me. I pocketed it. He opened his clothing case, shot me an accusing look at the compressed jumble inside it, and then fished about until he discovered the pot of salve. He handed it to me. "Shall I lay out your clothing for dinner before I go?" He rolled his eyes mockingly at me as he drew a crumpled shirt from his clothing bag. "I think you've already done enough for me, Badgerlock. Just go." As I moved towards the door, his voice stopped me. "Does the horse suit you?" "The black is fine," I assured him. "A good, healthy beast and fleet, as we proved. You chose a good horse. But you would rather have chosen your own mount." I nearly said yes, but then, as I considered it, I realized that was not true. If I had been choosing the horse, I would have sought for a companion to bear me through the years. It would have taken me weeks, if not months, to select one, and now that I was unwillingly confronting the wolf's mortality, I felt a strange reluctance to offer that much of myself to an animal. "No," I replied honestly. "It was much better that you chose one for me. She's a good horse. You chose well." "Thank you," he said quietly. It seemed to matter to him a great deal. If the wolf had not been waiting, it would have given me pause. Chapter 18. Fool's Kiss. Many are the tales told of Witted taking on their beasts' shapes to wreak havoc upon their neighbours. The bloodier legends are of Witted in wolf skins, who in that guise rend their neighbours' families as well as their flocks. Less sanguine are the tales who depict Witted suitors taking on the shapes of birds, or cats, or even dancing bears to gain access to a bedchamber in the course of a seduction. All such tales are imaginative nonsense, perpetuated by those who seek to fuel hatred of the Witted. Although a Witted person can share the mind of his beast, and hence its physical perceptions, he cannot metamorphose his human form into that of an animal. It is true that some Witted, who have been long in a partnership with their animals, sometimes take on some of their habits of posture, diet, and mannerism. But a man who eats, dens, scavenges, and smells like a bear does not become a bear. If that myth of shape-changing could be vanquished, it would go far to re-establishing trust between the Witted and unwitted. Badgerlock's Old Blood Tales. The wolf was not where I had left him. It rattled me, and I took some few moments convincing myself that I had not mistaken the spot. But there were the spatters of his blood where he had sprawled on last year's leaves, and here were the spatters in the dust where he had lapped water from my hands. He had been here, and now he was not. It is one thing to track two shod horses with riders. It is another to follow the spoor of a wolf over dry ground. He had left no trace of his passage, and I feared to reach out towards him. I followed the tracks of the horses, believing that he would have done the same. As I trailed them through the sun-drenched hills, their tracks went down into a draw and crossed a small stream. They had stopped here to let the horses water. And then, in the muddy bank, was a wolf's paw print atop the horse's hoof mark. So, he was tracking them. 3 hills later, I caught up with him. He knew I was coming. He did not pause to wait for me, but moved on. That gait caught my eyes. It was not his purposeful trot. He walked. My black was not especially pleased to approach the wolf, but she didn't fight me. As I drew closer, he stopped in the shelter of some trees and awaited me. "I brought meat," I told him as I dismounted. I felt his awareness of me, but he sent no thoughts towards me. It was eerie. I took the meat out of my shirt and gave it to him. He wolfed it down, and then came to sit beside me. I took the salve out of my pouch. He sighed and lay down. The claw swipes along his belly were livid ridges of lacerated flesh and hot to the touch. When I applied the salve, the pain became an edged thing between us. I was as gentle as I could be and still be thorough. He tolerated it, but not gladly. I sat for a time beside him, my hand resting on his ruff. He sniffed at the salve I had applied. "Honey and bear grease," I told him. He licked the long scratch, and I let him. His tongue would push the ointment deeper into the wound and do him no harm. Besides, there was no way I could have stopped him. He already knew that I would have to go back to Galekeep.
"It would be wisest for me to keep following them, even if I don't go swiftly. The longer you are delayed,
the colder the trail will be. Easier for you to come to me than to try to follow fading tracks.
There is no arguing with that. I gave no voice to my worries that he could neither hunt nor defend himself just now. He knew it. I knew it. And he had made his decision. I'll catch up with you as soon as I can. He knew that too, but I could not refrain from the promise.
My brother, be careful what you dream tonight.
I won't seek to dream with them.
I fear they may seek you.
Fear smoked through my mind, but again there was nothing to say. I wished, vainly, that I had been brought up knowing more of the wit. Perhaps if I had understood old blood better, I would know what I was dealing with now.
No, I think not. What you do, how you link to him, that is not just skill. It is the crossing of your magic. You open the door with one and travel with the other. As when I attacked Justin after he had bridged into you with skill. His skill made the bridge, but I used my bond with you to run across it.
He had deliberately shared that thought with me, acknowledging a worry that had been growing in me for some time. Dog magic, Justin had called my wit, and told me that my use of the skills stank of it. Verity had never complained of that, but Verity, I admitted unwillingly, shared my truncated education in the skill. Perhaps he had not detected a staining of the wit in my use of the skill, or perhaps he had been too kind to ever rebuke me with it. Now I worried for my wolf. Do not follow them too closely. Try not to let them know that we track them.
What did you fear? That I would attack a cat and 2 men on horseback? No, that battle belongs to you. I will trail this game. It is up to you to bring it to bay and down it.
His thought created unpleasant images in my mind all the way back to Galekeep. I had entered into this to track down a boy, runaway or perhaps kidnapped. Now I was facing not only a boy who did not wish to be returned to Buckkeep, but his confederates. How far would I go in my efforts to return him to the Queen, and what limits would he set in his determination to have his own way? Would those with him have any constraints as to what they would do to keep him? I knew Lord Golden was wise to continue our play, much as I longed to drop all pretense and simply hunt down the prince and drag him back to Buckkeep. I could see the consequences of that. If the Brisingers were certain that we pursued him, they would certainly get a warning to him. He would flee faster and hide deeper. Worse, they might directly interfere with our pursuit of him. I had no wish to meet with an untimely accident as we tracked Prince Dutiful. As matters stood, we could still hope to move secretly to regain the prince and discreetly convey him back to Buckkeep. He had fled Galekeep at our arrival, yet not gone far at first. Now he was on the move again, but still had no reason to connect Lord Golden to any pursuit. If the fool could pry us loose of Lady Brisinga's hospitality without arousing any suspicion, we could follow him unobtrusively and have a better chance of catching up with him. I returned to Galekeep hot and dusty and parched. It still seemed odd to surrender my horse to a stableman. I found Lord Golden napping in his chambers. The curtains were drawn against the heat and light, putting the room in twilight. I went quietly past him to my own room to wash most of the dust and sweat away. I hung my shirt on the bedpost to dry and air, and slung my fresh one over my shoulder. Servants had replenished the bowl of fruit in Lord Golden's chamber. I helped myself to a plum, and ate it by the window, peering around the curtain at the garden outside. I felt both tired and restless. I could think of nothing constructive to do, and no way to pass the time. Frustration and worry chafed me.
"Did you find my chain, Badgerlock?"
It was Lord Golden's aristocratic tone that interrupted my thought. Yes, my lord, just where you thought you'd lost it." I drew the delicate jewellery from my pocket and carried it over to where he lounged on his bed. He accepted it as gratefully as if he were truly a nobleman, and it had truly been lost. I lowered my voice. "Nighteyes follows the trail for us. When we can leave, we can go straight to the wolf. How is he?" "Stiff, sore, but I think he will recover." "Excellent." He sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. "I've selected evening clothing for us and laid it out in your room. Really, Badgerlock, you must learn to handle my garments more carefully." "I'll try, my lord," I muttered, but I could not get my heart back into the game. I was suddenly tired of the whole charade. "Have you thought of a way for us to leave discreetly?" "No." He strolled to the table. Wine had been left there for him. He poured a glass and drank it, then poured another. "But I've thought of an indiscreet one, and already laid the groundwork for it this afternoon. Not without regrets. I'll be compromising Lord Golden's reputation somewhat. But what is a nobleman without a bit of scandal to his name? It will probably just increase my popularity at court. Everyone will want to know my side of it, and will speculate on what truly happened." He sipped from his glass. "I think that if I succeed at this, it will convince Lady Brassinger that her fears we are seeking the prince are groundless. No proper emissary of the Queen would behave as I intend." He gave me a sickly smile. "What have you done?" "Nothing, just yet. But I fancy that by morning our leaving will be facilitated as swiftly as we could wish." He drank again. "Sometimes I don't care for the things I must do," he observed, and there was a plaintive note in his voice. He finished the glass of wine as if girding himself for a task. Not another word would he divulge to me. He arrayed himself carefully for dinner, and I had to suffer the indignity of the green jerkin and yellow leggings. "Perhaps it is a shade too bright," he conceded in response to my incensed gaze. His grin was too broad for me to believe any apology in his words. I did not know if it was the wine or one of his fey humours. "Stop glowering, Badgerlock," he rebuked me as he adjusted the cuffs of a muted green coat. "I expect my servants to maintain a pleasant demeanour. Besides, the colour does set off the darkness of your eyes and skin and hair, all of you. It rather reminds me of an exotic parrot. You may not appreciate such a show of yourself, but the ladies will." Obeying him taxed all my ability to dissemble. I walked behind him to where the nobility had gathered before dinner. This was a larger group than the night before, for Lady Brassinger had extended her hospitality to those who had hunted with her earlier. They might have been invisible for all the notice Lord Golden gave them. Siddle was seated at a low table with young Civil. An assortment of feathers was spread out before her on a cloth, and they seemed to be discussing them. She had obviously been watching the door, for the moment Lord Golden entered, her face was transfigured. She gleamed like a lantern in the darkness. Young Civil also underwent a transformation, but it was not so pleasant. He could not very well sneer at a guest in his mother's house, but his features went very still and cold. Dismay clutched at my belly. No, I wanted no part of this. But Golden, smiling and charming, made directly for the pair. His greetings to everyone else in the chamber were brief to the point of neglect. Without even a pretence of subtlety, he seated himself between them, obliging Civil to move over to make room for him. From that moment on, he virtually ignored everyone else in the room, as he focused all of his allure on the girl. Their heads bent together over the feathers. His every movement was a seduction. His long fingers stroked the gaudy feathers on the cloth. He selected one and touched its softness to his own cheek, and then leaned forwards to draw it gently down the length of Siddle's arm. She giggled nervously and drew back from the touch. He smiled. She blushed. He set the feather back on the cloth and shook a reproachful finger at it, as if it were at fault. Then he selected another one. Boldly, he held it against the sleeve of her gown, murmuring some comparison of colour. He gathered others from the cloth, arranged them in a sort of feather bouquet. With the tip of one forefinger, he turned her face to look at his, and then, by a trick I could not see, fastened the feathers into her hair so that they hung down and followed the line of her cheek. Civil rose abruptly and stalked away. His mother spoke to a woman at her side, who moved swiftly to intercept him before he left the chamber. There were low-voiced words between them, and the young man's tone was not calm. I could not follow what he said, for Lord Golden's words rose over the general conversation to proclaim, "Would that I had a looking-glass to show you, but you must be content to see how well this ornament becomes you by looking into my eyes." Earlier that day I had been appalled, at how brazenly she had stalked Lord Golden, and how willing she had been to throw over her young suitor for the strange nobleman. Now, I almost pitied Siddle. One hears of birds charmed by snakes, though I have never seen such a thing. What I witnessed now was more like a flower leaning towards light. She absorbed his attention and blossomed in its warmth. In the space of a few moments, her girlish infatuation with his age and wealth and fine ways had been transformed into a more womanly warmth and fascination with him. I knew with crawling certainty that she was his to bed, if he chose. Should he tap at her chamber door tonight, she would admit him without hesitation. "He goes too far." Laurel's breathless whisper was tinged with horror as she strolled past me. "He excels at that," I murmured in reply. I shifted my shoulders in the confines of my gaudy jacket. My pretense at being Lord Golden's bodyguard might become real tonight. Certainly the look Civil shot him promised murder. When Lady Brassinger announced that it was time to dine, Civil made the foolish mistake of hesitating. Before he had even the chance churlishly to refuse to escort Siddle to the table, his rival had offered his arm, and the girl had taken it. This left Civil duty-bound to escort his slighted mother as they followed their esteemed guest and his prey into the dining hall. I tried to rein my emotions in and be a stoic observer of that dinner. Lord Golden's tactic revealed much to me. Siddle's parents were obviously torn between courtesy to Lady Brassinger and her son, and the enticing prospect of their daughter winning the attention of this extremely wealthy nobleman. Lord Golden was a far more desirable catch than young Civil, yet they were not unmindful of the danger to their young daughter. To catch a nobleman's eye is not the same as to have the pledge of one. There was a danger that he might toy with her and ruin her for future marriage. It was a dangerous line for a young girl to walk, and in the way that Lady Grayling picked her bread to pieces, I plainly saw her mother's doubts that Siddle could tow it. Avoyne and Laurel tried desperately to kindle a conversation about the day's hunt, and the talk lurched along, but Lord Golden and Siddle were too deeply engrossed in their own quiet talk to pay any attention. Civil, seated to the other side of Siddle, was ignored by both of them. Avoyne was holding forth on the uses of rue in training cats, for all knew that a cat would avoid anything marked with the essence of the herb. Laurel said that onion was sometimes used for the same purpose. Lord Golden offered Siddle a titbit from his plate, and then stared in rapt fascination as the girl ate it. He was drinking heavily tonight, glass after glass, and to all appearances he was actually pouring it all down his throat. I felt anxiety. The fool, drunk, had always been both unpredictable and volatile. Would Lord Golden have more restraint when in his cups? Civil's anger must have flared, for I felt a querying wit echo from something. I could not catch the thought, only the emotion that accompanied it. Something was fully willing to rend Lord Golden to shreds on Civil's behalf. I did not doubt that his hunting cat was his wit-beast. For that unguarded moment of fury, the connection between them sang with bloodlust. It was quenched in an instant, but there was no mistaking what it was. The boy was Witted. And Lady Brassinger? I looked past her, watching her without seeming to. I felt no trace of the wit from her, but she radiated maternal disapproval of her son's lapse. Because he had betrayed his old blood to any who might be aware of such things? Or because his displeasure showed so plainly on his face? Betraying one's emotions so blatantly was not genteel. I stood, as I had the previous night, behind Lord Golden's chair all through the meal. I learned little from the words exchanged that night, but much from the glances. Lord Golden's scandalous behaviour both fascinated and horrified the other guests. Quiet words were exchanged, as were shocked glances. Lord Grayling at one point sat breathing through his white, pinched nostrils for several moments, while his wife spoke frantically to him in an undertone. She appeared willing to gamble the Brasingers' goodwill for the possible benefit of a better match. Through all this interplay, I sifted expressions and exchanges, looking for some sign of who was Witted. It was not information I could quantify, but before the dinner was over I was satisfied that both Civil and Lady Brassinger were. I was equally certain their huntsman was not. Of the other guests at their table, There were two I suspected of the wit. A certain Lady Gerrit had something of the cat in her mannerisms. She was perhaps unaware of how she breathed in the scent of every dish before she ventured to taste it. Her spouse, a hale and hearty man, had a trick of turning his head sideways to the leg of fowl he was devouring, as if he had sharper teeth there with which to scissor the meat free. Small habits, but telling. As the prince had fled Buckkeep to Galekeep, so he might, when driven from Galekeep, go to another wit-friendly holding. These two lived to the south. The prince's trail led north. But that did not mean he would not circle back. I noticed another thing as well. Lady Brisinga's eyes came often to settle on me, and I did not think she was admiring my gaudy garments. She looked like a woman trying to recall something. I was almost certain I had never met her in my other life as Fitz chivalry, but to be almost certain of something means there is always a squirming of doubt in the back of the mind. For a time, I kept my head slightly lowered and my eyes cast to one side. Only after I observed the others did I realize what a wolf-like attitude that was. When next she looked at me, I met her eyes boldly and stared back. I was not so bold as to smile at her, but I deliberately widened my eyes, feigning an interest in her. Her affront at Lord Golden's bold servant was plain. Cat-like, she unfocused her eyes and looked through me. In that glance I was finally sure of her. Old blood. I wondered if she was the woman that had captivated my prince's fancy. Certainly she was attractive. Her full lips hinted at sensuality. Dutiful would not be the first young man to fall victim to a knowledgeable older woman. Had that been her aim in giving the cat to him? To seduce him and win his young heart, so that no matter where he was wed she would always keep his heart? It would explain why he had come here when he had fled Buckkeep. But, I reflected, it would not explain his unfulfilled passion. No, if she had intended to seduce the prince, she would have moved swiftly to entangle him as deeply as possible. There was something else here, something strange, as the wolf had said. A brief flip of Lord Golden's hand at the end of the meal dismissed me. I went, but reluctantly. I wanted to witness whatever reactions his abominable behaviour might bring. The diners would move on to other amusements now, music, games of chance, and conversation. I went to the kitchen, and again was offered a choice of the feast's remains. There had been a piglet tonight, cooked whole, and plenty of tender meat and crisp skin lay scattered among the bones on the platter. A sauce of sour apples and berries had accompanied it. This, with bread and soft white cheese and several mugs of ale, made a more than adequate meal. It might have been more enjoyable if Lord Golden's man had not been taken to task over his master's behaviour. Civil and Siddle, I was informed sternly by Lebven, had been affianced almost from birth. Well, if not formally, at least it was common knowledge among all the folk of both households that the two were intended for one another. His mother's house and Lord Grayling's family had always been on the best of terms, and the two estates were adjacent to one another. Why should not Grayling's daughter benefit from Lady Brisinga's rapid rise in the world? Old friends should help one another. What was my master thinking to come between them? Could his intentions be honourable? Would he steal young Sybil's bride from him to bear her off to court and wealth beyond her station? Did he womanize at Buckkeep? Was he but toying with her affections? Was he good with the sword? For it was well known that Sybil had a temper, and hospitality or no, the boy might challenge him over Siddle. To all of this I professed ignorance. I was newly come to Lord Golden's service and to the court at Buckkeep. I knew little of my master's ways or temperament yet. I was as curious as they were as to what would befall them all. The excitement that Golden had stirred was such that I could not steer the conversation to Dutiful or old blood or any useful topic. I lingered only long enough to purloin a large chunk of meat. Then I pleaded my duties and departed the kitchen for my room, frustrated of knowledge and deeply concerned for Lord Golden's welfare. As soon as I was back in our rooms, I changed back into my humbler blue clothing. The green jerkin had rather suffered from concealing the meat. Then I sat down to await my master's return. Anxiety roiled through me. If he carried this role too far, he might indeed find himself facing young Sybil's blade. I doubted that Lord Golden was any better with a sword than the fool had been. It would, of course, be scandalous if it came to bloodshed, but young men in Sybil's position were not inclined to worry about such niceties. The depths of the night had passed, and we were venturing towards the shallows of dawn, when there was a tap at the door. A dour-faced maid informed me that my master required my assistance. Heart in mouth, I followed her to discover Lord Golden senseless with drink on a bench in a parlour. He sprawled there like a cast-off garment. If other folk had witnessed his collapse, they had left. Even the maid gave a small toss of her head as she abandoned me to tend to him. As soon as she left, I half expected him to rouse and tip me a wink that this was all a sham. He did not. I hauled him to his feet, but even that did not stir him. I could either drag him or carry him. I resorted to the undignified expediency of slinging him over my shoulder and toting him back to his chamber like a sack of grain. I dumped him unceremoniously onto the bed and fastened the door behind us. Then I dragged off his boots and shook him out of his jacket. As he fell back onto the bed, he said, "Well, I did it. I'm certain of it. I'll apologize tomorrow most abjectly to Lady Brassinger. Then we'll leave immediately, and all will be relieved to see us go. No one will follow us. No one will suspect we tracked the prince." His voice wavered towards the end of this speech. He still had not opened his eyes. Then, in a strained voice, he added, "I think I'm going to vomit." I brought him the wash-basin and set it on the bed next to him. He crooked an arm around it as if it were a doll. "What exactly did you do?" I demanded. "Oh, Ada, make it all stand still." He clenched his eyes tightly and spoke. "I kissed him. I knew that would do it." "You kissed Siddle, Sybil's intended?" "No," he groaned, and I knew a short-lived moment of relief. "I kissed Sybil." "What?" "I had gone to piss. When I came back, he was waiting for me outside the parlour where the others were gaming. He grabbed my arm and all but dragged me into a sitting-room where he confronted me. What were my intentions towards Siddle? Did I not grasp that they had an understanding?" "What did you say?" "I said—" He paused abruptly, and his eyes grew round. He leaned towards the basin. But after a moment he only burped gassily and lay back. He groaned, and then continued, "I said I understood their understanding, and hoped that perhaps we could come to an understanding of our own. I clasped his hand in mine. I said I saw no difficulty. That Siddle was a lovely girl, as lovely a girl as he was a boy, and that I hoped we might all become close and loving friends." "And then you kissed him?" I was incredulous. Lord Golden screwed his eyes shut. "He seemed a bit naive. I wanted to be sure he took the fullness of my meaning." "Ada and Elle in a tangle," I swore. I stood up and he groaned as the bed moved beneath him. I walked to the window and stared out. "How could you?" I demanded of him. He took a breath and strained mockery crept into his face. "Oh, please, beloved. You needn't be jealous. It was the most brief and chaste kiss you can imagine." "Oh, fool," I rebuked him. How could he make a jest of something like this? "It wasn't even on the mouth, just a warm press of my lips to the palm of his hand, a single flick of my tongue." He smiled feebly. "He snatched it away as if I had branded him." Suddenly he hiccuped loudly, and then made a sour face. "You're dismissed. To your room, Badgerlock. I've no more need of you tonight." "Are you certain?" He nodded, a short, vehement nod. "Go away," he said plainly. "If I'm going to puke, I don't want you watching me." I understood his need to preserve that much dignity. He had little enough left. I retreated to my room and shut the door. I busied myself with packing my things. A short time later, when I heard the sounds of his misery, I did not go to him. Some things a man should do alone. I did not sleep well. I longed to touch minds with my wolf, but dared not allow myself that comfort. Necessary they might be, yet I still felt dirtied by the fool's political manipulations. I longed to live the direct and clean life of a wolf. Towards dawn I came out of a doze to the sound of the fool moving about in his chamber. I found him sitting at the small table, looking haggard. Somehow the fresh clothing he had donned only made him look the more rumpled. Even his hair looked sweaty and dishevelled. He had a little box in front of him and a mirror. As I watched, puzzled, he dipped his finger in something and wiped it under his eye. The shadow there deepened to a pouch. Then he sighed. "I hate what I did last night." I did not need him to explain. I tried to ease his conscience. Perhaps it was a kindness. Perhaps it is better they discovered before they wed that Sybil's heart is not as constant as Sybil believed. He shook his head, refusing the comfort. "If I had not led, she would not have followed in that dance. Her first sallies were but a girl's coquetry. I think it as instinctive for a girl to flirt as it is for boys to show off their muscles and daring. Girls of her age are like little kittens pouncing at grass to practice their hunting skills. They do not yet know the meaning of the motions they make." He sighed and went back to his little box of coloured powders. Silently I watched as he not only made himself look more ill, but added a decade to his years by delineating the lines in his face. "Do you think that's necessary?" I asked him as he snapped the little box shut and handed it to me. I tucked it back into his case, which was, I noted, already neatly packed for our journey. "I do. I wish to be sure that the glamour I put over Sybil is completely broken before I depart. Let her see me as substantially older than she is and dissolute. She will wonder what she was thinking and flee back to Sybil. I hope he will have her. It would be better than her pining after me." He gave a melodramatic sigh, but I knew his ridicule was for himself. This morning Lord Golden's facade was fractured, and the fool shone forth from the cracks. "A glamour?" I asked, sceptically. "Of course. No one is invulnerable to me if I choose to enchant them. No one but you, that is." He rolled his eyes at me dolorously. "But there is no time for me to mourn that. Now, you must go forth and make it known that I wish a private moment with Lady Brassinger. Then go and tap at Laurel's door and let her know that we ride soon." By the time I returned from the second half of my errand, Lord Golden had departed the room to his meeting with Lady Brassinger. It was a very brief meeting, and when he returned he indicated that I should take our bags down immediately. He did not stop to eat anything, but I had already purloined all the fruit that had been in our room. We would survive, and he was probably wiser to avoid food for a time yet. Our horses were brought round. Lady Brassinger descended to wish us a chill farewell. Not even the servants deigned to notice our departure. Lord Golden offered yet another apology, attributing much of his behaviour to the fine quality of her wines. If this flattery was meant to appease her, it failed. We rode slowly from her courtyard, Lord Golden setting a very easy pace for us. At the foot of the hill we turned towards the ferry. Only when the line of trees along the road hid us from the manor's view did he halt and ask me, "Which way?" Laurel had been riding in a mortified silence. She had said nothing, but I gathered that in humiliating himself Lord Golden had daubed her with the same brush. Now she looked shocked as I said, "This way," and turned my black off the road and into the sun-dappled forest. "Don't wait for us," he told me brusquely. "Go as swiftly as you can to close the gap. We'll catch up as we may, though my poor head may hold us back a bit. The worry now is that we may lose his trail. I am certain Laurel can follow yours. Go now." I wanted no more than that. I saw the purpose of his order at once. It would allow me to be alone when I overtook Nighteyes and to confer with him privately. I nodded once and set my heels to my black. She sprang forwards willingly, and I let my heart lead us. I did not bother looping back to where I had last seen the wolf, but reined her north and east to where I knew he was today. I let a tiny thread of my awareness tug at him to let him know I was coming, and felt the twitch of his response. I urged my black to a greater speed. Nighteyes had covered a surprising amount of ground. I did not let myself worry about whether or not Laurel could track me easily. My drive now was to rejoin my wolf, see that he was well, and then push on in pursuit of the prince. My uneasiness for him had been steadily swelling. The day was hot, summer's last sprawl across the land, and the sun beat down on us even through the thin shade of the trees. The dry air seemed laden with dust that sucked the moisture from my mouth and clung to my eyelashes. I did not bother trying to find trails, but pushed my black through the forested hills and down into the dales between them. Lusher vegetation showed where creeks sometimes ran, but their waters seeped under the surface now. Twice we crossed streams, and each time I stopped to let my black water and to drink deeply myself. Then we pushed on. By early afternoon I had an indefinable conviction that Nighteyes was near. Before I saw him or scented him, I began to get the strange feeling that I had seen this terrain before, that something about those trees ahead was oddly familiar. I pulled in the horse and slowly scanned the hills around me, only to have him step out from a patch of alder brush scarce a stone's throw away. My black flinched and then focused her full attention on him. I set a hand to her neck. Calm. No need to fear. Calm.
Too tired and not hungry enough to chase you, Nighteyes added helpfully.
I brought you meat.
I know. I smell it.
I had scarcely unwrapped it before it was gone. I wanted to look at his injuries, but knew better than to bother him with that while he was eating. And as soon as he had finished eating, he gave himself a shake.
Let's go.
Let me look at...
No, maybe tonight. But while they have light, they travel, and so must we. They already have a good start on us, and the dry soil holds their scents poorly. Let's go.
He was right about tracking them. The dry ground resisted both print and scent. Before the afternoon was over, we had twice been stymied, and had only rediscovered their trail by casting for it in a wide circle. The shadows were growing long when Lord Golden and Laurel caught up with us. "I see your dog has found us again," she observed wryly, and I could think of nothing to say in reply. "Lord Golden tells me that you track the prince, that a serving girl told you the prince had fled north?" There was question in her voice, and her mouth was flat with disapproval. I did not know if she hoped to catch Lord Golden in a lie, or if I was supposed to have seduced someone for the information. She didn't know he was the prince. She simply called him a lad with a hunting cat. I tried to think of something that would divert her from more questions. "The trail is poor. Any help you could give me would be welcome." My ruse worked. She proved an able tracker. As the light went out of the day, she picked up small signs that I might have missed, and thus we kept following them long past the hour when I would have said the light was too poor. We came to a creek where they had stopped to water. The spoor of 2 men, 2 horses, and the cat were all plain in the damp soil at the water's edge. There we decided to make camp for the night. "It's better to stop tracking while we know we are on the right trail than to wait until we are not certain and have confused things with our own tracks. Early tomorrow we will start again," Laurel announced. We made a bare camp, little more than a tiny fire, and our blankets beside it. Food was in short supply, but at least we had plenty of water. The fruit I had taken from our room was warm and bruised, but welcome. Laurel carried from habit some twists of dried meat and travel bread. There was precious little of it, and she unwittingly bought much good favour from me when she announced, "We don't need the meat as much as the dog does. We have both fruit and bread." Another woman, I thought, might have ignored the wolf's hunger and hoarded the meat for the next day. Nighteyes, for his part, deigned to take it from her hand, and afterwards, when I insisted on looking at his scratches, he did not snarl when she joined me, though she was wise enough not to attempt to touch him. As I had suspected, he had licked most of the unguent away. The scratches were scabbed closed, and the flesh beside them did not look too angry. I decided against putting more ointment on them. As I put the unused pot away, Laurel nodded her head in quiet agreement. "Better dry and closed than greased too well and the scab softened too much." Lord Golden had already stretched out on his blanket. I surmised that neither his head nor his belly were yet calm. He had spoken little throughout our camp-making and sparse meal. In the gathering dark I could not tell if his eyes were closed or if he stared up at the sky. "Well, I suppose he has the right of it," I said, gesturing at him. "Early to bed and an early start tomorrow. Perhaps with luck we'll overtake them." I think Laurel assumed Lord Golden was already asleep. She lowered her voice. "It will take some hard riding as well as a measure of luck."
They ride assuredly, knowing where they are bound, while we must go carefully lest we lose them.
Laurel cocked her head and studied me across the small fire.
How did you know when to leave the road to find their trail?
I took a breath and chose a lie at random.
Luck,
I replied quietly. I had a feeling they would be going in this direction, and when I struck their trail, we followed it.
And your dog had the same feeling, which is why he had gone ahead of you?
I just looked at her. The words rose to my tongue without my volition. Maybe I'm witted.
"Oh, yes," she replied sarcastically, "and that is why the Queen trusts you to go after her son, because you are one of those she most fears. You are not witted, Tom Badgerlock. I've known witted folk before. I've endured their disdain and snubs for folks who do not share their magic. Where I grew up there were plenty of them, and in that place and time they did little to conceal it."
You are no more witted than I am, though you are one of the best trackers I've ever ridden with.
I did not thank her for the compliment. Tell me about the witted folk you grew up with, I suggested. I smoothed a wrinkle out of my blanket and lay back on top of it. I closed my eyes almost all the way, as if I were only mildly interested in her words. The moon, appearing less than full, looked down at us through the trees. At the edge of the fire's light, Nighteyes was diligently licking himself. Laurel fussed for a moment with her own blanket, tossing small stones out from under it. Then she smoothed it to the earth and lay back on it. She was silent for a moment or two, and I did not think she was going to answer me. And then,
"Oh, they were not so bad. Not like the tales folk tell. They did not turn into bears or deer or seals at the light of the full moon, nor did they eat raw meat and steal children. Still, they were bad enough."
"How?"
"Oh," she hesitated. "It just was not fair," she said at last with a sigh. "Imagine never being sure that you were alone, for some little bird or lurking fox might carry the eyes and ears of your neighbour. They took full advantage of their wit, for their animal partners forever told them where the hunting was best or the berries first ripened.
Were they that open that they were witted? Never have I heard of such a village."
"It was not that they were open about what they were so much as I was excluded for what I was not. Children are not subtle."
The bitterness of her words shocked me. I recalled abruptly how the rest of Galen's coterie had treated me with disdain when I could not seem to master the skill. I tried to imagine growing up amid such snubbing. Then a thought intruded. "I thought your father was huntsman for Lord Sitswell. Did not you grow up on his estate, then?" I wanted to know where this place was, where witted ones were so common their children had come to expect it of their playmates.
"Oh, well, but that came later, you see."
I was not sure if she lied then, or if she had lied earlier, only that the untruth hung almost palpably between us. It made an uncomfortable silence. My mind darted amongst the possibilities. That she was witted, that she was an unwitted child in a family with witted siblings or parents, that she had made the whole tale up, that all of Lord Sitswell's manor was riddled with witted servants. Perhaps Lord Sitswell himself was of the old blood. Such speculation was not entirely useless. It prepared the mind to sort whatever other information she might toss my way into the appropriate possibilities. I harked back to an earlier conversation we had had and found a chance remark that put a chill down my back. She had said she would know these hills well, having spent time not far from Gallatin, amongst her mother's folk. Chade, too, had mentioned something of that. I tried to find a way to renew the conversation. "So you sound as if you do not share the currently fashionable hatred of the witted, that perhaps you do not wish to see them all burned and cut up."
"It's a filthy habit," she said, and the way she said it made me feel as if fire and blade were too small a cure for it. "I think the parents who teach their children to indulge in it should be whipped. Those that choose to practice it should not marry nor have children. They already have a beast to share their homes and lives. Why should they cheat a woman or a man by taking a spouse? Those who are witted should have to choose early in their lives which they will bind to, an animal or another human. That's all." Her voice had risen on the vehemence of her reply.
At her last words it dropped away, as if she suddenly recalled that Lord Golden was sleeping. "Good night, Tom Badgerlock," she added belatedly. She tried to soften her tone, perhaps, but it still plainly told me that our talk was over. As if to emphasize it, she rolled on her blanket to put her back to me. Nighteyes rose with a groan and came stiffly to me. He lay down beside me with a sigh. I let my hand come to rest on his ruff. Our shared thoughts flowed as secretly as our blood.
"She knows."
"Then you think she is witted?" I asked him.
"I think she knows that you are witted, and I don't think she likes it much."
For a time, I lay silently mulling that. "But she fed you."
"Oh, well, I think she likes me. It's you she's not sure about. Go to sleep. Are you going to reach after them tonight?"
I didn't want to. If I succeeded, it would give me a terrible headache. The mere thought of the pain made me nauseous. Yet if I could touch the prince, I might gain information that could help us catch up sooner. I should try. I felt his resignation.
"Go ahead, then. I'll be right here."
"Nighteyes, when I skill and afterwards, do you share the pain?"
"Not exactly. Though it is hard for me to remain apart from it, I can. It just feels cowardly when I do."
"It's not cowardly at all. What is the point of both of us suffering?" He made no answer to me, but I sensed that he reserved some thought of that for himself. Something about my question almost amused him. I lifted my hand from his fur and set it on my chest. Then I closed my eyes, centered myself, and tried for a skill trance. Dread of pain kept intruding on my thoughts, pushing awry my carefully constructed piece. Finally, I managed to find a balancing point and held myself there, somewhere between dreaming and waking. I reached forth into the night. That night I felt, as I had not in years, the sweetness of the pure connection of the skill. I reached out, and it was as if someone reached back and clasped both my hands in welcome. It was a simple, sweet joining, as comforting as homecoming after a long journey. There was the linking of the skill, and someone drowsing in a soft bed in a loft under the eaves of a thatched roof. The homely smells of a cottage surrounded me, the lingering smell of a good stew cooked that night, and the honey tang of a beeswax candle burning late somewhere below. I could hear a man and a woman talking, their voices muted, as if they did not want to disturb my rest. I could not make out their words, but I knew I was home and safe, and that nothing could harm me there. As our skill link faded, I sank deeply into the most peaceful sleep I had known in many a year. Chapter 19. The Inn. During the years of the Red Ship War, when Prince Regal the Pretender wrongfully claimed to be the king of the 6 duchies, he introduced a system of justice he called the King's Circle. Trial by arms was not unknown in the 6 duchies. It is said that if 2 men fight before the witness stones, the gods themselves look down and reward victory to him whose cause is just. Regal took this idea one step further. In his arenas, accused criminals faced either his king's champions or wild beasts. Those who survived were judged to be innocent of the charges against them. Many witted met their ends in those circles. Yet those who died in these bloody trials were but half of the evil done there. For what was born in those same contests was a public tolerance of violence and mayhem that swiftly became a hunger. These trials became a spectacle and amusement as much as judgment. Although one of Cotrican's first acts as queen and regent for the young Dutiful was to put an end to such trials and have the circles dismantled, no royal decision could quench the bloodlust that Regal's spectacles had awakened. I awoke very early the next morning with a sense of well-being and peace. An early morning fog was in the process of burning off. Dew glimmered on my blanket. For a time I gazed unthinking at the sky, through the oak branches overhead. I was in a state of mind in which the black pattern against the blue was all that I needed to satisfy me. After a while, when my mind insisted on recognizing the sight before me as tree branches against the sky, I came back to myself and where I was and what I must do. I had no headache. I could cheerfully have rolled over and slept most of the day away, but I could not decide if I was truly tired or simply wanted to return to the safety of my dreams. I forced myself to sit up. Nighteyes was gone. The others still slept. I poked up the embers of the fire and fed it before it occurred to me that we had nothing to cook over it. We'd have to tighten our belts and follow the prince and his companion. With luck, something edible would cross our path. I drank from the stream and washed my face in the cool water. The day was already warming. As I was drinking, the wolf came back. "Meat?" I asked, hopefully.
"A nest of mice. I didn't save you any."
"Oh, that's all right. I wasn't that hungry. Yet." He lapped alongside me for a time, then lifted his muzzle.
"Where did you go last night?"
I knew what he meant. I'm not sure, but it felt safe.
"It was nice. I'm glad you can get to a place like that."
There was a wistfulness in his thought. I looked at him more closely. For an instant I saw him as another might. He was an aging wolf, grey on his muzzle, flesh sunken on his flanks. His recent encounter with the cat still hindered him. He ignored my concern to stare into the stream.
"Fish?"
I let my annoyance seep into my thought. "Not a sign of one," I muttered aloud. "And there should be. Plenty of plants, midges buzzing. There should be fish here, but there aren't." I felt his mental shrug at how life was.
"Wake the others. We need to get moving."
He did not want my worry. It was a useless burden to him, an anxiety not to be indulged. When I returned to the camp, the others were already stirring. There was little to say. Lord Golden seemed to have recovered from his excesses. No one spoke about the lack of food. Dwelling on it would not change it. Instead, in a remarkably short time, we were in our saddles again and following the prince's fading trail. He was moving steadily north. At noon we found a campfire, the ashes gone cold. The area around the fire was well trampled, as if folk had camped there for several days. The mystery was easily solved. 2 trees bore the mark of a picket line. Someone had waited here. When the prince, the cat, and their companion arrived, they had departed together, north. Laurel and I debated the number of horses in the other party and finally settled on 4. They had picked up 2 more companions here. We pressed on, increasing our pace as the multiple tracks were easier to follow. A high overcast came in and then thickened into clouds. I blessed the dimming of the sun's harshness, but Nighteyes still panted as he kept pace with us. I watched him with growing concern. I longed to link more tightly with him, to be sure that he did not press on in spite of pain, but while Laurel rode with us, I dared not. As shadows lengthened and the day began to cool, we came out of the forest and looked down at a wide yellow road crossing our path. From the crest of a hill, we stared down at it with dismay. If the prince and his fellows had chosen to follow it, tracking might become very difficult. We reached the edge of the road. Their tracks merged with it. The wolf made a show of casting about, but without much enthusiasm. The prince's trail mingled in the thick, dry dust with old wagon tracks and softened hoofprints. Neither imprint nor scent would linger long. An afternoon breeze could erase all trace of their passage. "Well?" Lord Golden observed helpfully. He lifted one eyebrow at me. I knew what he suggested. Was not this why Chade had sent me? I shut my eyes and took a breath. Then I threw myself wide to the skill without any thought for protecting myself.
"Where are you?"
I demanded of the rushing world around me. There might have been a twitch of response, but I had no assurance that it was the prince. After last night I knew there was something else out there that reacted to my skill reaching, something that was not the prince. I could set my hand to it almost. I forced myself to shift my attention away from that beckoning harbour and to reach out again for the prince, but he and the cat eluded me. I do not know how long I sat on my black and extended myself to the wide world. Time stands still in such a reaching. I could almost feel the fool waiting for me. No, I did feel him.
A shimmering thread of skill let me know how he contained his impatience. I sighed and pulled myself back from both the peaceful invitation and my fruitless reaching after the prince. I had no tidings to give Lord Golden. I opened my eyes. They were going north. Let's follow it north. The road is more northeast than north, Lord Golden pointed out. I shrugged. The other option is southwest, I replied. Northeast it is, he concurred, and touched his heels to Malta. I followed him, and then glanced back to see what was keeping Laurel. She had a puzzled look on her face, and was looking from me to Lord Golden, as if perplexed. After a moment she came after us. I reviewed my most recent interchange with my master, and could have kicked both of us. I hadn't even remembered to call him Lord, let alone kept the proper tone of a servant to his master. Our direction had obviously been my decision. I decided the best course of action was to say nothing at all about it, and hope to make it up with future subservience, though my heart sank at that thought, and I admitted to myself just how much I longed for unguarded conversation and companionship. We rode on through the remainder of the daylight. Lord Golden ostensibly led us, but in reality we followed the road. As the light faded, I began to look for a likely camping spot. Nighteyes seemed to pluck the thought from the air, for he surged ahead of our horses to crest a low rise in the road. When he disappeared over it, I knew he wanted us to follow. Let's just go a bit further, I suggested, despite the gathering darkness. And at the top of the hill we were rewarded with the sparse lights of a little village in the folds of the valley before us. A river wound past it. I could smell it, and the smoke of cook fires. My stomach awoke from its resignation and growled loudly. "There will be an inn down there, I'll wager," Lord Golden announced enthusiastically. "Real beds, and we can get provisions for tomorrow." "Dare we ask for word of the prince?" Laurel asked. Our weary horses seemed to sense there might be something better than grass and creek water for them tonight. They picked up their pace as they went down the hill. I saw no sign of Nighteyes, but I had not expected to. "I'll make some quiet inquiries," I volunteered. I imagined that Nighteyes already was doing that. If they had passed through the village and paused at all, the cat would have left some sign. With unerring instinct, Lord Golden led us to an inn. It was a grand building for such a small town, built of black stone and boasting a second story. The hanging signboard chilled my heart. It was the piebald prince, neatly divided into his head and 4 quarters. It was not the first time I had seen him depicted that way. In fact, it was the commonest way to see him, but a sense of foreboding hung over me. If either Golden or Laurel were given pause by the sign, they did not betray it. Light spilled wide from the inn's open door, and talk and good cheer flowed out with it. I smelled cooking, food, and smoke, and beer. The level of the laughter and shouted conversation was a pleasant roar. Lord Golden dismounted and told me to take the horses to the hostler. Laurel accompanied him into the noisy common room as I led the animals around to the darkened back of the inn. In a few moments a door was flung open, and light stabbed out into the dusty inn-yard. The hostler appeared, wiping his interrupted meal from his lips and bearing a lantern. He took the horses from me and led them off to the stable. I more felt than saw Nighteyes in the deeper darkness at the corner of the inn. As I approached the inn door, a shadow detached itself and brushed past me. In that brief touch, I knew his thoughts.
"They were here. Be cautious. I smell man's blood in the street in front of this place, and dogs. Usually dogs are here, but not tonight."
He blurred into the night before I could ask him any details. I went in through the back door with an uneasy heart and an empty belly. Inside, the innkeeper informed me that my master had already commanded his finest room, and I was to bring all the bags up. Wearily, I turned back to the stables. While I appreciated Lord Golden's ruse to let me have a good look inside the stables, I was suddenly afflicted with a weariness that could barely be suppressed. Food and sleep. I didn't even need a bed. I would have been happy to drop where I stood. The hostler was still putting grain into our horses' feed bins. Perhaps because I was there, they got a more generous shake of oats. I saw nothing unusual in the stables. There were 3 plug horses of the kind such a place usually kept for hire, and a battered cart. A cow in a byre probably provided the milk for the guests' porridge. I disapproved of the chickens roosting in the rafters. Their droppings would foul the horses' food and water.
but there was little I could do about it. There were only 2 other horses stabled there, not enough to be the mounts of those we followed. There were no hunting cats tethered in empty stalls. Well, nothing was ever easy. The hostler was competent at his work, but not talkative, nor even curious. His clothing was pungent with smoke. I suspected the herbs had mellowed him past caring much about anything. I got our bags, and, heavily laden, made my way back to the inn. The finest room was up a flight of worn wooden steps. The climb taxed me more than it should have. I knocked at the door, then managed to open it for myself. It was the finest room in the sense that it was the best sitting room at the inn. Lord Golden was enthroned in a cushioned chair at the head of a scarred table. Laurel sat at his right hand. There were mugs in front of them and a large earthenware pitcher. I smelled ale. I managed to set the bags down inside the door instead of just dropping them. Lord Golden deigned to notice me. "I've ordered food, Tom Badgerlock, and arranged rooms for us. As soon as they've made up the beds, they'll show you where to take the bags. Until then, do be seated, my good man. You've well earned your keep today. There's a mug for you." He nodded to a seat at his left, and I took it. Someone had already poured the ale for me. I'm afraid I drained off that first mug without any other thought than it was sustenance after a long day. It was neither the best nor the worst brew I'd ever tasted, but few draughts had been as welcome as that one. I set the empty mug down on the table, and Lord Golden nodded permission at the pitcher. As I refilled our mugs, the food arrived. There was a roast fowl, a large bowl of buttered peas, a meal pudding with treacle and cream, crisp trout on a platter, bread, butter, and more ale. Before the serving boy left, Lord Golden added another request. He had badly bruised his shoulder that morning. Would the boy bring him a slab of raw meat from the kitchen to draw the soreness from the swelling? Laurel served Lord Golden and herself, and then passed the dishes on to me. We ate in near silence, all of us very intent on the food. In a short time, the fowl and fish had been reduced to bones on the platters. Lord Golden rang for the servants to clear away. They brought a berry pie with clotted cream for a sweet, and more ale. The slab of raw meat came with it. As soon as the servant was gone, Lord Golden neatly wrapped it in his napkin and handed it to me. I wondered with weary gratitude if anyone would notice its later disappearance. A short time later, I became aware that I had eaten more than I should have done, and drunk more than was wise. I had that sodden, overly full feeling that is so miserable after one has been hungry all day. Lassitude crept over me. I tried to hide my yawns behind my hand and pay attention to the hushed conversation between Lord Golden and Laurel. Their voices seemed distant, as if a noisy river rushed between them and me. "One of us should have a quiet look around," Laurel was insisting. "Perhaps some questions asked downstairs would discover where they were going, or if they are known around here. It could be they're close by." "Tom?" Lord Golden prodded me. "I already have," I said softly. "They were here, but they either moved on already or are at a different inn. If a town this size has more than one inn—" I leaned back in my chair. "Tom?" Lord Golden asked me with some annoyance. In an aside to Laurel, he observed, "It's probably the smoke. He's never had a head for it. Just walking through the fumes puts him into a fog." I pried open my eyes. "Beg pardon?" I asked. My own voice sounded thick and distant in my ears. "How do you know they were here?" Laurel demanded. Had she asked that before? I was too tired to think of a good answer. "I just do," I replied shortly, and then directed my words to Lord Golden as if we had been interrupted. "There's also been blood spilled in the street outside the inn. We should go carefully around here." He nodded sagely. "I think our wisest course is an early bed and an early start tomorrow." Without letting Laurel voice any objections, he rang the servant's bell again. He was told that his rooms were indeed ready. Laurel had a tiny room to herself up at the end of the hall. Lord Golden had a more substantial chamber with room for a cot for his man in it. The maidservant who had come at the bell insisted that she would carry Laurel's bag up to her chamber for her, so we said good night there. I avoided her eyes. I was suddenly tremendously weary, too weary to even attempt our roles. It was all I could do to shoulder a share of our bags and follow the servant to Lord Golden's rooms. He stayed behind, chatting with the innkeeper about replenishing our travel supplies before we left in the morning. Our room was at the back of the inn, on the ground floor. I dragged our baggage inside, closed the door behind the departing servant, and opened wide the window. I found a nightshirt for Lord Golden and laid it out on his turned-down bed. I put the meat inside my shirt to take to Nighteyes later. Then I sat down on my bed to await Lord Golden's return. I awoke to someone shaking my shoulder gently. "Fitz, are you all right?" I came up slowly out of my dream. It took a moment or two to recall who I was. In my dream, I had been in another city, a populous, well-lit city. There had been music and many torches and lights, a celebration. I had not been a servant, but was... "It's gone," I told the fool sleepily. I heard an odd scrabbling noise, and then a thump as Nighteyes heaved himself over the window-sill, and then dropped into the room. He thrust his nose into my face. I petted him, absently. I felt so drowsy. My ears buzzed. The fool shook me again. "Fitz, stay awake and talk to me. What's wrong? Is it the smoke?" "Nothing. It's just so peaceful. I want to go back to sleep." Sleep pulled at me like a retreating tide. I longed to recede with it. Nighteyes poked me again.
"Stupid. It's the Black Stone, like the Elderling Road. You're getting lost in it again. Come outside."
I forced my eyes open wider. I looked up into the fool's concerned face, and then dazedly gazed at the walls that surrounded me. Black stone, veined with silver. And when I looked at it, I recognized it for what it was, stone scavenged from a much older building. The stones of the inner wall of the room fitted almost seamlessly together, but the outer wall was built more roughly. No, I suddenly knew that wasn't completely right. The building predated the town, but it had been a ruin, rebuilt from the same ancient stone, and that ancient stone was memory stone, worked by elderling hands. I do not know what the fool thought as I tottered to my feet. "Stones, memory stone," I told him thickly, as I groped my way towards the fresh air. I heard his astonished cry when I threw myself out of the window into the dusty inn-yard. The wolf landed more softly beside me. An instant later, Nighteyes faded into the shadows as someone leaned out of a window and demanded,
"What goes on there?"
"It's my idiot serving man," Lord Golden retorted in disgust. "So drunk he has fallen out of the window trying to close it for me. Well, let him lie there. Serves the sodden oaf right."
I lay still in the dust of the inn-yard and felt the plucking dreams recede. In a moment or two, I would stand and walk further from the stone walls. I just needed a moment or two. A terrible tiredness that had been burdening me all evening gradually eased. I floated in relief. I stared up into the night sky and felt as if I could rise right up into it. Somewhere, a couple was arguing. He was miserable, but she was insistent. It was too much trouble to focus on their words, but then they came closer, and I could not avoid overhearing them. "I should go home," he said. He sounded very young. "I should go back to my mother. If I had not left her, none of this would have happened. Arno would still be alive, and those others." She inserted her head under his arm, and then rested it on his chest.
"That's true, and we would be apart, you forever given to another. Is that truly what you want?"
They had drifted closer. With him, I breathed the sweet scent of her, musky and wild. He held her close. The wind blew through my dream of them, tattering the edges. He stroked her fur, her long dark hair threaded through his fingers. "It isn't what I want, but perhaps it is my duty."
"Your duty is to your people, and to me."
She wrapped her hand around his forearm, her fingernails pressed against his flesh like claws. She tugged at him with them.
"Come on, it is time to get up again. We cannot tarry, we must ride."
He looked down into her green eyes. "My love, I must go back. I would be more useful to all of us there. I could speak out, I could press for change, I could—"
"We would be apart. Could you stand that?"
"I would find a way for us to be together."
"No!"
She cuffed his cheek, and her palm rasped against his skin. There was a hint of claws in the gesture.
"No! They would not understand. They would force us apart. They would kill me, and perhaps you too. Recall the tale of the piebald prince. His royal blood was not enough to protect him. Yours would be no shield to you. A pause. Then, I am the only one who truly cares about you. Only I can save you. But I dare not come to you completely until you have proven you are one of us. Always you hold back. Are you ashamed of your old blood? No, never that. Then open yourself. Be what you know you are. He was silent for a long time. I have a duty, he said softly. Infinite regret was in his voice.
Get him up.
The man's voice came from behind me. There's no time to delay. We need to gain some distance. I twisted on the ground to see who spoke, but saw no one. Green eyes stared into his. I could have fallen forever into those eyes. Trust me, she begged him, and he had to do as she requested. Later you can think of these things. Later you can think of duty. For now think of living, and of me. Get up. The fool took my arm and draped it across his shoulders. Up you come, he said persuasively, and heaved me to my feet. He was dressed all in black. More time must have passed than I had thought. Laughter and talk still spilled from the common room of the inn, along with light. Once I was up, I found I could walk, but the fool still insisted on keeping my arm as he guided me to a dark corner of the inn-yard. I leaned against the rough wood of the stable wall and collected myself. "Are you going to be all right?" the fool asked me again. "I think so." The cobwebs were clearing from my mind, but the feel of these cobwebs was more familiar. I felt the familiar twinges of a skill headache, but they were less determined than usual. I drew a deep breath. "I'll be all right, but I don't think I should try to sleep in the inn tonight. It's built from memory stone, fool, like the Black Road, like the stone in the quarry. Like the dragon Verity carved," he filled in. I took a deep breath. My head was clearing rapidly. "It's full of memories. That's so strange to find stone like that here in Buck. I never supposed the Elderlings had come this far." "Of course they had. Think about it. What do you think the old witness stones are, if not Elderling handiwork?" His words shocked me. Then, it was so obvious that I didn't waste time agreeing. Yes, but standing stones are one thing. That inn is the rebuilt remains of an Elderling structure. I had never expected to see that here in Buck. He was silent for a time. As my eyes adjusted to the deeper darkness where we sheltered, I could see that he was actually chewing at the corner of his thumbnail. After a moment, he realized I was looking at him and snatched his hand away from his mouth. "Sometimes I get so caught up in the immediate puzzle that I overlook the pieces of the larger question that are all around us," he said, as if confessing a fault. "So, you are all right now?" "I think I'll be fine. I'll find an empty stall in the stable and sleep there. If the hostler asks, I'll tell him I'm in disgrace." I turned to go, then thought to ask, "Will you be able to get back into the inn dressed like that? Just because I sometimes wear the clothes of a nobleman, don't think I've forgotten all the tricks of a tumbler." He sounded almost offended. "I'll get back in the way I got out, through the window." "Good. I may take a walk about the town to clear my head, and to see what I can discover. If you can make the opportunity, go to the common room. Stir the gossip pot and see if you hear anything of strangers with a hunting cat passing through here yesterday." I started to add something about bloodshed in the street, but stopped myself. There was little chance it directly related to us. "Very well, Fitz. Go carefully." There's no need to remind me of that. I started to step away from him, but he suddenly caught at my arm. "Don't go just yet. I've wanted to talk to you all day." He abruptly let go of me and crossed his arms on his chest. He took a ragged breath. "I did not think this would be so hard. I
I've played so many roles in my life, I thought it would be easy, that it might even be fun to play master to your man. It's not. No, it's hard. But I think it's wise. We've blundered too many times with Laurel. I shrugged helplessly. That is as it is. She knows we were both chosen by the Queen. Perhaps we can leave her in confusion and let her draw her own conclusions. They might be more convincing than anything we could fabricate. He cocked his head and smiled. Yes, that tactic pleases me. For now we shall discover what we can tonight, and plan an early start in the morning. We separated at those words. He withdrew into the darkness, vanishing as adeptly as Nighteyes could. I watched for him to cross the inn-yard, but did not see him. I caught one brief glimpse of him as he vaulted back through the darkened window. I did not hear a sound. Nighteyes pressed heavily against my leg. "What news?" I asked him. Our wit was as silent as the warmth of his body against me. "Bad news. Keep silent and follow." He took me not through the main streets of town, but away from the centre of town. I wondered where we were going, but dared not reach forth to touch minds with him. I curbed my wit, though it dulled my senses not to share the wolf's awareness. We ended up in a rocky field near the river's edge. He took me to the edge of it, where large trees grew. The tall, dry grasses had been trampled down flat there. I caught a whiff of cooked meat and cold ashes. Then my eyes pieced together the length of rope still hanging from a tree, and the burned-out fire beneath it. I stood very still. The night wind off the river stirred the ashes, and suddenly the smell of cooked meat sickened me. I put my hand over the extinguished coals. They were sodden and cold. A fire deliberately set and deliberately drowned. I poked at them and felt the telltale greasiness of dripping fat. They had been more than thorough. Hung, cut in quarters, burned, and the remains thrown in the river. I moved well away from the fire to the shelter of the trees. I sat down on a big rock there. The wolf came and sat beside me. After a time I remembered his meat and gave it to him. He ate it without ceremony. I sat with my hand over my mouth, wondering. Coldness moved through me where blood had once flowed. Townsmen had done this, and now they ate and laughed and sang songs at the inn. They had done this to someone just like me, perhaps to the son of my body.
No, the blood does not smell right. It was not him.
It was a small comfort. It only meant that he had not died today. Did the townsfolk hold him somewhere? Was the lively night at the inn an anticipation of more blood sport on the morrow? I became aware of someone coming softly through the night towards us. She came from the direction of the town lights, but did not walk on the road. She came through the trees at the edge of the road, moving near soundlessly.
Hunting woman.
Laurel stepped from the shadow of the trees. I watched her as she moved purposely towards the burned patch. As I had earlier, she crouched over it, sniffing, and then touching the ashes. I stood, making just enough sound to let her know I was there. She flinched, spinning to confront us. "How long ago?" I asked the knight. Laurel sighed out a small breath as she recognized us. Then, "Just this afternoon," she answered quietly. "My maid told me about it. Bragged, actually, of how the lad she is to marry was right in the thick of it. Getting rid of the piebald. That's what they call them in this valley. Piebalds." The river wind blew between us. "So you came out here to see what was left to be seen, which isn't much. I feared it might be our prince, but no." Nighteyes was leaning heavily against me, and I shared what we both suspected. But I think it was one of his companions. "If you know that much, then you know the others fled." I hadn't known that, but I was shamefully relieved to hear it. "Were they pursued?" "Yes, and the men who chased them off have not returned yet. Some chased, some stayed to kill the one they had caught. It is planned that the ones who did this—" and she indicated the rope and the fire circle with a disdainful kick, "will ride out in the morning. There is some anxiety that their friends have not returned yet. Tonight they'll drink and build up both their courage and anger. Tomorrow they'll ride.
Then we had best ride out before them, and swifter.
Yes.
Her glance travelled from me to Nighteyes and back again. We both looked around at the trampled ground and the dangling rope and the burned out place. It seemed as if there should have been something for us to do, some gesture to make. But if there was, it escaped me. We walked back to the inn together in near silence. I marked her dark garments and the soft-soled boots she wore, and once again I thought that Queen Catrichan had chosen well. I dirtied the night with a question whose answer I dreaded. Did she tell you many details? How or why they were attacked? If the boy and the cat were with them? Laurel drew a deep breath.
The one they killed was not a stranger. He was one of their own, and they had suspected him of beast magic for a long time. The usual stupid stories, that when other lambs died of the scours, his survived, that a man angered him, and after that the man's chickens died off. He came to town today with strangers, one a big man on a war-horse, one with a cat riding behind him. The others with him were also known to these folk, boys who had grown up on outlying farms. There are usually dogs at the inn. The innkeeper's son keeps rabbit hounds, and he had just returned from the hunt. The dogs were still excited. At the sight of the cat, the dogs went mad. They surrounded the horse, leaping and snapping. The man with the cat, our prince most likely, drew his blade to defend the cat and slashed at the hounds, cutting an ear off one. But that was not all he did. He opened his mouth wide and snarled, hissing like a cat. At the commotion, other men boiled out of the inn. Someone shouted, "Piebald!" Another cried for a rope and a torch. The man on the war-horse laughed at them and put his horse to kicking out at both dogs and men. One man was kicked to the ground by the horse. The mob responded with rocks and curses, and more men came out of the tavern. The piebalds broke the circle and tried to ride off, but a lucky stone caught one of the riders on the temple and knocked him from his saddle. The mob closed on him, and he yelled at the others to ride. The girl made them all out to be cowards for fleeing, but I suspect that the one they caught delayed the mob so his companions could escape. He bought the prince's life with his own. So it would seem. I was silent for a moment, tallying my facts. They had not denied what they were. None of them had attempted to placate the mob. It was confrontational behaviour, a harbinger of things to come. And one of their company had sacrificed himself, and the others had accepted it as necessary and right. That indicated not only the value they placed on the prince, but deep loyalty to an organised cause. Had Dutiful been won to their side? I wondered what role these piebalds had assigned to the prince, and if he concurred in it. Had Dutiful accepted that the man should die for him? Did he ride on knowing the man they left behind faced an agonizing death? I would have given much to know that. But Dutiful was not recognized as the prince. She shook her head. The night was growing darker around us, and I felt more than saw the movement. So, if the others caught up with him, they would not hesitate to kill him. Even knowing he was the prince would not delay them. The hatred of the old blood runs deep here. They would think they were cleansing the royal line, not destroying it.
Some small part of me marked that she called them old blood now. I did not think I had heard her use the phrase before. Well, I think time becomes even more precious. We should ride on tonight. The very thought made me ache. I no longer had the resilience of youth. In the past 15 years I had grown used to regular meals and rest every night. I was tired and sick with dread of what must come when we caught up with the prince, and my wolf was weary beyond weariness. I knew it was a false strength that moved his limbs now. Soon his body would demand rest, no matter how hard the circumstances. He needed food and healing time, not to be dragged on tonight.
I'll keep up, or you'll leave me behind and do what you must.
The fatalism in the thought shamed me. The sacrifice was too close to what a young man had done today for a prince. The inarguable truth was that once more I spent all our strength for a king and a cause. The wolf yielded up the days of his life to me for an allegiance he understood only in terms of his love for me. Black Rolf had been right all those years ago. It was wrong of me to use him so. I made a child's promise to myself that when this was over, I would make it up to him somehow. We would go somewhere he wanted to go and do something he longed to do.
Our cabin and the fireside. That would be enough for me.
It is yours.
I know.
We returned to the inn by a roundabout path, avoiding the better-travelled roads of the village. In the dark of the inn-yard, she put her mouth close to my ear. I'll slip up to my room to pack my things. You wake Lord Golden and let him know that we must ride. She disappeared into the shadows near the back door. I made my own entrance through the front, presenting the scowling face of a chastised servant as I hastened through the main room. The hour was late now, and the mood more one of brooding celebration. No one took notice of me. I made my way to our room. Outside the door, the sounds of argument reached me. Lord Golden's voice was raised in aristocratic fury.
"Bedbugs, sir, thick as swarming bees. I've most delicate skin. I cannot stay where such vermin thrives."
Our landlord, garbed in nightshirt and cap and clutching a candle, sounded horrified. "Please, Lord Golden, I've other bedding, if you would—"
"No, I shall not spend the night here. Prepare an accounting immediately."
I knocked on the door. At my entrance, Lord Golden transferred his temper to me.
"There you are, you worthless scoundrel! Out carousing, I don't doubt, while I've had to pack my own things and yours as well. Well, make yourself useful in some way. Run and knock on Huntswoman Laurel's door and tell her we must leave immediately. Then rouse the hostler and have our horses made ready. I cannot spend the night at an inn infested with vermin."
I hastened away from the innkeeper's insistence that he ran a good, clean inn. In a surprisingly short time, we found ourselves outside and ready to ride. I'd saddled our mounts myself. The hostler had not responded to my efforts to roust him. The innkeeper had followed Lord Golden out into the yard, remonstrating that we would find no other inn tonight, but the noble was adamant. He mounted, and without a word to us stirred Malta to a walk. Laurel and I followed. For a time we kept our sedate pace. The moon had risen, but the crowding houses thwarted her light, and the occasional lamplight leaking through the shutters made more shadows than illumination for us. Lord Golden's voice carried softly to both of us. "I heard the gossip in the tap-room and judged it best we leave immediately. They fled on the road." "By going in the dark, we take a large chance on missing their trail," I pointed out. "I know, but by waiting we might arrive too late to do anything but bury him. Besides, none of us could sleep, and this way we go ahead of those who will ride out tomorrow." Nighteyes ghosted up to join us. I quested towards him, and as we joined, the night seemed lighter around us. He snorted at our dust, then trotted up to lead the way. Linked by the wit, he could not hide from me the effort that cost him. I winced, but accepted his decision. I nudged my black to keep pace with him. Our saddle packs seem bulkier than when we first arrived, I observed to the knight as my black came abreast of Malta. Lord Golden lifted one shoulder in a careless shrug. "Blankets, candles, anything else that I thought might prove useful to us. I ghosted the kitchens once. I knew that we'd have to be on the road swiftly, so there is bread in that sack as well. And apples. If I had taken much more than that, it would have been noticed. Try not to crush the loaves." "One would have thought you had done this sort of thing before, Lord Golden." There was an edge to Laurel's tone, and just enough query on the honorific to sober us both. When neither of us came up with words, she added, "I don't think it quite fair that I share the risks of this venture but still go blindfolded between you." Lord Golden spoke in his best aristocratic tone.
"You're right, huntswoman, it's not fair, yet that is how it must remain for a time. For unless I am mistaken, we need to put on some speed. As our prince left this town at a gallop, so shall we."
He acted as he spoke, setting his heels to Malta, who sprang forwards joyously to challenge my black for the lead. Laurel was at his side in an instant.
"Later, my brother."
I felt Nighteyes part himself from me, both mentally and physically. He knew he could not keep up with the running horses. He would follow at his own pace and on his own path. That sundering wrenched me, even as I knew it was his choice and the wisest course of action. Naked of him, stripped of his night vision, I rode on, letting my black choose her path as we cantered 3 abreast past the huddled houses. The village was small. We reached the outskirts swiftly. The moon's light spilled down the ribbon of road. Malta broke into a gallop, and both the other horses sprang forwards to keep up with her. We passed farmsteads and fields, both harvested and standing. I tried to keep watch for the tracks of running horses leaving the road, but saw nothing. We let the horses run until they wanted to slow down and breathe. As soon as Malta tugged at her bit, Lord Golden let her have her head, and we were off again. The two were more of one mind than I had realized. It was his complete trust that gave her such cheeky confidence. We rode through what remained of the night, and Lord Golden set our pace. As dawn greyed the skies, Laurel spoke my thoughts aloud. "At least we have a good start on those who intend to ride out at dawn to see what luck their fellows had in hunting piebalds, and clearer heads." She left unspoken a fear I knew we all shared, that we had lost the prince's trail in our haste to follow him. As the strengthening day hid the moon from us, we rode on. Sometimes one has to trust to luck, or to believe in fate, as the fool did. Chapter 20. Stones. There are techniques a man can use to deal with torture. One is to learn to divorce the mind from the body. Half the anguish that a skilled torturer inflicts is not the physical pain, but the victim's knowledge of the level of damage done. The torturer must walk a fine line if he wishes his victim to talk. If he takes his destruction past what the victim knows can heal, then the victim loses all incentive to talk. He but wishes to plunge more swiftly into death. But if he can hold the torment short of that line, then the torturer can make the victim an accomplice in his own torment. Suspended in pain, the anguish for the victim is wondering how long he can maintain his silence without pushing his tormentor over the line into irrevocable damage. As long as the victim refuses to talk, then the torturer proceeds, venturing closer, ever closer to damage the body cannot repair. Once a man has been broken by pain, he remains forever a victim. He cannot ever forget that place he has visited, the moment when he decided that he would surrender everything rather than endure more pain. It is a shame no man ever completely recovers from. Some try to drown it by becoming the perpetrator of similar pain, and creating a new victim to bear for them that shame. Cruelty is a skill taught not only by example, but by experience of it. From the scroll of Versailles' Uses of Pain. As the sun rose, we rode on. Farmsteads, cultivated fields, and pastures became less common, and then vanished, to be replaced by rocky hillsides and open forest. My anxiety was divided between fear for my wolf and for my young prince. All in all, I had greater faith in my 4-legged companion's ability to take care of himself than I did Dutiful. With a resolution Nighteyes would have approved of, I set him out of my thoughts and concentrated on the road beside me. The increasing heat of the day was exacerbated by the thickness of the air. I could feel a storm brewing. A heavy rainfall might take all trace of their trail from the road. Tension chewed at me. Without speaking of it, Laurel rode close to the left-hand side of the road, and I the right. We looked for any sign of horses leaving the road. Specifically, we looked for sign of at least 3 horses galloping in flight. I knew that if I were fleeing mounted pursuers, my first thought would have been to get off the road and take to the woods where there was better chance of losing them. I assumed the prince and his companions would do the same. My fears that we had missed their trail in the dark built, but suddenly Laurel cried out that she had them. I no sooner looked at the marks than I was sure she was right. Here were a plenitude of shod hooves leaving the road, and all in haste. The wide tracks of the great war-horse were unmistakable. I was certain we had discovered where the prince had left the road with his companions, and where the mob had pursued them. As the others left the road and followed, I paused and dismounted briefly on the pretence of securing our baggage better to my black saddle. I used the opportunity to relieve myself at the side of the road, knowing Nighteyes would be seeking sign of my passage. Mounted again, I swiftly caught up with the others. A darkness gathered at the far horizon. We heard several long, rumbling threats of thunder in the distance. The trampled path of the pursuit was easy to follow, and we urged our weary beasts to canter as we followed it. Over 2 open hills of grass and scrub we followed them. As we ascended the 3rd hill, a forest of oak and alder came down to meet us. There we caught up with the pursuers. There were 6 of them, sprawled in the tall grass in the shadows of the trees. Their ambushers had killed their mounts, and the dogs as well. It was a wise thing to do. Riderless horses returning to the village would have brought out the pursuit much sooner. Yet the act sickened me, the more so because it had been done by those of old blood. It seemed ruthless in a way that frightened me. The horses had done nothing to deserve death. What sort of folk were these that the prince rode with now? Laurel covered her mouth and nose with her hand and held it there. She did not dismount. Lord Golden looked tired and sickened, but he dismounted alongside me. Together we moved among the dead, inspecting them. They were all young men, just at the age to be caught up in such madness. Yesterday afternoon they had leapt onto their horses and ridden off to kill some piebalds. Yesterday evening they had died. Lying there, they did not look cruel or vicious or even stupid, only dead. There were archers in those trees, I decided, and they were waiting here. I think the prince's party rode through, relying on folk that already were in position here to protect them. I had found but 1 broken arrow, cast aside. The others had been frugally and coolly recovered from the bodies. That is not the mark of an arrow? Lord Golden pointed out a body that lay apart from the others. There were deep puncture wounds in his throat. Powerful clawed hind legs had disemboweled him. His guts buzzed, and clustering flies covered the look of horror in his eyes. Look at the dogs. Cats attacked them as well. All the piebalds rounded and stood together here, and killed those who followed. And then they rode on? Yes. Had the prince's cat killed this man? Had their minds been joined as the cat killed? How many do you think we follow now? Laurel had ridden a little way ahead. I suspected she did so to be away from the bloating bodies as much as to study the trail. I didn't blame her. Now she called back in a low voice, "I make it at least 8 that we follow now." "And follow we must," Lord Golden said, "immediately." Laurel nodded. "There will be others from the village riding out by now, wondering why these men have not returned. When they find these bodies, their fury will drive them mad. The prince must be extracted before these 2 groups clash." Her words made it sound so simple. I went back to my black, who annoyed me by sidling away twice before I could catch her reins. She wanted schooling, but now was not the time for it. I reminded myself that blood will unnerve the calmest animal, and that patience with her now would pay great dividends later. A different rider would give you a fist between the ears for that, I told her mildly after I was mounted. Her shiver of apprehension surprised me. Evidently she was more aware of me than I supposed. "Don't worry, I don't do things like that," I reassured her. Horse-like, she ignored my calming remark. Thunder rolled again in the distance, and she laid her ears back flat. I think it bothered all of us to ride away and leave those bodies swelling in the heat. Realistically, it was the wise thing to do. Their fellows would find them soon enough, and to them should fall the burying. The delay it would cause them would work to our good. Wise or not, it felt wrong. The tracks we followed were now the deep cuts of hard-ridden horses. The soil under the forest roof was moister and held the trail better. At first they had ridden for distance and speed, and a child could have followed their marks, but after a time the trail descended into a ravine and followed a twisting stream. I rode with my eyes on the trees overhead, trusting my black to follow Malta's lead as I watched for possible ambush. An unspoken concern occupied my mind. The piebalds the prince rode with seemed very organized, almost to a military level. This was the second group of men who had waited for the prince, and then ridden on with him. At least one member of the party had not hesitated to sacrifice his life for the others, nor had they scrupled at slaughtering all those who followed them. Their readiness and ruthlessness bespoke a great determination to keep the prince, and bear him on to whatever destination they had in mind. Retrieving him was very likely beyond our abilities, yet I could discover no alternative save to follow them. Sending Laurel back to Buckkeep to fetch the guard was not feasible. By the time she returned, it would be too late. We would lose not only time, but the secrecy of our mission. The ravine widened and became a narrow valley. Our quarry left the stream. Before we departed it, we paused briefly to refill water-skins and share out a bit of the fool's purloined bread and some apples. I bought a bit of my black's favour with the apple core. Then we were up and off again. The long afternoon wore on. None of us had spoken much. There was little to say, unless we worried out loud. Danger rode behind us as well. In either direction, we were outnumbered, and I badly missed my wolf at my side. The trail left the valley floor and wound up into the hills. The trees thinned, and the terrain became rocky. The hard earth made tracking more difficult, and we went more slowly. We passed the stony foundations of a small village, long abandoned. We rode past old hummocky formations that jutted from the boulder-strewn hillside. Lord Golden saw me looking at them, and said quietly, "Graves. Too big," I protested. "Not for those folk. They built stone chambers to hold their dead, and often entire families were interred in them as they died." I looked curiously back at them. Tall, dead grass waved on the mounds. If there was stone beneath that sod, it was well covered. "How do you know such things?" I demanded of him. He didn't meet my eyes. "I just do, Badgerlock. Put it down to the advantages of an aristocratic education." "I've heard tales of these sorts of places," Laurel put in, her voice hushed. "They say tall, thin ghosts rise from those mounds sometimes to capture straying children and... Oh, pray to save us. Look, the standing stone, the same tales." I lifted my eyes to follow her pointing finger. A shiver walked up my back. Black and gleaming, the stone stood twice as tall as a man did. Silver veined it. No moss clung to it. The inland breezes had been kinder to it than the salt, heavy storm winds that had weathered the witness stones near Buckkeep. At this distance, I could not see what signs were carved into its sides, but I knew they would be there. This stone pillar was kin to the witness stone, and to the black pillar that had once transported me to the Elderling's city. I stared at it, and knew it had been cut from the same quarry that had birthed Verity's dragon. Had magic, or muscle, borne it so far from that place to this? "Do the graves go with the stone?" I asked Lord Golden. "Things that are next to each other are not always related to one another," he observed smoothly, and I knew he evaded my question. I turned slightly in the saddle to ask Laurel, "What does the legend say about the stone?" She shrugged one shoulder and smiled, but I think the intensity of my question made her uneasy. "There are lots of tales, but most have the same spine." She drew a breath. "A straying child, or an idle shepherd, or lovers who have run away from forbidding parents come to the mounds. In most tales they sit down beside them to rest, or to find a bit of shade on a hot day. Then the ghosts rise from the mounds and lead them to the standing stone, and they follow the ghost inside to a different world.
Some say they never come back. Some say they come back aged and old after being gone but a night. But others say the opposite, that 100 years later, the lovers came back, hand in hand, as young as ever, to find their quarrelling parents long dead, and that they are free to wed.
I had my own opinion of such tales, but did not voice them. Once I had stepped through such a pillar, to find myself in a distant dead city. Once the black stone walls of that long dead city had spoken to me, and the city had sprung to life around me. Monoliths and cities of black stone were the work of the elderlings, long perished from the world. I had believed the elderlings had been denizens of a far realm, deep in the mountains behind Catricken's mountain kingdom. Twice now I had seen evidence that they had walked these 6 duchies' hills as well. But how many summers ago? I tried to catch Lord Golden's eye, but he stared straight ahead, and it seemed to me that he hastened his horse on. I knew by the set of his mouth that any question I asked him would be answered with another question, or with an evasion. I focused my efforts on Laurel. "It seems odd that you would hear tales of this place in Farrow." She gave that small shrug again.
"The tales I heard were of a similar place in Farrow. And I told you my mother's family came from a place not far from the Brisinga holdings. We often visited, when she was still alive. But I'd wager that the folk around here tell the same sort of tales about those mounds and that pillar, if any folk do live around here."
That seemed unlikely as the day wore on. The further we rode on, the wilder the country became. The horizon darkened, and the storm muttered threats, but came no nearer. If these valleys had ever known the plough, or these hills ever nurtured pasturing kine, they had forgotten it these many years. The earth was dry, stones thrusting out amongst the clots of dried-up grasses and scrubby brush. Chirring insects and bird calls were the only signs of animal life. The trail became more difficult to follow, and perforce we went more slowly. Often I glanced back behind us. Our tracks, on top of the tracks we followed, would make it easier for our pursuers to catch up with us, but I could think of no alternative. The constant hum of the insects suddenly hushed off to our left. I turned towards it, my heart in my mouth. But an instant later I felt my brother's presence. 2 breaths, and I could see him. As always, I marvelled at how well the wolf could hide himself, even in the scantiest of cover. As he drew closer, my gladness at seeing him turned to dismay. He trotted determinedly, head down, and his tongue hung nearly to his knees. Without a word to the others, I pulled up my black and dismounted, taking down my water-skin. He came to me to drink water from my cupped hands. "How did you catch up so swiftly?"
"You follow tracks going slowly to find your way. I followed my heart. Where your path has wound through these hills, mine brought me straight to you, over a terrain a horse would not relish."
"Oh, my brother."
"No time to pity me. I came to bring you warning. You are followed. I passed those who come behind you. They stopped at the bodies. They were enraged, shouting to the skies. Their anger will delay them for a time, but when they come on, they will ride fast and furious."
"Can you keep up?"
"I can hide far more easily than you can. Instead of thinking of what I will do, you should think of what you should do."
There was little enough we could do. I remounted, kicked my black, and caught up with the others. We should try for more speed. Laurel gave me a look, but said nothing. Only a shift in Lord Golden's posture betrayed he had heard me. But in answer, Malta sprang forwards. My black suddenly decided she would not be outdone. She leapt forwards, and in 4 strides we led the way. I kept my eyes on the ground as we hurried along. It looked as if the prince and his fellows had made for the shelter of some trees. I applauded their decision. I looked forward to gaining the cover. I urged a bit more speed from my black, and led us all directly into the ambush. A mental shout from Nighteyes prompted me to rein to one side. Laurel took the arrow, dropping to the earth with a cry. The shot had been intended for me. Fury and horror blazed up in me, and I rode my black straight at the stand of trees. My luck was that there was only one archer, and he had not had time to nock another arrow. As we passed under the down-sweeping branches, I stood up in my stirrups, miraculously caught a firm hold, and pulled myself up on the branch. The archer was trying to swing his arm to bring the arrow to bear on me, but the intervening small branches were hampering him. There was no time to think about consequences. I launched myself at him, springing like a wolf. We fell in a tangle of 2 men and the bow. a projecting branch nearly broke my shoulder without breaking our fall. It turned us in the air. We landed with the young archer on top of me. The impact slammed the air out of me. I could think but not act. Nighteyes saved me the need. He dashed in, a rush of claws and teeth that swept the youth off my body. I felt our attacker's surprised attempt at a repel against Nighteyes. I think he was too shocked to put much strength into it. I lay on the earth as they fought beside me, trying frantically to pull air into my lungs. He swung a fist, but Nighteyes dodged and seized his passing wrist. The archer shrieked and launched a wild kick at the wolf. I felt its stunning impact. Nighteyes kept his hold, but lost the strength in it. As the man wrenched his torn wrist from the wolf's jaws, I found enough breath to act. From where I lay, I kicked the archer in the head. I flung myself on top of the man. My hands found his throat as Nighteyes seized his right calf in his jaws and hung on. The man flopped wildly between us, but could not escape. Nighteyes worried his leg. I squeezed his throat and held on until I felt his struggles cease. Even then, I kept a grip on his throat with one hand, as my other found my belt knife. The entire world had shrunk to a reddened circle that was my vision of his face.
"Don't kill him! Don't kill him! Don't kill him!"
Lord Golden's shouts penetrated my mind finally as I held the knife to our attacker's throat. I had never been less inclined to listen. Yet as the red haze of battle faded from my vision, I found myself looking down at a boy, little older than Hap. His blue eyes stood out in their sockets, both in horror of death and for lack of air. Something in our fall had scraped the side of his face, and blood stood out in fine rows on his cheek. But I loosened my grip, and Nighteyes dropped his leg. But still I straddled his chest and held my knife to his throat. I was not at all sentimental as to the innocence of young boys. We'd already seen this one's bow work. He would as soon kill me as not. I kept my gaze on him as I asked the fool, "Is Laurel dead?"
"Scarcely."
The incensed voice was female. Laurel staggered over to us. A glance showed me her hand clamped tight to the point of her shoulder. Blood was leaking through her fingers. She had already pulled the arrow out. "Did you get the head out?" I asked quickly.
"I would not have pulled it out if I had not been sure I could get the whole thing," she replied waspishly.
Pain did not improve her temperament. She was pale, but 2 bright spots of colour stood on her cheeks. She looked down at the boy I straddled, and her eyes went very wide. I heard her take a ragged breath. Nighteyes stood beside me, panting heavily.
"We should get out of here."
The thought was sluggish with pain.
"Others may come, those who follow or those who went ahead."
I saw the boy's brow furrow. I glanced at Laurel. "Can you ride as you are? Because we must leave here. We need to question him, but this isn't the time. We don't want to be caught by those who follow, or by his friends coming back for him." I could tell by her eyes that she didn't know the answer to my question, but she lied bravely.
"I can ride. Let's go. I, too, have questions I'd like to ask this one."
The archer stared at her, horror-stricken at the venom in her voice. He suddenly bucked under me, trying to escape. I backhanded him with my free hand. "Don't try that again. It's much easier for me to kill you than drag you along." He knew I spoke the truth. His eyes went to Lord Golden and then to Laurel before his gaze came back to me. He peered up at me, blood leaking from his nose, and I recognized his shocked look. This was a young man who had killed, but never before been in imminent danger of being killed. I felt oddly qualified to introduce him to the sensation. No doubt I had once worn that same expression. "On your feet." 15 years ago, I would have backed up the command by hauling him upright. Now, I kept a grip on his shirt front, but let him stand up himself. I was short of breath after our tussle and not inclined to spend my reserves on a show of strength. Nighteyes lay down on the moss beneath the tree, unabashedly panting. "Disappear," I suggested to him.
"In a moment."
The archer stared from me to my wolf and back again, confusion growing in his eyes. I refused to meet his gaze. Instead, I cut the leather thong that fastened the collar of his shirt. He flinched as my knife blade tugged through it. I jerked the leather loose and roughly turned him. "Your hands!" I demanded, and without quibbling, he put them behind him. The fight seemed to have gone out of him. The teeth marks in his arm were still bleeding. I tied his wrists tightly together. I completed my task and glanced up to find Laurel glowering at my prisoner. Obviously she was taking the attack personally. Perhaps no one had ever tried to kill her before. The first time is always a memorable experience. Lord Golden assisted Laurel into the saddle. I knew she wanted to refuse his help, but didn't dare. Missing her mount would be more humiliating than accepting his support.